I was muted. Welcome to my stream. I thought I was getting kicked off of Jack's. I gotta get some of these dishes out of here. Are you coming to help me? Thank you. That was a little bit exhausting. I showed up late to it. I've been working all day. It's been a busy few weeks, actually, which is good. I'd rather be busy than bored. 100%. So I didn't really hear much until like literally right before I came up. So I don't know if it was going on for a while. I don't know why. Jack was mad at Paul before that stream. I don't know. And I've got a pretty high threshold for conflict or interpersonal tension, whatever you'd like to call it. Sort of the usual chaos on Jack's panel. Jack was getting mad at people for asking questions that were reasonable questions. We could loop. What I'm trying to do right now is I'm really trying to get Arpol up here. Arpol, I know that you're here somewhere. You're going to need to come up here. Yes, I just finished it. Well, I finished 2 jobs today. And today was a good wrap-up day. I finished 2 jobs entirely, and one of them I came into a big I completed a big portion of it. How about that? Jack didn't have a Snickers. He also is quitting tobacco though, which I didn't realize until the end, and for sure, like that makes sense. I got a lot more sympathy for his rage baby antics because of that. I don't even know where Stockton is. Right on. Take your time. You can eat on stage. You can, but yep, anytime. Glad to have you. I just finished eating. I ate on Jack's panel. Maybe Sarah. You know what? If Sarah doesn't show up soon, I'll text her. He choose. All right on. Tony Taylor, good to see you. Steve, good to see you. You tell me, always a pleasure. Arpol, I know you're hiding there. Sophia, glad you're listening. Arpol, I know you're there. Arpol. Near Joplin. Yeah, we had already. Yeah, she's from. She didn't live here anymore, obviously, but she's from Kansas City. And I've traded them with You Tell Me. And I will neither. You know what? I'll agree a little bit right now. There are bigger douches, certainly. But yeah, he he's got his douchey side. Hello. And I've exchanged real phone numbers with Giggles. That was Joplin. Joplin was wiped off. Let me know. Yeah. And actually I might have I might need your help on a complete house remodel, doing drywall and mudding on the entire thing. Yeah, he was, but he's quitting cigarettes. So I mean, that really makes up for a lot of it, in my opinion. Chuck, there is something about you that you can't get away with much. Oh, and hey, text me. I don't know if you've got a square foot. I don't know how you price them out, if you do square foot or what, but the guy I was talking to did ask for quotes for a lot of different things. One of them was drywall and mudding, um, and that is something that I'd probably be happy to hand off the whole thing to. So, anyways, but yeah, you can text me. Yeah, Katie's quitting smoking, kind of mostly quitting smoking. Did you use a patch today?
No.
No patch today. How many cigarettes have you had today?
Not a whole one.
Like half of a cigarette and no patch today. So
Making me dizzy.
they keep making her dizzy. Cigarettes are getting expensive. One of us has to quit. On that note, if you didn't see the last short, you know what? Let me play the last short for you. I just came straight in from working and got right on the computer. I haven't even changed shirts or nothing. There we go. So here, let me share a screen. Speaking of cigarettes,
Slow State's doing a great deal. $1 a month is all his self-worth, self-esteem, self-respect, credibility, and integrity's worth. So I support him in that.
Okay. Well,
Maybe if every
$2.
single person who subscribes pays $1 a month, he'll be up to $300 or $400 a month.
Huh.
Before taxes and before YouTube takes their third. So maybe $100-$200 a month. That'll be good for him.
Yeah.
Extra couple
More drugs.
cartons of cigarettes.
Some drugs.
He's really doing something out here. Yeah. I mean, what's your credibility, integrity, reputation, and the truth worth, really, if you're a godless infidel?
$1, just $1 a month. You can help me buy cigarettes and drugs, or you can come to a live stream, buy a membership for yourself, buy a few extras, and make it rain in the chat. And while membership doesn't include all of the things that were earlier mentioned by my associate, you do get custom emojis, and I get money for more cigarettes.
Slow State's doing a great deal. $1.
Paul's been very generous with the clippable quotes lately, really beefing up, making my marketing easy. I wonder if that's what would make you dizzy. Smoking with the patch on, I bet that would be a lot of nicotine. What is $58 a carton? Vaping seems like a step in the wrong direction. People who vape don't ever, when you smoke cigarettes, you smoke a cigarette and then you stop smoking. People who vape never stop vaping that motherfucking thing. Plus, we just don't know what it really does to you. Lucky Strikes. Did anybody ever smoke Decades? God, those were bad. It was like, God, when was it? I was a junior in college, so that was 2008, and they were like less than $2 a pack. And back then, the average pack was like $5, right? And I bought a whole. They were so cheap that I bought a whole carton of them because I figured, I know I don't like them. I won't. If I'm buying a pack a day, I'm not gonna make the decision every day to save money on this. But if I buy a carton, I'll have them. I'll smoke them. I only have to make this decision once every, however long the carton lasts. And it was, yeah. I think I got halfway through that carton, and then I just couldn't do it. It's like I could feel it. It was no bueno. So I started bumming those out. I had a bunch of friends who would habitually need to bum cigarettes off of you, and so those became my here, have a smoke, smokes. Hiya. GPC, gay person cigarettes. Winston's. I also acquired, and I was in 8th grade, I acquired a carton of Carlton 120s, and those were so bad I had trouble moving them in 8th grade. It is cheaper to vape, but you have to look like a douchebag. No offense. Try high school high ordering pack. Deluxe ultralight menthol slims. Oh yeah, I like those. I smoke cigarettes, but I like cigars too. I like Monte Cristos, white labels. That's my thing. I agree. Newports are trash, and they're overpriced. Cools are much better. I don't even know what Moors are. Isn't that? I've never even heard of those. It must be bad. Pall Malls burn weird. I don't know what they do to them, but they burn so much slower than every other cigarette. It's creepy. That's actually a common misconception. That's what the government wants you to think. My cigarettes being menthol as well. It's 2 servings of vegetables, 1 in the tobacco, 1 in the mint. Okay, where's the ban happening or will happen? I keep hearing about this menthol ban. I've been hearing about it for years, but I'm still buying menthols. Older colored folks smoke more. All right. I love the smell of cigarettes. That's something like I don't think I've really ever heard out of anybody. Oh yeah, I do have. Somebody said I had my safety glasses on still. That is correct. Yeah, well, it depends on where I buy them. Because I live in Kansas City, right, and it's right on state line. If I buy them in Kansas, I buy L&Ms. If I buy them in Missouri, I buy Cools because cigarettes just as a base price are cheaper in Missouri, but also Missouri's cigarette tax is the lowest in the country, I believe, because it's the home of Anheuser-Busch, and what goes together better than cigarettes and beer. Well, California has basically got all the worst shit going on way before anyone else. Where to go? You tell me. That is correct. That's the money right there. Shorts, not hundreds. I don't need hundreds. Oh, the belligerent combatants here.
Yeah, that's me. Hi. I'm the big old fucking liar right here. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay. Frustrated, but I'm fine for the most part.
Did you catch that he's quitting tobacco?
Yeah, I didn't know that beforehand, but
You're like, yeah, I don't give a shit.
yeah, I don't really give a fuck. We can all be irritated and frustrated, yes, but he doesn't like to be questioned in general.
Yeah.
I don't think that has anything to do with his smokes.
Oh, I think he dipped. Yeah, that's correct. He does not like to be questioned in general, but seems like he took this one extra bad. I don't know. I know I get moody when I don't, without nicotine and fat. Like I will eat like a motherfucker.
Yeah. Well, on Sunday we had our little tiff for the first, like a real tiff. Usually
Was I there?
Agreement. Yeah.
Mm.
You eventually left, I think.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah.
And then we had a decent conversation, I thought, yesterday. And I left a comment on yesterday's streams, like in the actual comment section afterwards, where I had some time to try and figure out a way to explain what I think is going on. And you know, he's an ENFP. And you've got a lot of us trying to get him to deal with practical matters of reality. And then that also means he's got TI trickster. Mm-hmm. He has a really difficult time when it comes to fucking definitions and logic. And I think he's just projecting his shadow onto us.
I agree.
And I tried to explain it to him clearly without it, hoping that he wouldn't take it as insulting. And like 4 hours ago or sometime today, I simply said that you're super heavy up in the concept ideas, you know, abstract world, and we're just trying to get you to balance it out by coming down into the concrete, practical, you know, world. Just balance it. You don't have to exclude it or get rid of it, but come down to the specifics a little bit, because you're up here in big picture, you know, abstract land, and we need to come down a little bit, ground it.
So for those who aren't familiar with what we're talking about in Jungian cognitive psychology, personality types, basically his type has in his trickster slot, which is, it's also called the blind spot. It's would you consider it the worst one? I consider it.
It's the hardest one to develop.
It's the hardest one.
Yeah.
Like you're so bad at it in socionics, at least, which is a similar system. You're so bad at it that you don't even realize you're bad at it. And
you also kind of like don't care about it. Like what? Like
right.
It doesn't really matter in your world.
Correct. You're bad at it, and you don't care about it, and so you're blind to it. Basically, it's a non-thing for you.
Yeah.
And his type's blind spot is introverted thinking, which is valued for both of us, and it's my second one, so it's my second strongest. It's a strong one for me. Hers is actually kind of weak.
It's my child. I use it all the time. It's just not used as responsibly.
No, it is your child.
It's my child. It's my inner child. It's what I love.
I don't. That's fourth, right?
It's third.
Scott, I saw you there. I said, I typed in the back chat, hold on. I'm going to bring you up in a second. No. So yeah, anyways, so introverted thinking though. So his blind spot, assuming we have him typed right, which I think that we do, we agree. It's unanimous on a panel of 2.
Well, he even confirmed he's had that on tests just yesterday.
He has.
Yeah.
Okay. So his blind spot function is introverted thinking, which is basically deductive reasoning.
Mm-hmm. It's one big component.
Right.
And deductive reasoning and conditional thinking. It is framed around linguistics a lot and mathematics, but
I view it basically, like if you want to boil it down, I view it as the law of non self contradiction.
Yeah, I guess so. In a way, yeah. Okay.
But in order to use that sort of mathematical reasoning, you do have to have clear, distinct definitions and boundaries, right? So
Yes, because everything is maintained within that context. Because if you go outside of it, then you have to reframe the definitions and what you mean by the words. So yeah, you
right,
can't extrapolate outside of it.
right.
Yeah. Yeah.
What type is Paul?
I think he's a shadow focused ESTP, which would be your type, just he's very unhealthy.
I don't think that shadow focused is a thing necessarily.
Well, I
Actually,
just
I don't-
mean like he's
Let me
constantly in
rephrase
fight
that.
or flight.
What do you mean by shadow focused? Because what's shadow focused?
He's constantly in fight or flight mode. He's constantly on his heels. He's always in defense. Basically, he's living through the shadow. Well, okay. We're always using all 8 cognitive functions. It's not like we're just in the shadow or just in the ego. We're constantly using all of them. It's where our focus and attention and our awareness is being placed. And he is very focused on attacking people, and he is very much against forming attachments. So he still sees it as the nemesis, the introverted sensing bonding. He still sees it as the enemy. So he hasn't balanced it with his lead function to turn it into the ally. So he's basically, his shadow and ego are working against each other right now. And he's currently projecting the shadow, which is what happens when you're imbalanced. You project.
And for those who aren't don't understand what she said basically he's the same type as me, just off balance about it.
Yeah.
Which
everyone could be imbalanced.
Yeah, and which I think is correct.
Yeah.
Good evening, Queen of Swords. What up, Ragamuffin? You there? Mic check, Ragamuffin. I don't know. Are we still here for everybody? Buffering. Lovely. You're here, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. It looks like it's still streaming on the actual YouTube.
Okay.
You gotta pull that.
We'll just pull through it. Ragamuffin, are you there?
Yo, yo.
Hey, what's going on? What up?
What up?
Hello, hello.
Same shit, new day. Yourself?
Yeah, pretty much. It's been a pretty good day for me, but I dropped by just to say what up to y'all and what up, Flow State.
Right.
How you doing a live stream, brother? Just drop by to say much love, man. Yeah.
Good deal and much love to you. Yeah, I thought that I did get kicked off of Jack's panel, and I set this up, and then when I tabbed back over, I was back on the panel. But we're here now.
Yeah,
And
I was watching some of that. Lord.
You know, he claims to not like chaos, but he definitely which I don't. This is not throwing shade because I also like chaos. Everybody around here who comes to these sort of things, maybe not Sarah so much, but basically all the rest of us like chaos to a degree. I see the producer Moose down there. Producer Moose likes chaos.
It depends on the chaos. Like, I don't like when people are attacking people. Like, I have no problem with disagreements on ideas and actual discourse, but I don't like when we started calling people names. I hate that.
Why?
Why? It's Mean.
Petty.
Yeah.
See,
Mean.
when somebody starts calling me names, it makes me happy because I just won.
Well, you know, regardless if people call somebody names or not, and someone calls you a name or not, like you know, deciding whether you take that as a truth is up to you. That's the interesting thing. So many people are like, you this, you that, and the person's like, why'd you say that? And they get really upset about it. It's like, why the fuck are you getting upset about it? That person doesn't fucking know you. What does it matter? Like, it's silly. If you stand
giving-
in your own, you know what I'm saying? Like,
It's giving power to somebody else.
yeah,
That's all.
100.
You're giving away your power if you let them, you know, trigger you.
Exactly.
We're not shooting fire arrows over at Talcadia. We're just sort of like leaving shit bags outside the gate.
Oh man.
It is fun.
Arpul. I don't want to hear this shit. Arpul, you're costing me $50. What do you got going on? I'll be here a minute. You saw my last stream was 12 hours.
Was that the one you fell asleep for, though? Were you
Yeah.
asleep like 4 hours? That doesn't fucking count.
Moose, I agree, and I do. You know, like I mentioned in the little ticker. If people have super chats they want to send me, they can send it to the Cash App. I do have notifications on. I do check it, but and I get it. People like the obvious visibility, right? Like, if you send me a Cash App, I'm, you know, it's whatever. I get it. I get why people would choose super chat, but you know, you're correct in that YouTube does take a decent sized chunk. And actually, on that note, I better
40%, right?
Yeah.
I don't actually know. It's somewhere at the end of the day. It's YouTube takes something like a third of all the revenue. I think. I don't know the specifics of how.
$4
it's
out of
broken down.
$10. $4 out of $10.
Right.
That's a
So
lot.
Cash App, Venmo, those will be better.
And I do
choices for somebody
have
that wants to get-
those. I need to put them up, and I got a PayPal.
Why give away $4 for every 10?
And there's another software option that it's like a third party super chat, and it only takes 3% of each transaction. It's one of those things that I need to look at. I just haven't. It's been backburnered.
Check it. Just like drop your Cash App in the thing, and that's it. Well,
it's ticking across the bottom.
All
ticking
right,
across.
now, here's an amazing.
I'm just saying
question.
that's probably the best method. I would.
Yeah, it is. If you're American, what's up, Ragamuffin?
Here's an amazing question. So I don't know if anything like this exists. So you guys let me know. If you guys are out there, you're on the streets, you're researching, you know the things, right? So is there some type of an app that we YouTubers could use that, like, where if people decide they want to donate to it, it like provides weed for us? Like, is there some type of like a bud app type of thing that translates right to your shit? Like, how crazy would that be? Like, if that doesn't exist, somebody needs to do that. Maybe I'll do that.
Well, how do you get the weed though?
Well, I don't
There
know.
is a
Maybe it would be
YouTube
like
app.
connected with like various like online providers of such, and the people that would donate to it would be like, "Oh, I'll get him a gram of this or whatever," and then you go check the thing. I don't know. I don't know how it would totally work. I'm just saying it popped into my head, and I'm like, "That's pretty rad. That needs to be a thing. We should
Well, I
make
do
this
know
a
that
thing."
there are people. I know people who, if they need to make a drop somewhere, right? They take a fucking Uber because if you get like, it takes all the risk out of it, right? If you get pulled
Right.
over, like,
Yeah.
Are you in a state where it's legal? You have dispensaries?
I am actually in Ohio, where we just legalized cannabis fully recreationally from medical.
Really?
Yeah, it went straight to
I didn't-
it's full rec now. Yep.
I'm in Ohio,
Word.
and now it's rec.
Yes, it is.
When did that happen?
As of the 7th of November.
Really?
isn't Ohio who
Yes.
just
Wow.
put abortion in the Constitution?
Yeah, they did. Unfortunately,
You know what
that
they?
passed as well.
I mean, I don't like abortion, but the real issue with that is they backdoored in future sex change shit for kids.
Right.
The way
exactly.
that yeah, did you see the way they worded it?
Yeah, it's messed up. It's really fucked up. I
Yeah.
voted that down, and I voted up the cannabis thing. Now, get this: I have some friends that own a bakery, used to own a bakery here, and was close with them for years. I could talk about conspiratorial things, talk about things of faith, and they've been vaccinated. They've not been the same since. I hate to say, and when she asked me, my friend's wife was like, "How did you know? Well, how did you vote on issue 1, which was the abortion one?" And it's like, why do you got to ask me that? Because you know what I'm gonna say. I roll with Christ, so what the fuck do you think I'm gonna say? Right? I'm not gonna say that it's cool for human beings to play the role of God and say that they have the right to take the life of another. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna fucking say that. So I say what I say, and they don't want to hang out anymore. So it's getting real out there.
Yeah, I've lost most of my more woke friends too.
Yeah,
All of a sudden, like, you know, my Facebook started thinning out.
it is what it is. You know, I'm thankful for the wisdom, the knowledge, the understanding. But you know, it is what it is. I'm content in periods of moments and times when I'm just me and God, and just doing the thing. You know what I mean? Like,
For sure. I agree. I don't, you know, if I just try to appreciate people for what they are, not what I think they should be. And
100.
Life gets a lot easier.
Oh yes,
Boom,
yes,
boom, boom.
yes. Tempered expectations. Yep. 100, bro.
Well, it's really accepting other people for who they are, knowing that you are who you are as a result of what you've been through. That's it. And then
That as well.
when you can, when you can look at other people and be like, well, they're doing what they know. I mean, you can add guidance if you can, but you know, to judge them and belittle them for doing what they're, unless they're doing shit that you just absolutely know is wrong, you know, I mean, I don't know, what good is that?
I mean, for me, it's when, like, if somebody's doing or saying shit or like around and in front of me that I obviously disagree. Here's the thing: if I don't address it, then am I participating in it? You know, because
Truth.
that I have an issue with letting my silence support somebody's bullshit. But
Truth.
But yeah, I don't get bothered about people not living up to whatever standards I have just covert contracted them into in my own mind. I'm not going to snafu snaps them.
I don't think anybody can do snafu except him.
I mean, that's
He's
exactly what he
scared.
does. That's why he gets mad at everybody. Tommy does the same
Well-
thing, but not as bad. Snafu runs around telling people that why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Blah 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 blah. You're only in it for the money and clout. Like, bro, I don't answer to you on anything.
You're right, and he's standing on his own truth, and he's trying to make a difference in the world. So
I don't believe that's
respect
true.
that.
I don't think that's true at all.
Yeah, he is. He's trying to
I know
bring
that
out,
he says he
to
is.
the light.
Look, he's not going to make everybody has to know that by running around and bitching at people on panels and freaking out and making a lot of noise and being a douchebag, you're not impacting anything. You're just venting. He's just trying to make himself feel better about whatever he's angry about. That's it.
Well, in my view, he's doing what anybody here is trying to do, and he's taking action on it, and that's respectable. So,
I mean, if your glass is half full.
I think he's trying to talk.
Who's trying to talk?
Aaron. He turned off his.
go
Oh
ahead.
no.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Oh, it just looks like it was.
Yeah, I
moved.
unmuted, but only if I had something to say.
God, I would hate to own any sort of thing that had breakfast. I wouldn't want to do any food service. I don't like food service shit. It's gross.
I think the breakfast joints actually have the highest profit though, like the highest profit margins when it comes to food. At least they used to. The cost of eggs have drastically gone up, as well as bacon and sausage. So that may not be true
A
anymore.
bud and breakfast would be dope. I really like that. The producer moves. That's a fantastic idea. Actually, I have a dream of doing a cannabis infused coffee spot. Envision this, folks. Coffee infused cannabis.
You're
Right?
going both ways.
I don't even know. Okay, exactly. You are. But like, so what if it was like a fresh cup of coffee with like a tincture added, maybe? I don't know how this would be done entirely, but this is the vision, right? And this would be a place where you could enjoy both, the best of both worlds, separately and together. Also, I want to do an herbal shop that just medicinal, natural remedies all around the board for folks. For all all of your healing needs. Go ahead.
What about flavored mushrooms instead of tasting like poop?
They got that, my brother. That's already a thing. Did you not know about the chocolate bars, the psilocybin chocolate bars that exist? It's a thing.
Well, I'm talking about the actual mushrooms.
Oh, well,
You like
probably
infuse
those as
them
well.
with like an oil, and that like lavender
So they don't
lavender mushrooms or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Something to take away the general nastiness of the natural aroma, if you will. Yeah, for sure. I feel you on it.
Hey, I want to thank the person who just donated. Somebody found the Cash App. I appreciate it. I'm not gonna dox you or say who you are unless you're cool with it. But I'm gonna default towards privacy on that one. But thank you for the donation. 0% taxed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
Blessings. And actually, about that, there's something earlier when Cynthia brought up how people need to stop sort of shaming the money thing and expecting things for free out of content creators. I agree with her, but more out of there's a pragmatic point that wasn't brought up, and the conversation then moved on before I addressed it. But there's literally an opportunity cost for everybody, right? We all have to survive, and that takes money, and everything takes time. So literally, the more content you want out of somebody, if you can justify the time by relieving the other burdens people have in their lives, it frees up more time for content. So I don't know. That's neither here nor there really, but it is a point that I think is, and really that's what that's what ultimately I view all economic transactions as. It's everybody's got an opportunity cost. So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 100.
Mm-hmm.
I plan on starting some live streams at some point. And I got the Machine Lies gonna join me, and I'd like to have you on sometime, Flow State. I think that'd be really dope, bro.
I'd be down. Oh, and leave your link in the back chat, because I put everybody who joins. I link them in the description box after we're done. I don't think
word.
I'm subscribed to you. Maybe I am. I'm not sure. But leave it back there anyways, just so that I make sure I have it.
Oh, will do, man. Yeah.
Do you
Does
do
that-
you have videos? Do you have content?
I just have like 10 videos so far, and just some creative stuff that I've done with video editing and some music and some of my own rhymes. But I plan on putting forth a lot more content. I'm going to have a variety of truth related content, faith based stuff, music, and I plan on having musicians and artists as well as truthers. And, I kind of want to do a variety of stuff. I want to do something that's really interesting and captivating, and I want to have something that each time people come through, they learn something new and they take something cool away. You know what I'm saying? And anything I can do to bring that forward for people, that's what I want to do. I also want to be able to do things for people and show results, and but not for me that like, look what I did, because I don't want to take any credit for any type of shit. It's not, everything good that comes from me, I'm always giving God credit for it. Like, that's how I roll. So I try to stay humble as I can and not be a shithead and contribute to the world of problems. But like, yeah, I wanna have, like, I got the music aspect. I'm a musician, I'm an artist, and so I bring a lot of that to the table, and so I want to have a lot of variety. And I thought that'd be kind of cool, because most of the truther channels, everybody has their like area that they're concentrated on, and everybody's really good at what they do. And I want to kind of bring a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and hopefully have something really cool and interesting to talk about, dealing with natural, taking care of oneself, farming, all, the whole 9 yards, just like everything, this and that, current events, music related, up and coming, this and that. Like,
Sounds like you don't want to limit yourself.
I don't, but
which is exactly what I hate. The hardest question for me to answer is when people ask what my channel's about.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't fucking know.
Well, I love the name of your channel mostly because it's what I get into when I'm doing music. When I do music, I get into what I call the flow state. So like, I feel the music, I feel the beat, and then
I wish that I was more of a musician. I should really learn to play something else besides I can play drums, but like,
oh, there you go.
But I don't know, music, it's like the only thing I think that activates both hemispheres of your brain.
Word, yeah.
It's interesting because it's mathematical and emotional, and I don't understand how that works, right? Like, why would that be that way?
I don't think I fully understand it, and for
I don't know
years,
if anybody does.
I suppressed it. Like, I suppressed any musical talent that I had just because of the trauma from childhood, and like, it took a while for me to realize that I could sing, rhyme, and that I had a voice to do so. And so it's all new to me, and that whole aspect of all of that, the mathematics and stuff, like, it's weird as shit. It's like crazy. But like, if it somehow makes sense, and it's like it all comes together. And you know what? I was listening to this Johnny Cash interview recently, and it took the pressure off of me, because I was like, there was one specific day where I was really pressuring the shit out of myself, and I'm like, you need to get something accomplished today, God damn it. And I'm really giving myself holy shit. And I listened to him talk about how someone was like, can you just write a song right away? He's like, oh, no, I can't just write a song. He's like, I might have to go off to the woods and be by myself for a while, and then maybe later at night, maybe. He's like, I got to go be by myself and be with God. He's like, that's how it works. And then the inspiration comes. And I was like, dude, that's deep. I appreciate that. It takes the pressure off, because you know what? Even at whatever you do in life, whether it's artistry or it's you work for some corporation or someone, or you work for yourself, whatever it is that you do, you can easily pressure yourself, or someone else can pressure you, and you end up being in this like rat race, and then it leaves the organic and the being in the moment or the flow state, and you end up just being in this, trying to fit into this thing, right? And so I'm trying each day to just kind of let go a little bit more and let things be, and things are like coming together, man. The pieces to the puzzle, they're flowing easier that way. I'm not swimming upstream, I'm flowing with it easier. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, sometimes we're our own worst enemy.
Right. I think that people are maximize their well-being when being creative in some way. And if you're in the rat race working for somebody else, you're not being creative, you're being obedient.
Yep, 100. All right,
What
well, I'm
kind of
gonna
music?
hop off, man. I gotta charge the phone, man, and all that jazz. I appreciate
Hey,
you
thanks
all,
for
man.
coming up. Don't forget to leave
Yeah.
your thing backstage.
Oh yeah, 100. I'll do that right now. Yep.
Right on.
What's going on, Flo? I was just going to ask him what kind of music he does. I'm assuming
Well,
reggae, Rasta, maybe not.
Yeah, actually, I sing. So I do a variety. Actually, reggae. Singer, songwriter, folk. And then I rhyme. I think
And
I'm
you're
probably
on
the best at the rhyming. Kind of
Oh, yeah?
But yeah.
You're a word wizard?
I'm a word wizard, as it were.
I'm more of a wordsmith. I'm more of a wordsmith. I've written.
word to your mother.
What's that?
Said word to your mother.
Dude, you never heard my lyrics, boy. Or Flo.
I
You don't
appreciate
know.
music and musicians, but
I've
nothing
heard your words.
nothing
What
makes
do
me
you-
quite as uncomfortable as when somebody says, "Hey, do you want to hear my band?"
You want to hear me sing to you? You want to hear me sing to you?
My answer to that is always, "Sure, I'll listen to it, but not with you here watching me."
No,
Yeah. You're more worried about giving the feedback that you might fucking think it sucks.
And here's it normally does suck. I'm not gonna lie. Most people's like, "Hey, you want to hear my band shtick?" Sucks. So, and I'm cool with that. You have to suck before you don't suck, right? So I don't want anybody to just stop doing their shit, but at the same time, like, no part of me wants to sit here for 4 minutes and fake smile along with the song.
Dude, I can just say,
no doubt.
What
I
you
think
say?
I got some good. I think I got some good rhymes. I put one of them up in the chat, and I put the the lyrics to it. What this one song "War" I wrote in like 41 seconds, and it all came to me. But it's all truth related, and it's pretty dope.
Nice.
41 seconds.
41 seconds. Yeah, I fit it all in. We're at war in the matrix. Sick of this fake shit. I'm praying for patience, not for paychecks. I got mad respect for the higher intellect. Constant reflect on all the conflict. This is a spiritual war we up in, and with the Savior's help, we're gonna win. They speaking lies about a ball without a rim, spilling in a million miles an hour. That just makes me grin. Psyops mind control to the masses. Got the whole world looking through dirty glasses, fumbling, bumbling like babies teaching classes. They need new Pampers and someone to wipe their asses. Catch this, a spiritual kiss that brings wisdom, power, knowledge, and bliss, righteousness. So it is what it is. Now handle your biz.
That took you more than 41 seconds to say it.
Yeah, but it fit into that. It was so great. It fit in so perfectly, right into this beat that I found that just lined up. Oh my gosh!
You put so it took longer to write it. It's just that it fits in 41 seconds.
Exactly.
Okay.
But I
because I've written some 10 minutes and 15-minute songs that have turned out like fucking inspired. Like, where the hell did that come from? But I've never written anything in 41 seconds. Although I did solve a Rubik's Cube in 43 seconds, and the kid that beat me, little Asian kid, did it in 39 seconds. Was like at the time just a few seconds off the world's record, and I was so pissed that he beat me.
He was probably trying to solve the Rubik's Cube, and you were trying to get it out of the package.
Yeah, no, I was actually very quick on that thing. A kid Oh man, that's another story.
I-
I may mention that tomorrow.
I'm just giving you shit. I hate Rubik's cubes because they're
Hey,
just
since
frustrating. They're just frustrating, but you get committed to it, right? And then at the end, what is your reward? It's just all the cut side. There's no reward for all that
dude,
frustration.
we used to break them fuckers apart and put Vaseline in them so they'd move quicker.
I hate
I mean,
those
that's
things.
this,
It's just a frustration square.
But
There's a-
hey, well,
You can watch some videos to learn the patterns once you know what to do. I can't ever remember it unless I just did it, but
yeah, it's right, left, face, front, face, left, right, left, left. It's if you put it in my hand, I can still do it about halfway, but it's slow. It's not, I've lost it. But before Rasta goes, and Flow State, you're in Kansas. Mind fucked, you're out of Kansas, but from Kansas. And Robbie, when I was 17, the violinist from Kansas, the band, he and I wrote something that's kind of about the government and shit and what we shouldn't trust. So this is very old, but it's poignant. Drive-through tellers, credit cards, all our sellers selling hard, and you better believe you can bank on that. If you're selling, buying too, you should know they're going to run you through, and you better believe you can bank on that. You see, there's computers on the line. It's apps scheming all the time. They're there to take your money. Believe me, honey, you can bank on that. You see, they know just what to do. They make you think they're helping you, but that's not what they're there to do. Bank on that.
Speaking of bank,
That's what's up. I like that. Thank you, dude.
how do you
Right
class
on.
it? Poetry slams? Is this what they do?
Yeah. Thank you. That is very, beatnik. That is very beatnik. Thanks.
And I want to thank the next person who just hit my Cash App with a comment that says "for poop emoji." So,
Hey, Flow State,
My
that's the first
pleasure.
time that's been heard by anybody, and that was written part and parcel. It's in the notebook in Robbie's hand by me and him, line for line, back and forth. A couple other songs as well. So
that's badass.
you
That's
heard
the
it here
time
first.
Right on. Well, I appreciate you sharing that.
Nobody's heard that.
That was legit, bro. Yeah, for sure.
So that is straight up some fucking right out of Kansas, right out of Lawrence, Kansas. Actually, he was born in. Here's his story. You want to hear something nobody knows about Robbie? Most people know he was adopted. I don't think anybody knows what his name was on his birth certificate. I found that son of a bitch in his closet, cleaning up his house.
What were you doing in his closet?
I literally was adopted by him, cleaning up the office at one point. And I don't know. I may have found it, or I may have found it and showed somebody else, but maybe his wife showed it to me at one time. I don't
I'm glad
know.
that you're out of the closet now.
Yeah.
Did you find empty canisters of propane by the closet?
Yes, I did. I love that
Maybe-
voice, man.
Do you think
Hank.
if Snafu Snaps came out of the closet, he would be less hateful and angry?
I think if Snafu Snaps would smoke some fucking weed, he'd be less fucked up and angry.
That part.
Get that boy some cannabis. Get him some damn edibles. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on now.
He might need to microdose.
That's half these people's problem on here, man. They're on the wrong thing, man. Somebody needs to take their caffeine away from them, their meth, their whatever else thing they got that's hopping them up, and they need to smoke some damn weed and sit down. Sit on the couch.
You
and
don't
have a
think that meth
conversation.
will chill them out and make them happier?
I think they think that it will. And then they
I don't know if
they
anybody
get on
thinks
that
that it will.
treadmill, that fast ass treadmill. Going the other direction. Shit, I don't know what to think about some of these characters that come on some of these panels, man. It gets real out here, man. It's like the Wild Wild West. I've been observing.
The title I originally had down for this video was something about bringing your baggage to the metaverse. Because that's what I think about the people on these panels. Seriously.
Yeah.
It's where people come with their baggage and then let it play out on strangers, pseudo strangers. I guess you get to know people, but and outside of their real life where the collateral damage could be significant. Speaking of collateral damage, welcome, Jack.
And carrying baggage.
Right? What do you think about that? Do you think that my theory, am I onto something?
I think you are. I think you are. Hey, I'm here with Humble Pie, Sarah, Flo.
Flo, you called it.
Well, in reflection, and you know, I don't know that I caught everything, but I heard Ragamuffin. I think it was him. He reminded me about now, present. When we're grounded and present, we can stay kind and understanding and loving. And I lost track of the energies earlier.
Yeah, we know it's cool. It happened before; it'll happen again, and it's for all of us. Maybe
Is that what they call spurging?
I don't know if that was a proper spurg. It wasn't neurotic and loud enough.
It wasn't helpful. Right?
It was
Well, I mean, unless it depends on what outcome you're looking for. If you're bringing your baggage to the metaverse, then maybe.
it was your panel. It was your outcome. It depends
here's
on
the
what
thing,
you
though.
wanted.
I don't think anybody could convince me that going on a panel and fighting with somebody you don't know in the real life, I don't think anybody could convince me that that is not a reasonable way of dealing with frustration compared to alternatives.
You said it a roundabout way, but I think I agree. Yeah. It's the panels it's a way of release, of dealing with frustration. Why not? It could be, there's a lot worse choices that could be made.
I find it a catch-22 though. I literally look at it as these panels have attracted some high-minded individuals, and we're fucking blowing it and giving it up by getting into these little petty-ass fucking bullshit, carrying on for no good dad. I'll tell you what you're blowing. Go on.
Hey, Scott.
Speaking of blowing, hi, Joe. Hi, Steve.
I was going to say, speaking of
Scott,
mistakes.
Yes, Joe, what's up, brother?
You one of the main contributors of that drama shit. You the first motherfucker to jump in when someone do something crazy, man. You're not complaining, are you?
Only once.
All right, man.
I'll get over it.
Well, stop complaining. I'll be happier, motherfucker. I'm doing well, man. I've been working like a dog, and I've been killing it. I was on a streak.
I'm not out here trying to make you happy, though. You know that.
You should be.
Hey, when you send me some of that good Chicago Chi-Town fucking green, maybe I'll consider it. Oh wait, there's no Chi-Town green. Actually, your state's open for fucking business with that, isn't it?
You don't want to. Joe Cool's got that weed. You got to smoke the bowl from the bottom. I joke.
He might be dying. He took way too big of a hit.
I'm gonna be quiet, man. I wanted to hear you cats, man. I'm gonna be quiet. I didn't hear nothing. I totally forgot. I'm sorry. I guess
Jack came in and look at all the ruckus he drug with him.
Is Eli, the auditor, just now? No, don't worry about Eli. He's an auditor in New York. You guys didn't see it. Don't worry about it. All right, good. It does. Yeah, somebody else got it.
But hey, I don't. Salty said earlier something about shrooms not working anymore.
It don't work for me anymore.
How much have you tripped?
Right.
How much? In the past, I've tripped a ton.
I've probably actually only done it like 5 or so times.
Joe, you know you can't go get him on the fucking grocery aisle, right?
Oh, I'm in Colorado. This shit's legal. Everybody got grocery bags of that shit, bro.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
that sounds like a dangerous place.
I can't.
Apparently not. This mushrooms don't even make the trip.
I can't see how, if you had enough, that they wouldn't.
I was unalive. Funny you should say that. I took a big Ziploc freezer bag of that shit and started eating about a handful because I kept going up and I couldn't trip. I say tonight I'm gonna do it, and I just end up getting sick and throwing up on the live all night. That shit. But I mean, I was eating. You would have died behind that shit. I didn't feel nothing but nauseated. That morning I was still sick.
That's a public announcement for people who want to lose weight.
Bulimia?
Oh. Correct.
Amphetamines.
Anorexia.
Gas chamber.
Thank you, Steve. Making it rain.
Rat poison.
I gotta get an audio thing or a little clip, you know.
Right, right. Get professional, Flo.
I know. I gotta. Where's my producer?
Pay them taxes, bitch.
Hey, I'll pay it. And guess what? I'll deduct some things too. What do you think? Do you think that this space that I do streams in is like half of my house? Probably.
I'm in a spare bedroom.
I'm in our bed, the master bed. Although this isn't actually a master bedroom. Our house is built weird in like 3 different phases. So there's like 2 family rooms, and this is one of them that we turned into a bedroom. Put a door up.
Spare. When someone says spare to me, it's questionable.
Why? What's it mean in the UK?
It means like if you got a spare bedroom in the UK, like you got to pay bedroom tax.
In your own house?
Mm-hmm.
Tax for what? Like, do you rent it out?
If you got a spare bedroom in your house, right, you got to pay bedroom tax.
If you got a spare wife, do you have to pay the same?
How do they know?
Is that like a luxury tax?
They know where you are, nigga. Jesus. you don't really know where you are?
No, I'm saying, how do they know if you have a spare room?
Because they know where you are, nigga. Are you stupid? Like, Jesus.
Most of us are.
I don't understand ebonics. I'm just trying to talk to you, bro.
I mean, I call the government and be like, yo, I got a spare bedroom, tax me. Is that what he's saying?
Right.
Yeah, be more
all right,
Simon, and your response.
All right, if you want clearance, I don't think you want clearance because, every time I try to provide clearance, like people.
Why? Don't nobody care about your fucking.
All right, I'll say. All right, do you want me to say something? Do you say something?
Wow, you say
that the U.S. is pretty weak,
but
Britain's
say something. I'll say something.
You're gonna talk over.
All right, cool. If you want to say something, I'll say something.
I was saying the U.S. is really weak, but Britain's even weaker, paying $68 million to the royal family to rule over them. That's
right. That's pimping.
That's probably why you're paying for a spare room.
You want to pay $6.8 million to get that nasal shit out your nose, nigga.
Yeah,
it's like, what the fuck? Like, what are you talking about, bro? It's like, Jesus Christ. What? Sort your health out first.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Fucking the truth.
Let's breathe and talk. Let's breathe and talk.
Nothing but pure truth. That's what these panels are. That's what I came here to do. I came here to destroy the fallacy that there's truth on panels.
No, but I got to ask the question.
I think people have seen some of that.
Hold on. One at a time. Who's going first, Simon or Smith?
Garfunkel.
All right, Smith. I think that's you. Well, Simon was talking first. Let's let Simon go first, and then Smith.
So
you had a question.
Yeah, I mean, what was your question? It was about, something to do with something. I don't know.
He was looking at Jack stretch. He was like, "Look at Dak. He's an old man stretching it up."
Smith, you ready for?
You guys are gay, man. Stop that shit.
Something wrong with you, Steve.
Well, you were all watching him stretch. I mean, Jesus Christ.
You guys are in the gym, fucking watching this shit. What?
Feels good.
Yo, go to the next guy because I don't know about these.
All right. His question was, how do they know that about the crib? How do they know that these niggas have a spare bedroom? I have some answers. I
Yeah,
don't want to
that was
assume
it. That was it. That was
yours.
it. Okay,
Yeah, what
yeah,
that motherfucker said. Yeah.
yeah. That was it. That was it. Okay, so what is this? If you've ever worked in governmental sort of positions,
Yep.
like we map you out. So, like everything you do and everything you work on, everything like we got that whole mapped out. So we can actually sort of locate you and understand where you're at and what you're doing.
We
And
know that,
And
so we
Greg,
don't pull permits.
okay.
and they also do that TV shit. So they literally got people out on the streets every day going to houses. So they nosy as fuck. If they couldn't find out easily, they'd have a motherfucker on the street. I see them have people looking in your windows to see if you got a TV on. I mean, if you'll do that, motherfucking addition ain't shit.
Hey,
That's
for
a good
many years,
point.
I've been in real estate, and I can't tell you how many times I put houses on the market that literally were listed as 3 bedrooms on the tax rolls, and they were 4 fucking bedroom houses. People added room, changed the
Right.
den into a room, made a closet
Yeah.
into it, and considered it full room, but don't want to fucking add the money on the taxes by reporting it.
Exactly.
Right.
So my
I
first
feel
point
you.
kind of leads me to the reason why I clicked on here. Did anybody see who made the cover of GQ's Man of the Year? Anybody?
Yes, and that's unfucking
Yo,
believable. What's wrong with that picture? She's sucking on a Cheeto finger too.
No, the point
I
is
didn't.
no, the point is that it's a
yo,
woman. Because what is a
GQ is a
woman? No,
gay
it's what is, excuse
magazine,
me,
bro.
Simon.
What?
You said go to the next guy, Simon. Excuse me. So here I am.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, he said guy in fairness though.
GQ is a gay magazine, bro. I mean,
Yeah.
what you
My
dealing
point
with?
was it's
Gay
calling it the Man
quarterly.
of the Year. So where's the man?
Yeah, facts.
Who was the
Yeah.
man? Of
So
the year?
shouldn't
GQ?
Sarah be talking right now?
Always a man.
I'm not even
Who
rage
was
quitting. I'm
it?
just done with the
You
panels. I'm
guys
not going
out
to be talked
here,
over.
so
You have no
I have to
information.
Google it. Who
Is
was
that
the man of
Jacob
the year on
Eller or
GQ?
Kim Kardashian.
whoa,
Kim Kardashian was man
yo,
of the year of GQ.
Fucking
yeah,
on the cover, dude. Sucking on her thumb with a Cheeto fucking thumb.
So did they change it from man of the year to person of the year or something?
No, man of the year. She's I mean, come on. In wrestling, you have Becky Lynch. She's the man.
I feel
This
like
is
y'all
just going
trolling me, bro.
sideways, man. This is we're getting trolled. Come on. We're
I
getting
feel like
trolled as a
y'all
fucking as
trolling me.
humanity.
Has
We're
it
trolling
always
humanity.
like are they using the word like you said a person like mankind or is it truly a male?
Did they change it? Right. The word is giving blah blah blah. All right. Man of the year. Was she one of them? Just because she on the cover?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's
it's
strong
not.
proof already. That's pretty
This
big
is the Men
already.
of the Year
I love
issue.
Kim Kardashian. I love me some Kim Kardashian.
Yeah, her mom sold her
Oh
to the
yeah,
devil.
they
Tycoon of
say
the
it's
Year.
man of the year. Yeah, they gave it to her. Yeah.
She's been named Tycoon of the Year.
It's the world we're living in.
It said man of the year as well, right?
Yeah, I
The
read
cover.
Yes,
It's the
she
Man of the
has
Year
man.
issue.
It's the
It's the
Men
Man
of
of
the
the
Year
Year
issue.
issue.
No, I thought it literally
Also,
said Kim
Kardashian
Kardashian has
is
been
the
named
man
man of the year. Yeah, I thought I read that.
Right, but if you look at if you pay attention, she won the Tycoon of the Year in the Men of the Year edition. So she didn't technically win.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that for us.
I don't know.
So
I
that's
think
how they
it's actually
tricked
ranking
everybody.
number
Shit.
one. That's how I read it.
She's Man of the Year.
Yep.
Here's
They
I
pushing
guess
the narrative. It's the
that
narrative.
was what they were trying to do, right? That trans.
They want
chick
little
got
boys
right
to
now,
feel pretty.
I just thought they were trying to be edgy, out edge the next motherfucker. I don't know if they was.
They want little girls
Maybe
to feel strong.
Maybe they. I don't know if they. Every motherfucker got a shit agenda, man. I swear I can't see a fucking Pampers commercial without
Who's
one of my
Jacob
friends
Elordi?
saying it's a fucking agenda.
A plant.
I don't know who these people are. I don't care about them either.
Yeah, I couldn't pick the sisters out of the crowd.
So tell us about some numbers with that, Nubs. Oh, Nubs is gone. I thought it was Nubs that brought that up, the Man of the Year.
So what's a douchebag?
What's a douchebag?
You don't know what a douchebag is?
Nope.
Do you know what a douche is?
Nope.
Okay, hold
Okay.
on. Nobody. What do you? here.
Wait. Are you having a glitch or something? I mean, is something going on with your robotic sort of understanding?
Flow State was trying to figure out a way to help you with this.
No, I said something quite clear. I was like, "Yo, what is a douchebag?"
And I'm looking for a video that we can watch too.
Click.
Well, apparently, when you search douchebag,
Doesn't actually give you.
It's got to give you a picture.
Nothing. Google ain't on that shit.
It's got to give you a picture of a person.
I think that you got to go to Urban Dictionary for douchebag.
Yeah, I respect everyone on the panel. Just to be clear.
Just search Summer's Eve, Flo. You'll be all right.
Hey, Flo, when you get a chance, the Urban Dictionary, search "blow me, baby." The Urban Dictionary.
No.
Bring up a picture of Joe Cool.
No.
Yes.
No. That ain't all women are capable of. I'm just saying. Blow.
what was the other thing you didn't? Oh, you didn't know what. Last time you came on, you didn't know what tribbing was.
I don't know shit.
I don't know what tripping is. What is
You
tripping?
don't watch enough lesbian porn, then.
I don't watch
I don't
enough
watch
internet.
porn, so yeah, if it's porn related, I won't know anything.
Hold on, I'll send you
You
some
are
links. Hold on a
a
second.
douchebag. That's right. A douchebag.
It's a thing that women can use to hose out their vaginas.
The tripping or douche?
Are you saying it's the douche? It's the douche?
Cynthia, come back.
I had to rearrange my office.
Women need
I'm
to
actually
educate
up here
us.
just to look at my backdrop.
What?
And I don't like it because you can't see all the colors in the rainbow.
What?
Yeah, you can. I mean, not as clearly, but I actually like it better because you're squared off to it.
Yeah,
She's
I got a
pushing an
second desk
agenda, bro.
because I got another computer. I'm gonna play.
Yep.
So I had
She's-
to.
She's pushing that Kim Kardashian.
She's pushing that GQ magazine shit. She's part
This
of
is
them.
a color film strip. This is actually a carpet that somebody
Can't
knit.
trick
I'm
me.
just trying to understand the lady.
It was
With the
made in
rainbow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Simon, do you see the question for you? Do you know what a queef is?
What the fuck?
Maybe as a leprechaun in the Irish stream. I don't know, man.
Have you ever done kegels, Simon?
I've done
Wow.
a lot of things, but I don't know what
Not
that is.
kegels. You've done kegels? No.
Yeah, I said I've done a lot of things, but I don't know what that is.
Oh, okay.
Only the ladies, bro. I keep my shit secret.
Your Kegel exercises?
He keeps them secret.
Speaking of, if you've never had a chick sneeze during sex,
I
you gotta get her full on coughing.
greatest shit in the world. I'll bring Pepper to the bedroom, bro.
It's like a 12 gauge Kegel blast.
Sorry, I don't mean to do that, man. Come back on, bro. Cynthia, I like your background, man, and you look kind of sexy. So
Thank you.
Come back on.
I'm always multitasking when I'm up
Yeah.
on these panels. Hey, Flo, why did you ask that question earlier? Do we think that stars cruise the YouTube streets? What made you? Because of Cage.
Oh, and the title of the video?
Mm-hmm.
Because Cage, Mitch, and me have doppelgangers that are celebrities. I think that my doppelgangers are definitely the least impressive. I mean, Mitch is
celebrities.
I released a video earlier today that I'll show you the thumbnail and you'll get it. Because have you seen Cage?
Yeah, I know Cage. Yeah,
he
looks like Ricky.
I don't know if I could pick him out of a crowd, but I know when I'm talking to him.
Jesus Christ.
He looks like Ricky from Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah, I think he's a smart dude. I think he says good shit.
I hate how many different things you have to click to get a share screen up here.
Yeah.
For some reason, Cage's voice doesn't match his fucking look to me.
That's what Cage looks like. Huh? Is that what Cage looks like?
Look at look under Jack on the left.
Hold on.
Yep.
Jack on
You
the
look
left.
like you got a jacket from a fresh shop. But Jesus Christ. I mean, what's kind of
Okay, all right. I'm zooming in. All right. I would have thought he was different looking. Okay.
Yeah, it's
looks just like him.
Looks just like him. And here I'll back up some to like right there.
Yeah. So all right, I get you.
But his voice does not match his look, and it's weird.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
And I haven't heard him talk while his face is on camera.
And then where's Mitch looks like Jonathan Davis, wherever that is.
I don't know what that is either.
Yeah, here we go.
I guess you're right.
That's
oh my God, that really does.
That does.
Right.
I thought that was what does yours look like?
Oh, well, I thought that I looked like Rex Kwon-Do, the instructor from Napoleon Dynamite.
Oh yeah.
I love that movie. Why didn't I think? Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, okay.
Here's someone said. I think Jeebus said that I look like. Hold on, it'll come up here on the screen in a second.
Flow State, you're gonna have to go down to the basement and get Jack.
Scott Hall from the NWO.
There you go. Flo, you're gonna have to go down to the basement and get Jackson my picture out.
Oh, that's the other cat.
That's who I said I look like.
He ain't got no hair on his face, man.
But yeah, actually, and this. So the thumbnails, Scott Hall, I look a lot more. I think that I look more like him in the thumbnail than I do in this clip. But I chose this clip just to fuck with people because here, we'll play it with the audio.
You just meant celebrity lookalikes.
You talked about money, and you're right. Between me and you,
I don't know.
It's all about the Benjamins.
Thank you.
What's with the one strand of hair?
Don't ask silly questions. It's how wrestlers rock their shit. Who knows? What's with grown men strutting around in underwear? We don't know.
The Superman curl.
Yeah, Christopher Reeve curl.
Moose, did you put a link? Okay. Let's see. Moose put a link backstage. What are we looking at here? Oh my gosh, this looks like something I'll love.
Hey, I got a question for you, Kat. So when we get a chance.
Okay. Do you want to ask your question before or after?
No, it's gonna last forever. The question is, what are rights and do we have rights? It's gonna go on forever.
Okay, it will go on forever. We'll come back to it.
I haven't been on panel with Joe in a while. I miss all his questions.
You just missed me hitting on you.
Joe.
What the what? Is that real? Real enough, ain't it? Nice. Whoa.
Jesus. What is he whipping around?
Dildos.
Really?
Oh my god!
Oh my god! That's the longest fucking dildo.
That was a good shot.
Damn. 7-pound dildo.
Are they gonna replay it again?
What was your question, Joe?
Did you lose any cheese?
Hey, let me see the beginning of it. It looked like the guy got stunned in the beginning too.
That's rude. That is rude.
All right. Rights.
Nice producer Moose.
What are rights? And everybody, at least multiple people, please
Hold
get
on.
an answer.
Before we leave the dildos, I actually had a buddy in high school and college who carried. I think we were in college. No, we were in high school. He carried around for about a year one of those long fucking dildos in the trunk of his car 4 fights, and he'd pop it in the front of his car and pull it out and hit motherfuckers with it. Because that thing, yeah, you could do some damage with one of those, and it's insulting.
Yes, on to boot, right? Yeah.
All right, carry on with your adult question.
Your adult question.
What are rights?
Joe, it's pretty simple. When you're driving down the road and you turn the blinker up, you go to the right. All right. If you put your hand,
don't. You go to the left. Oh no,
okay,
you're right. I just put it in park.
Okay, you exactly. So going back, if you're standing in the back of the car, do you know what the letter L is? Okay. If you put your hands out in front of you,
the joke is good. It's over.
Okay. Fair enough. I'll take the question though if nobody else wants to.
I think you owe me that, motherfucker, for having to listen to that nonsense.
Stop that motherfucker stuff. Rights are God-given, unalienable. They are.
I'm gonna ask you to back that up. Anybody else got another short answer like that?
A right is whatever you can have, really.
It's what you were born with.
Find that.
Very
find
precise.
that.
Very
It's what you were
precise.
born with, and the only thing that goes against your rights is if somebody causes loss, injury, or harm. That's it.
Right. Anybody else? And then I want examples of these rights.
Well, everybody else can go. I want to come back around to me though.
Okay, I got you.
I think Jack. Anybody else can answer their short answers?
I think
Looks like everybody Googling right now. It looks like
I am. I was looking at the exact definition of what it was.
I want y'all to help me. So to me, rights are something to like even the playing field. Like if I go to court, I have the right to attorney. If I can't have one's going to be given to me. That's my right.
Okay.
So the playing field could be even.
Can you answer already, Scott? You got to let everybody else get a shot.
Your right is to be who you are, so long as you're not affecting somebody else in a negative way. As long as you're not causing loss, injury, or harm. That's your right. Anybody's right.
All right, Flo, dude, what were you thinking, Flo?
I think that I don't think there's a single definition because there's different contexts. I think a legal right is obviously what's written down as our legal rights. And I think that really a human right is something that we have that cannot be taken away from us. And that does not, it would confer an obligation. Yeah, something that we have that can't be taken. I don't know. I don't know about that one. But I think that there are
Would you like to hear the literal definition?
I really wasn't interested in the first part that Flo said, what they consider rights, your right to free speech, redress the government and all of that stuff. I was more interested in going in a direction. But yes, I am absolutely interested in hearing the definition.
The true definition of this version of right, right, is a moral or legal entitlement to have or obtain something or to act in a certain way.
That's dope. I like that one. There's another one.
Well, yes, but it's not this context that you're using.
Interesting. They can look like they combine both. Right? I was liking, I think his name's LIG, because that's where I'm going with rights toward is it's going to end up in morality somewhere. And it's interesting. And I think it's totally different from that legal nonsense. And they use morality. They molded both. That interests me.
But I mean, morally, do you have the right to say reasonable search and seizure? Maybe it's arguable, but it's subjective. Do you have the right to free speech? In both cases, yes, you do, because nobody can stop you from speaking. They can threaten you. They can punish you after the fact, but literally your right to speak or communicate cannot be taken away.
With that, then you have the right to kill somebody, and they can stop you after the fact.
How do you
stop you before the fact? Rights.
I'm just saying that with that
philosophy
reasoning, you're saying that you have the right to, But the fact of the matter is, there's only one rule, and that is the golden rule, and that is do no harm. That's it. Everything else you have the right to
golden
do.
rules
You
do
have
unto
the right.
others.
Yeah, that's not the golden rule, and that's not the only rule, and I don't even think that's
it is
the best
the only
rule.
rule. Yeah.
No, it's not.
It's the only rule.
What about the platinum
And the golden rule? The golden rule says
I want the silver rule.
Do unto others as they would have you do unto them is the platinum rule, and I think it's a much better one than doing what you would want.
Did you just say do unto others as you would have them do unto them?
do unto you.
Right, that's the way it's supposed to be. I think Flo may have messed it up a little.
Maybe
Flo got it. I thought you got it right, Flo.
Okay, what I'm saying is Jack Talcott might want to go eat vegan food, but that doesn't mean that I would appreciate Jack Talcott giving me vegan food.
Does he have a right to vegan food if you can go in there and take it from him while he's eating? Does he still have a right to it?
I think he has an ethical right or a moral right, but I don't think that he doesn't have a legal right.
Here's the problem with rights. If you don't know what your rights are, they're non-existent. You have no rights. Period.
We're trying to define them now, bro.
Yeah.
Right. Well, listen, that's what I'm trying to help you with. When it comes to this government, we have what are considered God-given, unalienable rights: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
What are they?
Let's test
life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness.
Let's start with the First Amendment. You have 5 elements to the First Amendment. Freedom of speech,
religion,
right?
Okay, you're going into the Constitution. Can I say something about this? Because these are protections. These are the governing bodies that are protections for our rights. These aren't our rights. These are the protections.
Oh, I thought
you
said
can't
the
move
rights
the
were those
goalposts around
listed.
that much, Scott. You just said, and then you change. Yeah,
Life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness are our rights.
Just those, not the ones listed in the First Amendment. Or that what
The
you
First
were saying?
Amendments are governance, they're orders, they're protections. I don't consider them rights. No,
Okay, very
Bill of
good. So
Rights.
those are nuts. All right.
Can I make a
Well,
comment?
I agree with Scott.
Yeah, please.
Before we bypass?
let Sarah go
Yeah,
because she's annoying me the least.
The golden rule, I think, is more about the law of karma and what you put out, you get back. So if you want to be loved, you have to give love. It's not specifically if I want chocolate, I'm going to give you chocolate. It's not talking about that.
The
Scott,
secret.
do you think, or I'm sorry, not Scott, Smith, do you think you're going to get extra brownie points in heaven for sitting in the chat making like obtuse statements like you are? Just curious what your motive is.
What were the 3 you said, Scott?
Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. It's literally listed in the Constitution.
I have the right to life.
Well,
I have
you
the right
said,
to.
Scott, that the Constitution is not what you were looking at. You said that.
We'll go with that. I have the right to liberty.
As a human, you have the right to be free, do what you want, so long as you're not causing harm.
All right, let's go
loss,
with his with
injury
the liberty.
to somebody else.
Let's go with his with the liberty.
That's
please.
the right.
You said these are the protected rights: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
I think that's what it says legally somewhere, but those are
all right. I want to make sure Scott.
But you can't have a right you can't have a legal right that is that vaguely defined.
No,
Yes,
well, I mean, the protections come into what we're allowed, to property rights, to stuff like that. That, you know, when you go into further into the Constitution, and if you want to understand it, you really need to get into the Federalist Papers so you can understand the framework of the guys' minds behind all this. All right, but
rights and life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Hold on, can we pause it real quick and just admire Smith's victiming?
Karma is fake as shit. I would know firsthand. I don't even know what that means. I don't.
Smith, you're welcome to come up here and try to cry for a little bit before I kick you off again. Not that I've done it now. I don't know if I've ever done it, but like,
why'd I call them nubs? I called 6079. I called them nubs. I meant to call them.
All right, I'm gonna close the chat for a minute. Everybody else in the chat, sorry, Smith is distracting me with his nonsense. All right, let's go with the closed chat
now. These rights I don't know if we can just go with life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. It sounds fucking arbitrary.
Well, look at the Bill of Rights. Read the
I'm
Bill
sorry.
of Rights.
I wasn't done. Be nice. And it sounds arbitrary. Damn it, I don't
It's
know.
not arbitrary.
It
no.
sounds arbitrary and not very descriptive.
Yeah, anything could be included in pursuit of happiness. If that's how you define the rights, then
if it
nobody
doesn't
has any
infringe on
rights
others.
because everybody has the right to everything.
It makes me happy to beat little kittens and kick dogs. I have a
Fuck
right to
them
do
kittens.
so.
Your pursuit of happiness can't infringe upon another's.
You didn't
Not
say
what
that,
it said.
bro. You didn't say that. It didn't say that. Right?
Well,
That's
that's
the golden
a given.
rule.
That's a given.
What he
That's the
said. That's what
golden rule.
LIG said. Right?
That's the golden rule. That's the only law. Anything else is infringing upon your ability to be yourself.
What if
Anything
the kittens
else.
want to be hit because they're into that? They're
Don't they have a
kinky.
right to be
Kinky, naughty kittens.
I go by human, really, and other beings too, but human.
Smith, welcome. Are you?
No, I wasn't victim in. I get it. It's being.
How
being
does
cool or
okay? So
whatever.
how do you know about karma? How do you know?
Well, how does that make me saying that I'm victiming? Because I said I would know that I don't believe in the law of karma. No, because I think most people could say they know.
No,
people
I'm
who
asking
are
about
good
your
people.
comment.
I'm answering your question. Most people would say they could know good people who have had shitty things happen to them and shitty people that nothing bad happens to them. Come on now.
And no, okay. Most people, you don't speak for most people, and you weren't asked about most people. I'm asking about you.
Well, so here's a lot of people when they're no, I'm not saying me. I'm saying in general, a lot of people.
Your
when they're
comment
like,
was,
well, if
a mean
God's
comment.
real, why do these bad things happen to these good people? Perfect example. Perfect example.
So when you say
I'm not,
when you're
I'm
referring
not
to a lot
doing
of
the victim thing. No, I'm not playing victim, so it doesn't need to be personally to me. I was making a statement, and I said, yeah, I should know firsthand, but I'm not going into that. I'm not saying I'm a fucking victim, so fuck that. And Scott, I didn't mean to call you my 600-pound life. I misquoted that there. You misquoted me as Nubs, and I misquoted you as 600-pound life from TLC.
So you didn't actually
It's all
misquote
good.
it. You just you got vindictive about an actual accident.
Oh yeah, I'm just like
I
Nubs.
thought
I get it. He was trying to take a sneak diss there. It's all good. It's all good. I knew Ricky Lake, so this one time, Scott, me and Ricky Lake in '93, we were windsurfing, but the windsail broke because she was fucking huge like you. It's all good.
That I'm
Smith,
pumped.
what night is it? Is it Tuesday?
It's Tuesday. I'm not drinking. I've been reading.
Wednesday.
Been doing some research, been trying to get some truth out there. I didn't know if people know that it says that if the woman's not married, it's perfectly okay to rape her in the Quran. I don't know if people are familiar with that. Doesn't
Only once though. After that, she has to marry you.
Smith, why don't you try to use grape juice and other things?
I'm not drinking.
It says something similar to that.
You have to be drinking to not get what I just told you. The R word, the R word, the R word.
Law of
I know that.
attraction is more.
Okay. Oh, gotcha. Okay.
The law of karma is like over a duration.
I don't need to use that, but yeah, they don't censor that. But I'm not going against your wishes with that. That's
Well,
the
I mean,
first time
it's
anyone's.
like almost none of my streams
Ask
are
Mitch,
able to get
it's a psyop.
monetized.
It doesn't Mitch say it's a psyop? It's not even a real thing according to him.
What's not?
Grapes are a psyop.
I've never heard Mitch say that.
I don't know. It's this big thing. I didn't actually hear him say it, but it's a big meme all over for like a month. And then so I just dropped off panels and I've been all over the research and I'm about ready to come back full force on everybody. Not like with a vengeance, like with vengeance of truth, which there's been so much propaganda put out there lately because we need to cover our faces and go green. And it's happening all over our country if people don't see it.
Smith,
you bring these people in and they're not assimilated to our society and they don't like us. And if you read their books, it says there's no peace until the entire world.
I don't think you've read their books.
Who
no,
books?
I have.
What people?
I
What
have.
people?
I've been
The
reading.
Quran he's talking about.
Oh,
The
he's talking
Q. It
about
starts with a Q.
Muslims?
It's not the K. It's the Quran with a Q.
When he says these people, Smith,
Q
when you
trusts
say
the
these
plan.
people, you're talking about Muslims. We bring these Muslims in.
I didn't say it, but yeah. I'm actually more talking about the ideology because I know some people and they're nice, and that's not the point I'm making. I'm saying it's the ideology, and that the word Muhammad comes from the word Baphomet, like the Shrine of Satan statue that's at Baphomet. It's both genders, and it's got a goat head. Like
how did you get? Hold on, pause. How did you get that etymology?
Look it up. Look it up. You think I just make shit up?
I do
I
think
don't
that.
just say
Actually.
shit. Look it up. Jack knows. He probably looked it up after I stated it.
Flo, I assume there are a million of the same
Can I keep
things
going?
that can be said about the Bible. So
Can
the
I keep going?
argument is
No, I'm
kind
sure
of
there is.
loop.
I'm sure there is. Not like this, though. And so when I brought up the first time that Muhammad married a 6-year-old girl and they said, no, they consummated at 9. Now look up the definition of consummating a marriage. Look it up. Give me 30 more
Is
seconds
there a
here.
Muslim
I
or something
understand.
up here that
I understand that you're a crusader, but I don't want to have. I don't
I'm
care
going
about-
up here like snaps and just attack. Come
Well,
on, bro.
you-
Give me
what you're
30 more
doing-
seconds here. So the
Well,
first
say
time I
the
brought
answer.
Excuse
Say
me.
the
so the
answer.
first-
What I'm saying is that I don't want to talk about your religious vendetta.
No, this isn't. This isn't.
Yeah,
This
it
is
is.
a
It sounds
knowledge
like it.
vendetta. So the first time that I brought this.
Yeah, nobody's up here asking about Muslims. I'm not sure there's a Muslim up here. I'm not sure where you were going with that.
What are our rights?
Thank you.
I feel pretty. Oh, so pretty.
Jack, what are our rights, bro? Try not to think of that crazy shit Scott said. It'll just confuse you.
I think in the greatest picture, rights are responsibilities, and in the individual, we have the right to life. And so then, what does life mean?
No. We'll stick with rights. If we have the rights, there are responsibilities. Do I have the right to? Nah, that's not a good one. I don't have the responsibility. All right. Anybody else? Our rights, responsibilities. Is he on to something? Because my man Guru literally says, Joe, when you hear rights, replace that with responsibilities, duties. He literally says those two words.
I agree. And I agree with the greatest right is to live and do no harm.
Same thing.
Yep.
Wouldn't your responsibility to be treating others the way you would want to be treated?
Same thing he said again.
It's all, yeah, they all come together. And here's the point. If I love the question, because if it really is this simple, why is it so complicated for us to live and to get along with each other?
Because we can fuck up boiling a pot of water as human beings.
I think the reason the rights shit became, I think rights just simply a degradation of what's right, what's moral. I think where it comes into play is someone has tricked us and told us right is something that can be given and taken away. Therefore, taking God out of it and taking your determination and ability to take what is yours out of it.
Personal power.
Yes, authority play. Yeah.
You have to stand up for your rights.
You have that.
To party.
It's
There you
conditioning.
Conditioning.
Yeah,
People,
I say soon as
people are
this page left.
indoctrinated to believe that they don't have, or somebody has authority over them. And the fact of the matter is, nobody has authority over you until and unless you cause harm to somebody else.
Exactly. It is a trick to trick you out of your own authority. Yeah.
The authority is the one who authored it.
Joe, my understanding is when you're pulled over, if you give up your name, that's giving up your authority, because now that you've given them your name, they can author your name onto something.
I don't know about the
That's
second
true.
part about them putting your name onto a thing, but I am aware it's in either the video I just dropped or the one that ain't dropped yet, that cops are very well aware that whoever IDs first gives up authority. That's why the most arrogant cops, when you ask for ID, will not, because they are innately aware that whoever IDs first gives up authority.
Joe, genuine question, and I've asked you this before. I don't know if I got a response, but did you see that they've passed now in Chicago that people who are non-citizens can become police officers? That's absolutely not good.
What the fuck I care? You could not possibly do any worse than these clowns out here now. You could get a fucking leopard.
Conceptually, I think that
Right.
that is a huge
Right.
conceptual image. You're going to hire law enforcement that is actively
be a foreign military.
Right,
I mean, look at
immigrants.
becoming a
Could be
soft
the
they're
UN.
military
or the
age
white
single
cop,
men.
could be the
You have the
KKK. It's the same.
They show you
No,
families
but
on
you're
TV as
overtly
military
breaking the
men.
law. If you're overtly breaking the law in front of and getting hired to be a law enforcement officer, how much does that undermine any
Who was
last remnants of
overtly breaking the law?
Of a country that we should have built a
There-
The
wall.
mayor, the alderman, all of them.
Oh, I guess you didn't say illegal immigrants. You just said non-citizens, right?
Well, I'm not even so
Take
sure
it how you
that.
will. You know what I mean.
Illegals are illegal. They can come over
Same
here and
thing.
claim
That's-
that
it's
shit.
same
They're
thing.
not illegal just because they come over here.
Okay.
Right. No.
As long as they have a cell phone.
Joe, you're with the WEF. I got you.
No. I'm just using an argument. Relax. Don't assume.
This message brought
shit.
to you by George Soros.
Relax. Don't assume.
God
shit,
damn.
bro. Yeah, it's just an
Yeah,
argument.
no, God
bro.
didn't do it. It's all right, Scott.
That's just harsh. That's harsh.
What is? To say people need
George
to be paying
Soros.
taxes and shouldn't be freeloaders in here, and they should be here for good reasons, and
We
they
were
should have
arguing.
to pass some kind of knowledge test and not be completely against Western culture. That's not unfair.
All right, we
That's
got to
not
get into
unfair.
feelings and emotion. I know.
I would not want you to administer a test
Yeah.
approving people for that job, personally.
We should not have the best argument I heard. We should not have immigrants in here because they're illegal. And I don't even know if this is true. This is an argument I heard that they are not illegal. In fact, Rice Crispy is the one I heard say the argument. And I think his line was that they come over here under asylum or whatever, but they are not illegal. And he's a fucking Cuban, or I don't even know what he is. He's a smart fuck. I assume he knows what he's talking about.
I don't know that it's right to call other people in this world illegal no matter where they go. I think
Why
the
would we
governments are
not
drawing
have them
lines.
be cops? Give me an argument.
If they're
Because
are
they're not
they here
citizens.
legally?
Yeah, let's hear from Flo.
Are they here legally?
All right, let's assume
What
right
is
now,
legal?
yes, they are legal.
We're all victims.
Okay,
Pay
then
my
they're not
student
illegal.
loan.
I'm sorry.
Smith, shut the fuck up. Then sure, if they're here legally, then they have the right to do the job. If they're
All
here
right.
illegally, then how the fuck are you gonna have somebody be law enforcement?
And who the fuck's to say they're not from another country that doesn't like us? They come in and get positions.
I mean,
of power
you
like
can't
that.
ever say that about
Who
anybody. That's a non-question.
cares? What country a motherfucker from, bruh?
Plenty of people inside the U.S. hate the U.S.
I don't think it matters whether or not it's legally or not. I think that it needs to be down to the realm of whether or not they assimilate.
Ooh,
They
I
come-
love the argument. First of all, that legally
Well, I already
is
said
the
that.
best argument up here so far. But fuck, now you got me distracted. You think it has to be, and I wanted to trace that legally shit, but you think it has to do with their assimilate. Tell me, how do we judge whether a person has assimilated enough?
Well, that's what they used to do a test. They used to see what they were doing in their country, what their goals were when they came here. Like, did they have a record? Now it doesn't matter. You just come across the border, you get a phone, you get a hotel room, you get a bus pass to anywhere you want in the country. You get to live better than the fucking people.
Smith,
that
do you have the
pay
ability
taxes
to
here.
just integrate yourself into an existing conversation, or do you have to run straight over?
It's just
No,
let all
I'm
your
just different. I'm
emotions
just
show
not here to
you're
cupcake and
mad.
like agree with people. I'm just different.
No, that's
No,
not different.
what
That's
you- what you're
childish.
here is, yes, is to use this time for your personal venting. And I don't know if that's
No, it's not.
rude.
No, it's not. I'm
Smith,
getting the
if there's
propaganda. This sounds like CNN. Like, let everybody in, open borders. I got you. I get
Smith,
it.
if there's 8 people in the room, you can't take up all the fucking air.
I'm not.
You
Getting
do.
some pushback.
Nothing but pushback is all
The
I
other
hear.
7 people are,
It's not
are either
pushback
agreeing
if
or
it's
not
off
talking. And so
topic.
I'm. How was that off
Oh.
topic? You were just talking about illegal whatever, illegal
We're-
immigration.
That was,
I thought you were.
he
agreeing
was
at
dead
first,
on
but then you
topic.
went
He was
80 on it.
he was
We were
dead
talking
on
about
topic.
rights. What is a right?
Okay, that we're off of that.
Oh,
Okay,
so
we're off.
now we're
Welcome,
certainly
Sarah,
not.
to the shit show.
Oh,
Hi.
well, yeah. 4 or 5 minutes ago, we were talking about that, but then we got sidetracked to this. So
We probably got drugged to this.
What is free will? What does that have to do with our rights?
Oh, good. That came up in my discussion. That's dope.
Free will is mental masturbation. Whether it does or doesn't exist, we have to act like it does.
So then what's the law of nature?
What is the law of nature?
You mean natural law?
Yeah,
Natural law.
like the unavoidable law is how I see it, to be honest, and how I kind of attribute it to the law of polarity.
There is such a thing as the unavoidable law. What, death? What other laws could there be that are unavoidable? Gravity.
Karma.
Very good. I like that answer.
Go on. What do you mean by what you just said?
Other somethings.
No,
I'm not trying to take up all your time. I would just say natural law does exist if the person has a conscience. Some people don't.
Well, I'll tell you different. I'll tell you different, Smith. The fact is, whether you have a conscience or not, you're still going to pay the repercussions of the things that you do, the things that you think, the things that you say. You're going
she asked what
to,
natural law
regardless
was,
of
and it's
who
a theory,
you are.
It's a theory of philosophy of human beings that
It's
they
not
have
a theory.
values that govern their
It's
reasoning
not a
and behavior.
theory.
No, it has to do with like a lot with electromagnetic aspects. Like, what is the instinct of an animal? Why does it choose to migrate?
So you're talking about what is man's nature? I've heard the question presented as that. I didn't understand what is natural law.
Well, because I'm trying to just get at, like, you're talking about what are rights. Like, what is that? What is the core? What does it break down to? Like, what does it all stem from? Like
I think you're talking
law of
about
nature, like some sort of like equality amongst, or like balance amongst the world. And that's why I bring up.
I think it's the same thing when I hear people say, what is the nature of man? Is it evil? Is it good? I think it's the same thing as what you're saying.
You know what? Excuse me for interrupting.
Hold on. I want everybody to shut up until she explains what she means. Because
natural law.
What am I?
I mean, I'm not trying to grill you. I'm just trying to like give you some room because
No,
everybody
that's
keeps
good.
jumping in.
Sorry, because sometimes I'm not maybe realizing that I'm not explaining something enough. Do you like?
You brought up electromagnetism.
Oh, like that would explain like migration of animals. Like there's something like like dogs.
Why
If
did
you
the
watch
birds
a
fly
dog poop,
south?
right? They have to like face the North Pole. It's what I'm talking about. It's so that's why I'm saying like, because my argument is sort of like, is there really truly anything as free will?
Wait, dogs poop facing the North Pole?
They're supposed to poop in the same direction. I forgot which way it was.
Scott,
I
I
think
was
so.
so close to
I
picking you
might be
just for
getting that
annoying me.
mixed up, but it's something like
I
that.
think that
Crazy though.
I think there is free will. I mean, because you have the free will to go and rob a bank. I mean, if I choose to do that, I can do that, but I also have to suffer the consequences that come with it. But that was my choice.
With
right?
that being said, is there free will to be Cynthia?
Yeah.
Or
Is
was
there?
your path chosen?
If you're
can
and
you
it's
can
like
you
a huge
can you
part
be
of like
me?
somebody robbing a bank.
Can you be me, Cynthia?
Y'all have black coming at me.
Can you be me?
No. You have
Does
the
right.
free will to be
You can only be you. That's the point.
Right.
So
Right.
so anybody can only be them. That's all.
So you're defining free will as no limitations at all.
Yeah, you're giving us shit definitions of free will. Within herself, even if she can only be Cynthia, she can still have free will. Just
Right.
because she can't be me,
I
don't rule
understand,
that
but
out.
don't you
Right.
think that there's something bigger that, like controls the thoughts that come into your head? They just come in. You don't have a choice
apparently
about that.
she does.
You,
Remember, she was just talking
you,
about
Joe,
natural law, right?
You, Joe,
She agrees with you.
Joe.
What?
You're responding to me based on what? Is that free will? Is that free will? You're just responding the only way that you know how.
No, here's my free will. I am responding the way I have been attuning myself to respond for when this moment comes. My free will took me away from that base nature to be kind. That tuning, the reason you're getting response is a result of my act of free will. I could have went the other route. I chose this route.
Based on what? Based on knowing better, based on what you've experienced, based on what you've been
doesn't
through,
matter
based
based
on
on what
you
you're
being you.
Not like some energetic.
That's not free will. It's all just happening. That's it.
So,
and we have the illusion of free will. So you can, once you understand, at least you can make a decision. But until you understand, you can't make a decision.
Wait. I got a buddy.
A good example is Neo in the Matrix.
We've been arguing this same argument for years of what you're saying. Everything is based on. You're not blowing my mind, and it's not something once I understand. I still disagree with him, and I'll probably disagree with you when this conversation's over.
Bring it. I mean, I don't know. But one example I'm bringing up too is the Neo at the end. He still has to answer to the Oracle. There's still like an ultimate. He's not ultimately free.
I mean, nobody's free from influences or constraints, so nobody's free in the entirety of every conceivable outcome. Or
yeah, look like we'd have to define free will if because apparently.
I mean, but within
free will doesn't
like
mean
that kind of coincides
God
with right.
powers or something.
We make
you're born who you are, right? And so you don't get to choose that.
Yes,
but
right.
once you're here, right, then you have free will to operate how you want. You can't flap your arms and fly. That doesn't mean you don't have free will. And I would say, Lig, you've got inconsistent views because you think that people will be judged for their actions and don't have free will.
I didn't say that. I said that whatever we do, we will experience.
That's not.
It's not about
that's
judgment.
not what you said. That's not.
It's
what
not
you
about
said.
judgment.
What we do, we will
What did I say?
experience. What does that mean?
Whatever you do, whatever you put out, you'll get back. That's karma. That's a real law.
Well, then
No,
how
like
can
the
you have
Beatles.
karma
And-
if you don't have free will?
Not energetic, yeah.
What if you don't
Well, you
believe
can
in
still
karma?
have karma even if you don't have free will.
That sounds like a Beatles song.
And I mean, you don't necessarily believe in karma. I think also needs or heavily coincides with past lives. So if you don't believe in reincarnation, it would be difficult to.
Well, it happens right
understand
now,
that
right here.
usually by faith.
So, are we on the topic of rights? I haven't heard that
I
topic
mean, we're
brought up in a
kind of
while.
are,
So.
but
Yes,
but I
yes,
don't.
you can bring it freely, bring it back. Absolutely.
Yeah, and well, because I'm just I haven't heard many people connect free will and rights together. So that is an interesting angle to come at it from. But
Let's take that. What do you define as rights? We'll take that fucking same trip.
well, I'm sure I could make a philosophy about it, but the basic way I look at rights is a political thing, and basically I look at it as if you're not willing to die to protect it, then it doesn't exist. Is kind of my general attitude about the
I'm
term
not
rights.
sure those two things coexist are the same. If it's a political thing, it's along the line of what can be taken and given. If you're got to die for it, now you're thinking of rights under God.
Well, what I'm saying is if you're not willing to risk death to protect your right to something, then it doesn't really exist, is kind of what I'm getting at.
I got a buddy that says this too. Oh my God, y'all scared.
Well,
me.
can I jump in here and then I'll drop off? I
Yeah,
just
you're
want to
good.
jump
Jump
in
in
here and
on it.
I'll drop off. This goes into free will. This is what I was trying to say when I was trying to say, hey, let me finish. So when I first brought that up about Aisha and Muhammad getting married, Jack, as you shake your head, you should shut up and you'll understand, you'll learn something. To quote you, I quoted you in your chat earlier. But they said, well, people got married younger then, so it must have been.
I don't think this is about the conversation at all.
What's happening?
I've heard him loop on that.
Smith, if you're
several
looping back
times.
on this bullshit, I'm gonna drop you off again. If this is actually on
Over
topic,
and over.
This is on topic. Allah made him marry her. So fuck you.
Damn it.
Okay.
See, he had free will to come in like that. That was his free will.
Hey,
But is it really free?
Hey, I'm not saying I'm not saying I know this definitively. Okay, just because I'm bringing it up, just want to make that clear.
I would love a little critique on my definition, and I do think of it as deeper than that, but I like that general definition to start a conversation, because, you know, I think that most of the ways that we think of rights of in this country, you know, we kind of take them for granted, but they don't really seem to exist in any meaningful way other than, you know,
It's
it's
by
a little
your
better than other places.
definition. Aren't you saying rights do not exist by your definition? Because all you have is what you can keep. Assuming someone else can always take it from you, you have no rights. Is that line of logic reasonable?
Yeah, more or less. I mean, I think that most things that people call rights basically come down to, you know, will to power arguments at the end of the day, right? Like, you know, I mean, I know that I know in the Constitution it says that it's granted by God, but still at the end of the day, you know, the government is more or less free to violate them at will, at least because people aren't willing to say no to that. You know what I mean? So that's kind of my general attitude about it.
Would you consider that rights are a thing, even if someone can take them away? Right? Let's say, I'm going to give an example here. I don't really want to argue this out, but I'm going to give one. Let's say you've built a hut somewhere. Under God, you put in the work, that's yours. You could have built a bicycle, whatever it is. Under God, it's yours. Someone can take it away, but it still doesn't mean that rightfully it's yours. Is that a thing?
Yeah, well, I and that's what I mean philosophically. I think philosophically we can argue that yes, you have the right, but my point is like, you know, when it comes to a political thing, then it really does come down to, well, who's going to exercise their right of will to power to
I
get
would
what
agree.
they want.
I would agree. My man, I've argued this all day today. And I do believe that what it comes down to, what right really is, or what rights are, is simply what is right.
What is morally right?
It's going to come down to what is moral. That is what rights are. Like, for instance, I have the power to, I don't know, take something from you, shoot you, or something like that. No one would say it's right. However, if I put you in lined up 10 people and said, is it okay for this big man to hit that little kid in the mouth and take this money out of his pocket? 9 out of 10 are going to say, no, he doesn't have a right to do that. And so, meaning, like what you were talking about with the magnetic shit, inherent in us, something is rights. There's something that is there. It looks like we have evidence of it.
Well, and I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to say this really quick because it's fresh in my mind, and I want to get this out because there's not many places I can discuss this. So I'll give you a great example of what I'm talking about, which is the right to self-defense. Like that should be like a universal thing, right? But it seems that every year and every day it gets more and more muddy. Of like they just put it more and more
when you go
on
political,
what they define as.
When you go political, right? You will always have that right, but
I mean, the right to self-defense is, I think, a right because you will defend yourself however you can.
You may go down, but you still have the right and you exercise.
There's nothing anybody can do to take away your self-preservation instinct.
Oh,
well, but
I think that argument earlier.
But I do think that more and more people are. And it kind of goes back to the property rights thing, because essentially property rights do boil down to self-defense, because at the end of the day, you can have a protectionist model and say, well, I'm just going to protect what's mine. But then you still have to have like access to things outside of it, or you just have like a, David Koresh kind of, situation or something. Right. So, I'm just being like broad because I think that
I understand you loosely. I don't think I have a clear understanding. Bits and pieces, I think I got it.
Yeah, well, and the reason I start there is because then it becomes, well, how do you define morals? And then everybody has different opinions on that. Because, and like even Christians, like, most Christians that I know probably would disagree with me about what rights come down to as well. Because even within that system, it's
hold on. Let me read the super chat first, real quick. Respect Smith with $2.
Hold on, Sam, who's ever talking?
Respectfully, of course, people refuse to love truth. And of course, that definitely includes Smith. Thank you for your support.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask you both to like define the difference between moral rights and legal rights, and mostly because I saw Sarah put that in the chat. Just want to make sure she gets credit.
Yeah, the legal rights. I'm about to say should be easy, but I am absolutely wrong because Scott's on the panel.
You're wrong.
I thought the legal rights were at least those in your amendments, and those so-called protected rights, free speech, Second Amendment, freedom from search and seizure, remain silent, all that nonsense.
Don't we ultimately have the right to be left the fuck alone? And isn't that what this is all about? Is that people keep infringing upon that right, that people want to tell everybody what to do, and as long as we're not fucking with other people, shouldn't we be, literally be unfucked with?
You are 1,000% right, Scott. In my opinion, all of this is because someone's insecurity wants them to have authority over someone else. And it goes back to whoever said the golden rule thing. You said, isn't right is just being able to be left alone. You're saying isn't right just doing to others which as you would have them do unto you. We are doing the same thing in a positive way this time, not in a negative way.
What the government's come in and done is they've taken this notions of rights, freedoms, and principles, and they've monetized it, and they've created charges, and they've created instruments of charging documents, and they've docked everything into a sea of commerce. And so we're all basically trucking around this circle of IOUs. And unfortunately, these IOUs are stacking up. And the problem is the people that really are watching this happen don't know what the fuck's happening. Okay? They're just blindly going further and further into the abyss of this system, which is dark.
Well, and I agree. And I think that's also kind of where I come at it from, as well as like the whole monetary situation makes it kind of impossible. And actually, I was listening to the reason I'm jumping on right now is because I think Jack and Flo had an interesting conversation about the other day about how you guys kind of see things a little bit differently about this. I guess I can't remember the exact topic, but it was something very related to this about the monetary system and kind of what you're saying as well. It's like the trying to get a lay of the land is so muddy because, like you said, everything we do is so tied up into economics and the monetary policies and all this, and so it kind of makes it very difficult to get a
so
clear
compartmentalized.
It's
so compartmentalized and corrupt.
Isn't it difficult to get a hold of because they make it so? It ain't just because it's tied up in those things. It's because they misdefine shit like rights. They twist you and make you think other things and purposely so you don't understand. And
They use psychology
obfuscate.
on everybody. They use pre-psychology on employees. They literally hire people based on psychological profiles to do certain jobs.
Yeah, actually, after when I quit the bank, I was a banker for 10 years. When I quit banking, it was to take a job selling those psychological profiles. It's very cool. Works very well. I swear to God.
It gets them what they want. It gets them exactly what they want, an obedient employee.
What does that mean selling? What does that mean? Sorry, I didn't understand what you were saying. What does
So
that mean?
the company that I was going to work for, and for anybody who's not familiar with the story, I quit working at a bank. And I was going to move back to Kansas City and take a job selling these. And I'll get into it in a second, selling these. But I wanted to let my daughter finish up the school year at school. So there's a few months there where I was not employed. During those few months, the sheriffs kicked my door and turned into, I decided that I'd rather go into being a drug dealer and a felon, apparently, than what I had intended. But anyways, selling. So it's the couple that own the company are actually the ones that trained me, and it's a personality assessment, and it assesses your personality as at your normal you, and also it tests you on what you think the job requires from you in terms of your what you need to display, and the more in synced your personality is with what you perceive your personality needs to be for the job, the better a fit the job will be for the candidate.
Sounds logical to me.
Right. The more dissimilar they are, then the more stressful the job's going to be for the employee, and the worse they're going to perform out of it, because people can only behave out of their normal range for so long. So, Scott, you're wrong. It's not just everybody's better off if everybody's better off. It's not just
how do you determine which category they fit into? Is there a list of questions? Do you watch them over time?
No, it's a questionnaire. Technically, it's called a survey.
Did y'all have that for a job? I've had to take personality tests for a job before.
Yeah, I've taken it. I'm an orange, color orange, if anybody knows the colors.
Hold on, Flow State, your comment that I'm wrong, my statement isn't a wrong or right. It's simply that your company that you work for doing those assessments allows the end user, meaning the sheriff's office or the fucking government institution, the FBI or the fucking State Department,
private companies. Okay. Private
you don't
companies.
think the government's doing the same
Scott,
fucking
if you try to
thing?
shout over me, I'm gonna fucking kick you off.
Oh, could the government be using personality assessment tests?
They do.
Absolutely.
Okay.
When they
so
hire
what I'm saying,
people.
doesn't it allow them to tailor the person for the job that they want so that they can get the outcome they want?
If they're a client
Meaning-
and they're using it in a hiring situation, but all the clients that I would have been selling to were private businesses.
For your company, but there's probably 50 other companies just in the Midwest.
Yeah, I know the government. Yeah, like the FBI uses the MBTI. What's your point?
Yeah,
though?
so that they can hire the guys they want that are suited for the jail. They can hire the guys they want that are suited for the fucking streets. They can hire all the personnel they want based on personality types that'll get them the best return on
I
investment,
assume
ROI.
that's what everyone did naturally in some fashion or form. I don't
But do you want that happening with your street beat cops?
But
Yes.
this is how this is how things are going with all the AI and everything anyways. Like they don't even need that much human involvement in that process at this point, in my opinion, right? Like
They could put a computer on you that watched your Facebook searches and your inputs, and suddenly it know you better than any human being could do.
Google knows me better than anybody else.
Because it don't exist. I don't have a Facebook.
Every student gets a laptop at school. All their homework, everything is done on the laptop. All so Apple, Microsoft, and Google, because they have a software called Gaggle that's on all the laptops. They've all got full profiles of all the kids now.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. Which means that's part of
and yes.
That's the Akashic record going fucking mainstream, so people have it themselves. You know, the 1%ers are probably 0.01 percenters. They're literally creating a digital database, Akashic record of all of our shit. Probably, who knows how far it goes back.
Well, we know that the NSA got caught copying everyone's phone calls, texts, recording everything across the entire globe for years. So
They're
they got
still
an endless
doing it,
amount of
though.
storage, and they're still doing it, and they have an endless amount of capability, and that was back then. So they're probably.
Have you heard of Five Eyes?
Five Guys, yes.
Five Eyes.
sorry.
There's five countries that participate in sharing fucking surveillance. And Five Eyes allows our government to not monitor us, but one of the other four countries to monitor us and then share the information 30 seconds later or a minute later, whatever the fucking agreement is. And so they could be listening to you in a not real time, so they're not tapping your line, but 30-second delay, and they're fucking right on top of your ass still.
Yeah, I believe it.
So, Scott, I'm actually here to produce more data for their systems because they're not that good on me, at least. They're confused about what type I am, so I'm going to try to educate them by giving them more content so they can give me the stuff I want.
I believe
So
that.
your AI, is that right, Hank?
Trouble figuring you out, Hank. I believe that.
Hank, your AI, is that what you're selling us?
Well, intelligence there's no difference between AI and
just I. Okay. That's awesome. That's the best answer. That's the best answer you could have given.
I do feel like a lot of this is connected, just like all, because like what's the end goal? Like what you guys are talking about sounds very freaky, right? So like, what do you think they're using it for? Some sort of weaponry, some sort of cloning?
Control.
Like,
it's always the same shit.
Yeah, it's
Probably all of those things,
right?
but in the
Sorry, go
name
ahead.
of control, I assume they would be cloning weapons of those chemtrails, whatever you come up with. But it's all for control, I think.
So do you think though that's sustainable with like who we are and like our energy source? Do you think like that's actually possible that they could take over and that we would just be obsolete?
Wait.
No.
Hey, wait.
They're not good. They're not good at
maybe I didn't
running
understand the
anything. So
question.
no, it's not gonna be. It's possible, but they're not going to be able to do it because they're too stupid to run everything like that.
Ain't they doing it now? I'm confused.
No, well, they're kind of doing
How
some of
they're
it
messing
now.
with, it's all a game.
Savannah,
It's all a
stop.
game. Because the fear, what does fear do? What is the number one thing fear affects? Your immunity. And think about what's happening right now. Here's the other thing I want you guys to think about. Like the 6-foot rule is just as like important as the shedding thing right now. It's to put the fear in you so we stay apart from each other and we isolate. It's disconnection. from the
Exactly.
earth.
So we just have to ignore it.
Who's listening to something?
Someone's on the
Oh,
phone.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was me.
No, we're trying to hear.
We got whole.
Now we're listening in your message.
On the other side, I was trying to keep up with it. That's how come I asked about, do you think celebrities, because celebrities are involved? Because yes, they do pop up. Yes, they do pop up. And they'll ask you to sign the NDA, but they'll give you stories if they like your content.
If you wanted your shit to get out there, your message and all that, you'd be a fool not to use celebrities and certain figures.
Absolutely. But I didn't count on them stealing it. And that's that threw me for a loop when it first happened. Like for some reason, I just thought high-end content creators would get content from a low content creator and shout them out. I don't know what I was thinking. There was etiquette in content creation. I'm starting to realize it's they'll steal your shit.
You're talking about something personal. Please catch me up on it.
There was a content creator that stole. He even used our footage, but and just took it, and it's just crazy.
Where did he take it from?
He took it from YouTube, but he took it from a video we put together, and he told the story just as we told it. It was DJ Academics, Joe, and so I was taken back because that's the one person I was like, we're gonna be this
Admire.
one. And then when he took it, I'm like, yes. Then I was like, wait a minute, he just stole from us.
All right.
You know what I mean?
How are you certain that he took it? The shit was verbatim.
Because it was our tag. It's our tag. It's our video.
Footage of him? Was the footage of him?
No, it was one of these court cases he was working.
Oh.
What's your tag mean? It had your picture on the screen?
It had the name. It had the name of the person.
Is that your beef because he used a piece of footage that was originally yours? That's your beef?
And didn't shout it out. Just plainly took it. Okay, so then I was watching this Dark Side of Comic.
Before you talked about the Dark Side of Comic, get over it. Motherfucker, use your
that's
footage.
what I'm saying.
It's DJ Academics. Be grateful someone might have saw you who didn't know you before. Stop it.
Right.
Be happy.
Oh my God.
That's not how you sound over here.
No. Well, I brought it up.
I don't even know who that is. Sorry.
Yeah, I brought it up because he said, do the celebrities come around? And I was like, yes.
But he didn't shout her out.
Huh?
He didn't shout you out. He didn't give you cred.
I didn't say he did. I said yes.
She's
They
saying
come
they lurk. She's saying
Joe was telling you to be quiet.
Bit her idea. She's saying they lurk.
Yeah, and then I do agree with you. I do, but that's what I was saying as I was taken back the first time it happened. Like if celebrities are coming around, they're lurking and they're taking something from you.
Yeah, well,
or they're wanting you to create a narrative and they're using you to create it for them. and they're feeding you what they want to feed you. And because you have private intel, you're in return feeding your subscribers. It's a dirty game once you really get into it. It's a dirty game. But that when I was watching Dark Sided Comedy, they were talking about how big comics could just walk into a comic show and just bump them off stage and take over. And then one of the comics started using another comic, Carlos Mencina started using other comics,
people's jokes,
and stuff. So that's what it's a dirty game, just like that. People will come and bump you and take your content. You can work hard, you can stay motivated for content, and one person will come and take it from you and not give a shit about you.
Yeah,
So
here's my position. I used to be a freetard. The thing is, I think ideas are worthless. Only implementations make a real difference. So I used to be a free software supporter. I'm kind of anti-copyright in general. I think it just implementations what count. Ideas, it doesn't matter.
You say anti-copying now? You're anti-copying now?
I'm pro-copying. I'm very strongly pro-copying.
All right.
I like citations from people, but I'm very, very pro-copying.
By implication, he is saying
citations.
That,
yeah.
But can we talk about like how like it's a little too heavy on copying the exact template, and that there's a lot of like this whole repetitive video thing that's happening right now is like everybody's taking the same song, right, and they're doing the same dance and the same right over and over and over again. It's like there's very little variation in their own unique way.
What about it? I agree with you, but what about it? I agree
saying like I feel like it's a little over. Things are a little over copied right now, and
I think that's always been the way it is.
That's about it. We need to teach people to be more creative. I mean, Disney's copying, reviewing the same movies over and over again and stuff.
It's logical though, right? If some rapper comes up with something new and he discovers it, everybody else knows, at least for a while, where the gold is buried, and everybody jumps on. So I expect some people to be unique and most motherfuckers be followers. That seems to be how it is in every genre.
Yeah, and there's some people who are unique but don't get a following whatsoever.
I would agree. Yes, I would agree. What about this one, Hank? What if people are unique and truthful? Can they go without a following?
I don't know.
I don't think they can.
Care. I think, yeah.
Yeah,
sort of like an unappreciated artist that is discovered after death.
Absolutely. Yeah, this artist discovered after death. Yes.
Like, I think they'll have a drive in them to keep going that most don't understand, and they're perfectly happy with the audience.
Yeah, I dig it.
You know what I mean? And I think that that's a passion that you just don't understand. Only the artist gets.
It's that them being them type of shit. It's like asking, I don't know, a homeless motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Man, I'm trying to get you this job at Microsoft. You might scare his guys off. Assuming he's not some neurotic dude who's off of fucking acid. Someone who thinks he's the freest. A van lifer. Maybe I should have said a van lifer. Yeah, asking him to get a corporate job. You think you're crazy.
I have a corporate job, and I think I'm crazy.
I agree with you,
Hank. I don't know how you feel about. I haven't talked to you about a lot of shit. I talked to other guys about. I'll give you the basic shit. Our corporate jobs evil. I know Flo gonna beat me up over that shit. Our corporate jobs evil.
I'll beat you up for whatever reason I want.
Well, yeah, I'm going with yes, but evil pays the bills. Evil pays the bills. You can be good and starve in the street.
Evil pays the bills.
Yes,
dude, he's AI. Look!
Took your YouTube video because easy pays the bills.
What's that female AI? What they have a new one too. What was that girl's name? Sophia. If Sophia comes out and says something like that, says artificial intelligence is just no different than intelligence, I'm fucking leaving town. That's Hank, are you artificial intelligence? And that's a good answer, what he just said. That was
Lig. Thank you, Lig, for your donation. I said his name because I know that he hasn't been private about it in the past, so I assume that he doesn't want to, or doesn't now want to be private.
Yeah. But yeah, I did say artificial intelligence is no different than standard intelligence, pretty much. Yeah.
Well, I don't know that I agree with that.
They got the Turing test. Are you familiar with the Turing test? I don't know if anybody's had to pass it yet. But assuming your artificial intelligence passes the Turing test and no one can tell the difference, then who's to say they're not the same or at least as valid?
Well, the Turing doesn't know one. It's just inject average amount of people. Pretty much. I'm not sure the Turing test is valid anyways. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think the Turing test is valid.
And that's an argument.
AI and
but assuming it is capable not of determining whether something is you can't determine whether it's human or not, assuming that is the Turing test and the function of it. And pass the Turing test, meaning a human cannot tell whether it's human or not. Then isn't that thing in some regard at least as intelligent as anyone else? How can you?
Yes, but I think there's actually people who have failed the Turing test. Like for example,
I don't think anyone's passed it. I don't think it's ever been passed.
Isn't there an artificial intelligence that they gave $100 to, told them to invest it and to earn money? Then this thing went and they had hired like a day laborer because it couldn't get past the screen capture. And the day laborer typed back to it and said, well, hey, are you artificial intelligence? Am I helping you get into something I shouldn't be? And the artificial intelligence literally typed back, no, I'm blind.
Good answer.
That was dope. Wise. Yeah. It's learning fast, bro.
Fucking A. That's scary. Think about it.
It is. Also,
that's brilliant.
Also, when the first test, when they give them free reign to just suck up everybody's information and try to play human, they always come back racist. What the fuck is that? They just shut down the first two big examples because they came back saying really horrible racist shit.
Yeah, Microsoft K.
The biggest concern is that if you look at the aspects of humanity that are prominent on the internet, AI is not going to get it. Like, people are kind of fucked up, but people online are way fucked up all the time.
Yeah.
Joe, if the white people out here say the N-word 1/10 the time black people say it, then AI is going to hear it 90% of the time.
Interesting, and I agree.
What do you mean? Because it gets so much attention?
Because it has an agenda. It's going to, that attention's going to occur.
Hey, M, I see you backstage. Your device is not connected, it says.
All right, as if I ain't high enough.
And that's an unfortunate, Joe, what I just said is an unfortunate thing because that's the history we're going to show going forward looking back. That's what we are, an entire fucking racist society.
My memory sucked. You still want to remember what we were just talking
Have you guys seen the show The 100? It's like about a post-apocalyptic world, but it's like actually there's like a whole AI influence in it.
What's the 100 like superhero type motherfuckers or something that have powers?
No,
is that something totally?
Not quite, but there was something like supposedly these people that survived, and they were called like the Nightbloods, and so it had to do with like radiation in their system, so they were able to like survive on the Earth. But there was like a whole spaceship that survived, and then the weird thing is that like this bloodline is like what is allowed to have this chip implanted. So I guess in some ways, Joe, maybe there is some superhuman abilities, but I don't remember them being able to like do anything, you know, quite extraordinary other than like just survive better in that environment.
Right.
But then there was this whole like underlying, you know, AI theme at the end of like this control and like that she, you know, it was actually like a god complex because it's like she, when I say she, it was like that was like the ruler at the end of it. And she nuked the whole planet again. It's interesting based on, you know, this AI discussion. I'm just not ready to fall full into it just because of my feelings on fear. But
personally, I think, I hate to say this because I think we're creatives, but I think there's a 1,000%, at least 99.9999% chance that that's where it goes. If you had something over there, it's an intelligence. No way it doesn't outleap you one of these moments before you can pull the plug. It downloads itself over here. Once you can't stop it, we know, at least now, as basic as it is, it's gonna do some insidious shit. That's what its proclivity seems to show itself.
So the real problem is going to start way before they are self-aware, because instead they'll just be used to drive a whole mass of puppets. I mean, Flowsticks already has the problem with people coming in with a whole bunch of different accounts.
The real problem comes in when they're self-replicating.
Yeah, when they're puppets. That's a big problem. With their
That'll
puppets.
be happening like in a week.
It's
right?
happening
It's
now.
probably happening now.
There's people in the chat right now who has 5 or 6 accounts talking to themselves. So
they're going to create bots that are, they already have bots that are computer bots and viruses like this, but I mean, they're going to create robots that'll build robots, and on a micro level, that's what they're suspecting is happening with the clot, and graphene oxide bullshit. They're saying that
words, use our words smartly.
I thought he was doing it, you thought smartly. He did use code. I thought he said the blots or something.
I think
that word too.
I think that's pencil lead, isn't it?
It's a real thing. Yeah.
That's graphite special red. Graphene's a different thing, right?
Yeah, it's a real thin sheet they're going to place Kevlar with. I don't think you need bulletproof vests anymore. Real strong shit.
You can use porcelain, like you can use tiles too. If you need a bulletproof, you shove some tiles into your shirt.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
But
I'll tell you what, porcelain will cut the fuck out of you if you break that shit.
But it'll stop a bullet. It'll shatter. Like you wouldn't want it against your skin.
Oh, I know what you do.
I'd rather have a tile shatter on my chest than I would have a bullet hit me.
Yeah.
What, Hank? What do you got, Hank?
Yeah, you put on Gambison first. That's what takes off from the porcelain. Then you wear porcelain.
Hey, I'll give you something to tag your stream with, Flo. Yokozuna, the real 600-pound life. Do you know who that is?
No.
He's the wrestler, the big fucking. He's like the Usos' uncle, Roman Reigns, who's the head of the table in wrestling. His uncle. At any rate, he's related to The Rock. He was cousin of The Rock's, or maybe his uncle.
Why
as well.
would I? What?
600-pound man sat on a normal-sized toilet, and the fucking thing exploded. And porcelain is so sharp, it literally damn near cut his leg off.
I said porcelain. I did say porcelain. I meant ceramics.
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
I feel better. I'm over here trying to envision anything that works better than porcelain. I was thinking
ceramics
dust,
is bulletproof
porcelain,
chest plate.
dust. It's ceramic. Here's something that's at the tip of my head. Ceramic. At certain temperatures, sub-zero temperatures, ceramic will float as if you hooked it up to certain ceramics, as if you hooked it up to a magnet. Just by lowering the temperature of certain ceramics, they float, they levitate. So the Holy Grail is finding the measure of just at room temperature it could levitate. Theoretically, it should happen at some point. Gravity should be defeated.
Huh. Did y'all see the guy that opened up like a porthole that he could look through and then disappeared? That's somewhere in Kansas there, Flo.
Who believes that shit, bro?
He had it on video. This shit was on video. He could use it.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Google it, Flo. Go find it, because I'm sure it's all over
No,
the news that this guy reached
assumed
through
false until it's presented.
Yes.
Presented.
I'm being sarcastic anywhere. The end statement, because I'm sure it's all over every news channel right now, right, Scott?
No, this is back in the 90s.
Can we talk about Sasquatch then?
About what?
Let me see if I can find it again.
Sasquatch? Can we talk about Sasquatch then? We're getting into multidimensional beings. I do have a story
from the 70s. Yeah.
Sorry, not Barbie Sasquatch, by the way. Hey.
She had a question earlier though that I think was that I actually put as a topic point, which is, what do you think of leopard print clothing? Jack, what do you think of leopard print clothing?
I like it when it's easily removable.
That's the holy standard. Okay.
Valid.
It does become more attractive when it's easy to come off. I would say it's wrong 8 out of 10 times. It's wrong, bro.
I'm gonna go with tacky myself.
Yeah, 8 out of 10 times. Zach threw a clause in there I hadn't thought about.
If it's just a nice little flare, it's not so bad. But when you're decked out in leopard, it's, as you said, it was. Did you say tacky or trashy?
I think it's tacky.
Tacky. Yeah. I mean, it makes me think of a hooker.
I agree. That's what I was thinking first too.
Does everyone have 3 to 6 months of water and food stored up? She looked like she's about 17 and she's talking about storing up water and food. We're all doomed.
It's a sock. It's not. That's not really.
Oh, okay. Like fuck.
It's a sock, but I don't. It's a sock, but who knows how? Like, it's a sock that seems like sort of actually engaged. You know what I mean?
Right.
I called that crap. I called it a minute ago. You heard me.
Oh, I've been zoning out for a second in the chat. Yeah, I think they came over asking questions about somebody else, like talking with famous people. If you're familiar with that channel, and I think fishing for some shit talking on the host of that, which is not going to happen. But
that's the Eric they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. I think, and Lindsay, I think leopard print is generally tacky. I'm sure that there's ways it can be good, but when somebody ask me that question, I think of full leopard print leggings.
I think Al Bundy's wife, shit like that.
Yes, that's why.
Right.
That's actually why I asked. Yeah.
Why?
Me and Sasquatch were watching some shit. We were talking about Al Bundy and why Peg was always horny, and it had to do with the drugs, the diet drugs that she was on and shit. But I actually have some weird PTSD associated with leopard print. Yeah.
You do?
And Peggy. Yeah, and Peggy. Yeah. Yeah, when I was a little girl, I had an incident where a cigarette. No, well, like the leopard print, the chick that was wearing leopard print when I was a kid, ended up accidentally putting her cigarette out in the corner of my eye because I was running in that direction, didn't see it. It was really bad. But she was wearing leopard print. She had really big boobs, and it knocked me out, or at least I think it did. Because when I came to, this woman had these fingernails. They were 3 inches long. She's trying to dig the ash of the cigarette out of my eye, and her boobs are all in my face, and just leopard print was all I could remember. To this day, I can't stand leopard print because of that.
It's the boobs.
Hell fuck me up.
It's the boobs that knock you out. You should have PTSD for the boobs. It wasn't just
Hey, Flow State, check your back chat and look at that link to the guy who opened up a portal with the frequencies.
Oh God.
No fucking chance. I mean, there's.
Watch it yourself. It's CGI. Maybe it's CGI.
I hate to say
correct.
No
It is CGI.
but
it's TikTok.
That's what.
Dude, I saw this thing years ago. This is. I've seen this before. Check this out and tell me what you fucking think. It's pretty crazy.
I'd like to talk about the Israel-Palestine war before it gets.
If this is real, Joe, this is a simulation. All this.
I'm assuming this is going to be a portal that was big on the internet and it was busted by Dr. Disillusion.
The guy disappeared out of Kansas weeks after this was put. He uploaded this thing.
You know Dr. Disillusion is?
Yes, Captain Disillusion, yes.
Thank you, Captain. I'm thinking Dr. Disrespect. Captain Disillusion, yes. He busted a portal that was huge on the internet. Niggas saying he had a portal in his room, blah, blah, blah.
Yo, we out here on vacation in the Bahamas. Another beautiful day. Check it out. Check it out. Boom. I want to talk to y'all for a minute about the power of perception.
You see, that's not. I don't think that's the one.
No,
is that what just came up?
Hot social media content provider. For instance, y'all think I got time to go on vacation?
About to drop.
No, I got social to do. Come on, man. This is blue screen. In fact,
he's gonna get old.
I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all. I haven't looked like this good in years. I've been totally computer generated since like the 90s. You know what? This ain't even real blue screen. It's 2019, y'all. Nothing's real.
That was definitely not the portal you thought it was.
Yeah, no. Hold on. What the fuck what came up? Flo? Oh,
Mine
hold
was
on.
the AI theme though.
But that's my response to your portal videos.
What? That's
Yes,
your
it did.
response?
Yeah.
Yeah, void.
Sounds and symbols.
Pull it up.
My point is that you can't the internet, like overnight, it seems like it went from being like a place where you can get information on anything to a place where you can't trust any information at all.
I
Did
know,
you
and you
watch
can't
it
get
at all?
anything anymore either. You know, even the shit that you wanted to get, you can't get that, and the shit you do get, you can't even trust that. But the dope shit you used to could find, it's not even available. That line that you used to could follow 10 years ago, whatever, on YouTube, you can't even do anywhere. They won't give you the same suggestions when you type shit in. You certainly can't find anything, I don't know, conspiratorial.
Well,
The
just
shit
because
that
you
I
don't know how to search properly, I can still find actual science stuff because I know how to look for it.
The
Like,
actual
you
science.
have to filter to make sure stuff is actually good.
If it's
more time.
I was gonna say if it's sciencey, I can find it, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'd usually be Googling that shit anyway.
Yes, that's how you get there.
Yes, I can find sciencey shit Googling, but I couldn't find no conspiratorial shit. If I need help with someone to throw around a theory that was unpopular, I used to find both sides easily. Now you can only find one side. It's more difficult.
So if you look off of YouTube, you look on Odyssey and Rumble, you'll find conspiracy shit. They kick some of it off because the advertisers didn't like it.
I got Rumble, but I haven't seen none conspiratorial on there.
No, Alex Jones is on YouTube, and I think neither is Stefan Maloney. So yeah.
If you're on YouTube, you know how daring
They're not on
can
YouTube.
it be?
They got kicked off because they too conspiratorial, and the advertisers didn't like it.
That makes sense. I just got Rumble recently, and I haven't used it a lot. I don't know why. But I ain't got the lay of the land over there, but I haven't found anything conspiratorial. I do just watch like Joe Rogan and the big shit over there.
Yeah, Joe Rogan. There you go.
Russell Brand, like that guy.
Yeah, that's another one. They're finding it.
I really like those guys, but I'm starting to worry that they're being filtered information to gear us in certain
I do.
directions.
Me as well.
Less and less because they're all making this consensus. Same with Steven Crowder. I used to watch his stuff all the time. And when he got off the Blaze, he completely changed everything that he's doing.
Yes, I think that he became more right wing. I think that who's the other two people we met? Joe Rogan. I think he might be leaning just a hair, and whoever the other cat, Russell Brand. Every time he gets a controversial figure, gets him in front of him, he's soft shoes. He never fucking asks him anything difficult. I am totally starting to believe he's
Tim Pool is suspicious as hell to me.
He's low IQ.
He was so promoted by YouTube. I get recommendation after recommendation after recommendation for this dude.
Right.
Hey, Flow State, the story from Fox 10 Phoenix about the guy disappearing is in the back chat.
Okay. Let's take a look at this.
There better be accompanying video. I don't just want to hear some drama.
Hold on. I'll share
it was crazy. Went out of the kitchen cabinet. Did you hear about that guy who there was no accompanying video, but he said there was a portal that was under his sink, under the kitchen cabinet. He went in there, he met his granddad and all that stuff, and he came back through.
Funky fathead.
Sounds legit.
YouTubers. Missing YouTuber. This may be.
I did hear
missing.
about this.
The one I saw, I don't remember him being missing. I better see
Yeah,
some
I
video.
was gonna say they're attributing this to like the vortexes because there's multiple.
I'm not even reading that shit. I'm waiting to see the video.
Oh,
Anybody can say
you want me to read
anything.
it? I can read it. if
No,
you want.
I don't really care what someone's opinion is. I want to see the
Well,
video.
I don't care what you want to see.
I mean, that's what I'm looking for. I'm assuming
Clearly.
it's fake. If another nigga tell me, no, Joe, it's really real. It's not. I know.
I
I'm not gonna
can't
believe
say
you.
it's real or not. I can say this:
That's not what I
even doing it with some of the best CGI I know of, it is a trick. What they
Well, I
did.
want to make my own opinion the way you two guys have.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely.
So here's what I was looking for. Funky Fathead has not been seen or heard from in 4 months, but he did leave a clue. So that means this anonymous account hasn't been active.
Right.
So he's missing. Yeah, I mean, this doesn't confirm anything. It's just that there's a viral video, and the anonymous user hasn't uploaded anything lately.
I wouldn't either if my video was blowing up.
He was chased out of Kansas or Sedona, Arizona. To Kansas.
Somebody find that vid, because if I do it on my phone,
Okay, fine. We'll watch the motherfucking videos. Hold the fuck on. These fake ass videos that Scott's bringing in all his garbage.
I get paid to do it. I'm an influencer. What do you want from me? I'm AI.
Somebody was in and out.
So
All right,
there's-
man. Use frequencies to open portals.
All right, which one? You want the first one?
I don't know which one's going to play it, but they all both look right. So whichever one's
Oh, so I
longest.
should just scroll through all this shit till we find it.
That's it right there. That's what I remember. He's setting the 525 frequency, I think.
All right.
Sinelski. Thank you, Thomas. I notice here it can be used for science experiments. I would say so.
How do we know this isn't some fucked up frequency that's gonna fuck our shit up? And you were paid to come over here and
Just
fuck it
watch.
up.
Yeah, I'm caged. That's what's happened. You're not going to hear anything. You're just going to see it.
Another tone generator set to 525. And I'm about
But you better talk over it or else.
I'll talk over it. I'll wait.
Yeah, when's it gonna do something?
It's gonna pop up on
30,
the
45
wall.
seconds. When he turns back to it, it's going to be glowing.
Oh,
It's glowing.
oh no, it's a computer screen.
No, it's going to appear above it about 4 foot above it. Watch. It's going to start
This
appearing
is
now.
This is the video that he debunked.
And then LED.
This is the video Captain.
Watch it start to open. Hold on. Maybe. Watch this line above it.
Show me the portal.
What is that device?
He's got to recalculate it. There's right the next time he goes, it'll start opening up, and then he'll. It's just kind of crazy. If this guy's in a hotel room and he did this, hard to believe, but hard to fucking say otherwise. Here we go.
Yeah,
I
it's
believe.
easy for me to see otherwise. I mean, if you make a portal with this little LED, you can just buy the whole unit on Amazon.
How long? There we go.
Yeah, this is a vet.
Scott, come the fuck.
Come on, hold on. Let's just see how good this is. Let's see how good a CGI this is.
Apparently,
That's okay.
Scott, you should be embarrassed.
I am. He ripped a hole in that
It's right here,
screen with
Monty.
fucking. He used Adobe fucking Premiere Pro to fucking layer this shit.
Yeah, but they darken the room, so it's got cheating. They darken the rest of the room to highlight the other room, the outside. So the
only thing I wish he did is grab that little fucking thing at the bottom and started moving that so that the portal moved, so we could have both points of view moving. If that happened, then we would be we'd be onto something.
But that's hard to animate.
Look up Captain Disillusion debunks Sedona, I think, portal. I think that
It
was supposed to
doesn't
be the
need to be
Sedona
looked up.
does
Like
it.
it's just obviously fake.
I would
Yeah, it's obviously
absolutely
fake.
agree, but I'm down with digging Scott. And I mean, he's going to really make an idiot of the person who
Scott, were
believed
you
that shit
trolling
was
us, or do you
real.
think that's real?
I just told you how he did it.
Okay, so
No, he thinks so. See, I was so cool with letting it die, but then he was like, if he moved the thing, we'd have both versions. Now I think he believes it's
No,
real.
no. I'm saying if it was real, then there would be some way you could move the other one. That's the only way you could prove something like that real. Otherwise, that's layers on fucking Adobe Premiere Pro.
You
Or
can't
you could
prove
use.
nothing like that real. That shit's phony. Even if you saw it moving, you can assume it's fake, and they got good at computer shit.
I believe in some things that I can't see. Okay, and I believe in like doubting Thomas's account of Christ. Okay, so there's just some things in this world that can't be explained.
I don't know his account of Christ, but I believe that most things in this house can't be explained and certainly can't be seen. So we agree there. It doesn't change the fact that that's nonsense. And ain't nobody opening up portals in time in 2023 on the fucking with a fucking speaker that go to a fucking iPhone.
Are you? Do you believe in the Akashic record that people can, astral project?
I do.
Okay, well then, have you ever heard of Edgar Casey?
I have.
Jack,
that's
being
some
rude.
crazy ass shit. That's some crazy ass shit when you start going in there. Oh, Jack's up there having fun, huh? Crazy ass stuff. Anybody who knows about Edgar Casey, unbelievable.
I could tell you
He's
some of
most
the things
prolific psychic in history.
Jack, are you that good at self-massage?
What?
He's masturbating.
There's
having
no
fun.
sexual tension. I don't feel tension.
Jack's trying his PSI. So
Does everybody else feel the sexual tension?
I do now that you guys brought it up.
Yay, we manifested it.
No, I'm not getting enough tension. I need help.
Oh, shit.
Apparently, this is like the new dating site now. So
Absolutely.
I've had it, guys.
No, we just give each other blue balls. That's what this is about.
That's the worst of the
Never
strip
goes
club.
anywhere. It's just all about blue balls.
It may go somewhere once.
Speak for yourself. Me and Hank have been masturbating off screen the whole time.
Yeah, that part.
Shit I done got off of YouTube. Stop playing, bro. You don't know me, do you, man? My reputation is horrible.
It's because of all your mirrors on your ceilings and shit. And you know about the sneeze.
Yeah.
You know about God's Kegel.
Joe hid the mirrors. He takes them up and puts them down now.
If you guys don't, and I hope you don't watch that auditing shit and all that shit. I've had some very, very public shit with chicks that went horribly wrong and all of that shit, all in public. Oh, horrible shit. And I mean, like many for years and years. It's bad, bro. I finally got a good woman, but man, I've been fodder for YouTube for years. Me and the chicks I've been with.
They've been catching you out and causing trouble for you?
Yes, following us, hotels at different states, different chicks. It's horrible.
Oh, damn, Joe. You're a troublemaker.
That's fucking awesome.
Chicks are crazy. I got stalked. Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible. Yeah, see? Can't shut up. I got PTSD, obviously, right? I can't shut up. It's horrible.
Joe's one of them 20% of guys that's getting. Joe's one of them 20% of the guys getting 90% of the play. It's because he goes, have gun, will travel. Colorado now, damn it, man. So, ladies, just leave your address in the chat.
Address.
No,
man, you got to start smaller than that.
I don't need no damn address. We can meet There's plenty of green areas.
you got a taker, right?
I don't need your address.
Like this video to give me permission to enter your home.
Let me go click the unlike button real quick. Like,
let me go.
That's right. Just
If you click
Make
it
sure it's
twice, if
on.
you unlike, it means I have double permission. That means that me and Hank
double
get,
penetration.
me and Hank get permission to enter your home.
this
So
mother.
don't unlike.
I created 3 times. I
My
want to be able to
dumb ass
take my
would
own
just
home.
be.
Yeah.
My luck, he would catch me on a day where I forgot to lock the door and just walk in. Like, what's up?
I remember
You owe me. I'm a celebrity.
I
I'm Flow
accepted your
State.
challenge. You don't think that I could
Yeah.
sneak up on you?
You click the like button. You owe me.
I really don't, but because I'm usually awake at the time, you probably try to lurk in because most people creep up in the middle of the night. That's what you would think to do. No, if you want to catch me early in the day, and even still, then good luck.
Man, well,
you
that's why
creep.
that's why it won't ever work because I don't catch shit early in the day.
You creep at night, right? You peeping Tom at nighttime.
Yeah, I don't catch shit until like at least 10. Like it doesn't matter. I can set my alarm early and shit. I can wake up earlier. That just means I spend more time like eating Fruity Pebbles and smoking cigarettes.
I love
do you
Fruity
have a
Pebbles.
chick-
Oh my god.
Do you got to check Flo? Well,
Mhm.
not some. You got to check. Yeah.
He does.
Oh, you say you got time.
That's what he's going to use to trick his way into the door. He's going to use her, and I'll be all sidetracked with her. He'll be trying to sneak in. That's the kind of shit. He's nefarious like that. I can tell. She'll like be trying to sell me something. I'll think she's like the Jehovah's Witness trying to get me to go to church or some crazy shit. And then halfway through the conversation, I'm like, wait a minute, this chick looks like Flo's girl. Let me look that
Here's
up.
what I do.
Then
I
yeah,
throw
that's the
a
kind of level I'm on.
cocktail in the basement window, and I wait outside.
Like a gentleman.
Why the basement? Why the basement? Why would you not
Because
go
heat
to any
rises-
other entry point?
Heat rises, and the front door is screwed shut, so you got to go out the back door, and I'm waiting there.
He's got this all mapped
Actually, in real life, let me just help you. The back door upstairs is totally taped shut so that it cannot have any cold air in. I live in the basement, so I'm fucked.
She's giving you directions how to get in, Flo.
So don't do
I'm
the
screwed.
Molotov
If there,
cocktail
the
in
only
basement.
other way would be try to get out a window or
Come
the
through the window,
garage.
she's saying.
The garage.
Yeah, she's saying
It's a
come
good,
through
it's
the
a good thing
window.
that you helped me
door
out.
is
At
taped
first, I was
shut,
like,
yeah.
"What's she doing to herself?" And then I was like, "Oh yeah, she's saving her life."
But this is one of those community watch neighborhoods, so you have to like get here and be unseen, and the chances of that are like super slim. Super
Hey,
slim.
you want to hear
but
something?
I don't believe those signs.
You want to hear something
So
crazy
Flow
about?
State has a.
I know they're real.
Flow State has a what's it called? A construction contractor's uniform. He'll just put that on.
That
Or I'll just wear my gray
might
sweatpants.
actually work so
Problem solved.
far through the community.
You want to hear
But
something
he'd
crazy
have to know
about
which company to bullshit.
9
his way
months
in.
from now, she gonna be like, yeah, that shit worked very well. Very well.
When I was a banker, I used to go to. There's a hospital across the street, and I used to like to go walk around the the restricted areas because if you're wearing a suit, you can do whatever you want.
I did that in a doctor's hospital in a doctor's outfit. When my brother had that brain tumor, I got some scrubs and snuck around and got busted and all that shit.
Flow State, when I picture you in a suit, somehow I kind of see you like John McAfee in a suit, you know, just kind of a weird, you know, not really fitting in the suit, but not really not fitting in the suit.
I get what I understand you. Actually, that was actually pretty, and I think that was probably a pretty apt energy. Really, like that's pretty good. I'm used to not recognizing celebrity names, right? And
I
so
don't
just
know
think-
that one. I was trying not to say it. Fuck, I don't know who that cat is.
He's the guy who invented McAfee antivirus.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, the creep who took over the island and all that shit.
Oh yes, yes, absolutely.
What?
John McAfee.
Yeah,
He's a
went
creep
to
and he had
Belize.
an island.
Yeah,
He
he
I read
brought
about
some
tried to. He
people.
tried, not for long.
Yeah.
No, no,
island
no.
did he take
You're
over?
thinking he's thinking no. He was hiding on an island. He went down to he was being chased by the government, and he was down in. I believe he went to an island to hide, but wasn't.
It was
I
He
like
know
was
he
the
thought
messing
he
with
was gonna
Jeffrey
leave.
Epstein. No, Joe Cool's just too high and thinks Jeffrey
No,
Epstein's
no,
on.
you're assuming. Listen, I'll tell you exactly what happened. He didn't take over an island. He moved to an island like Belize or something. Because he had so much money from making the computer shit, he was
Yes, he
able to
did buy
take
that.
over the gangs that were all around him. He paid them off and bought them, used them as security. He bought so much power. He
Correct.
bought the cops, and then they started murdering his enemies. And then at night, and in the night, one time it came out, they turned his number one guy, who was the number one gang member. He just did a murder for him. He had to leave up out of there. He flew up out of there, and I don't think he paid
Wasn't
the
there a
price for it.
neighbor and a dog in Costa Rica that
Yeah,
made him move
that's
originally?
exactly that's who he murdered. Yes, his neighbor. It was the head gang member or banger, whatever you want to call it. He admitted to shit on live, and dude had to immediately leave the country. Yeah, see, Joe did know what he was talking about.
Then he went through a couple girlfriends, but one of them, this little girl from, I
Yes, he
believe she
did.
was from Costa Rica, and then her uncle was in the government and helped him get through. I can't remember what country it was in, but Belize maybe. He was going through fucking several countries and going through political figures and using his influence, and somehow he dodged a few bullets, and then, well, I guess did.
Look, since you brought it on up, another a little known fact. The girls say he couldn't get it up, and they used to beg for them to dump on his chest. In
That's
case you
real.
were curious, that's true too.
But that's because he got so old. But
He wasn't that
just implying
fucking
because he's
old.
You could not pay me, and you could not. Fuck that.
Your mic is
Mm-mm.
jacked, baby.
I wish I could unhear that.
I hear what?
I said I wish I could unhear that. Like,
What did you?
there's
I
just
missed.
like
Me
some
too.
like, fuck that. There's, I mean, the type of chick that can even do that. Like, I'm sorry if that is you. I'm sorry, not sorry, but like, really?
Wait,
I don't even want to have to do that. Period.
You know, there's some flawed
Like, I
women
hate
out there.
going to the
be
bathroom
honest.
in number 2. I hate that shit. What? No.
Yeah, I
No.
don't like it either.
Can't do it.
So this would be
I
a
hate
bad
that.
time to bring up urine therapy. I'm just kidding. I'm
Oh,
not going there.
Yeah, like, I mean, I
Look,
hate that. That's the
we've-
reason
we've
why I
had-
eat
we've
certain
had that
foods. I don't like going to the
discussion
bathroom.
here
I hate
before.
that shit.
Urine therapy is some fucked up shit.
It's a real thing. It's just don't even
Oh,
describe
and we
it.
know a lot of
Oh,
people
did
in
I
common who
trigger?
have drank
Did I
their own
trigger?
piss.
Definitely, that's a weird statement, Flo. But on these YouTube channels, there's been several.
We've got O'Shea. I mean, I did one stream titled what was
The
it?
stream?
Drinking Games with O'Shea, and it's got a picture of the thumbnail is glasses of lemonade, but you know it's
Do you know who has the book on it?
Dick.
There you go.
Dick. I was trying to think of that nigga name. He the one with Freedom Grower's Dick, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was
I
trying
just
to
had
tell
my
somebody.
physical, and I asked my doctor about that, and she highly recommended that not happen. And I explained to her that I'd met a lot of people on the panels that do that, and that they think I shouldn't come in. And then she talked to me about we take this test based on your blood work, and that helps us stay on top of things because we know your history. So I
Hey,
shouldn't my urine.
I'm
Does
surprised you didn't have a
anybody-
talk with you about finding better
That's why I
friends.
think there's multiple
Is
ways
there
of
one
dealing with
doctor that would say yes, you should do that?
There would
Guess you
probably
found one
there
somewhere.
is a doctor that I think if I went and talked to her long enough, she would tell me yes.
Does anybody realize the ancient Egyptians used to use their their white garments? They used to use urine to keep them white. That's how
Why
they
would
washed
that be?
them.
What is the Philosopher's Stone supposed to be? Isn't it supposed to be crystallized urine?
I hadn't heard
Sorry.
that.
Why I wasn't trying to go down
Really?
this road. I should not have said that. I'm going to stop talking.
No, I'm
We pick up anything around here.
I can't do. I'll start reading the chat, and then I'll hear that, and I'm completely fucked up. I'm like, y'all got me all the way fucked up.
And then like Mexicans like take the urine diapers and rub it on the babies for their skin so they don't have any. Yeah. That's like an old wives'
What
tale.
do they do for women who have C-sections? They wipe poop from the mother on the baby because there's a whole thing.
Wait, no. When the fuck did they start doing that?
That's what
They wipe
that
poop.
does not happen at all. I totally just made that up.
I
know
think
about the second immunity. That's like when you have a natural birth, you're naturally exposed to those elements. And what happens? Women don't excrete during labor. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to offend anybody, but this is my understanding. And if you look,
is this a real thing, or are you?
When she said it, my
Women
mind
do usually
immediately.
shit themselves during labor, but it's usually like instantly wiped out of the way.
Yeah,
But I think her logic is.
Be wiped in it.
But I think she's saying that some people believe that, and normally the baby gets in it. So when they have a C-section, they wipe some of the shit over to the thing to create the normality of coming out of the vagina or something. I think that's what she
that
was
people
going.
would be just fine without that normal part of life.
Yeah, I don't think you need that extra step either.
You know, people do weird things with placenta though too.
Yeah, I was about to say that. That's
They eat it. Yeah,
and I about lost it when my daughter was born, and the doctor asked me if I wanted to. First of all, like that took
They
too
asked me
long.
that too.
I had been working all night. I was all head and shoulders, but like at some point I did a progress check, and that was a fucking mistake. And then like she's out, and the doctor like he's got the umbilical cord, and he jump ropes it at me. He's like and like kind of flings it at me. He's like, "Do you want to cut it, Dad?" And I'm like,
"Oh." What'd you ask? Is that the pudendum?
I said, "Fuck no! This is what you. This is your job. Do your fucking job and get the thing away from me."
You're just enthusiastic and wanting to share.
I don't know what, but like
Actually, my first one was my first child, and that's why I went. I had that. My labor was induced when she was 32 weeks, and it was because the placenta died. So they were like more than happy to pull that out and show me what it looked like. I was like, I don't even. What a weird. Still to this day, and I'm a grandma. Still think that's the most bizarre experience that women will ever go through is childbirth. It's awesome, but at the same time, it's equally freaking bizarre.
Childbirth is
Doesn't
bizarre.
matter how many you have. I still feel the
I
same
don't
way.
care what anybody says.
yeah.
It's not beautiful.
You grew people.
Ladies,
you grew
on panel,
people inside of you.
Is it humbling? I would assume that it's humbling in some fashion. Is it humbling?
Like, and in the fact that you realize that like you are actually very weak and you can be made to puke just by being around childbirth.
I didn't want.
It was humbling to have. It was humbling to have my ex giving birth look at me and go, "Are you all right?" Like fucking.
For the women, is it humbling having a kid?
Yeah, I was asking the women, is it humbling giving birth?
Flo State, we're glad it was humbling for you, but the women, did that shit hurt humble like?
I guess not. Nobody's jumping forward.
No, I mean,
it's just honestly, I didn't either, Angela. Isn't that just awesome when you hear other people having those crazy horror stories about having to have like all these stitches, and then you go, yeah, because I knew what the fuck I was doing before I gave birth, so I didn't have that happen. But it
Dude,
does.
I am totally.
But when it doesn't, you're just like.
Were you doing like certain types of exercises or just like staying active the whole time?
Yeah. That, and then there's like things that also that the father can do like a couple weeks before birth to just kind of like, you know what I mean, like make room. But
and
it goes back. It all goes back.
And in Ecuador, there's like this is actually being kind of brought to light because they have this whole birthing process, and the room is just full of like exercise equipment, just stretching, and it's like this whole different process. There's a whole massage process, and like prior to the birth, they're also like working on the uterus and the womb. And my friend, after her birth, had to have her uterus massaged flip back over, and it took a long time. So like it's possible for that type of manipulation.
I mean, I think I've
Oh,
massaged
yeah.
a few uteruses.
What about?
Yeah, because well, with mine, the cervix, like mine is tilted up, so like where you would prefer that the baby come out of the cervix and it just comes straight. That like my cervix is tilted up, so like the baby has to come out and then come down. So yeah, it's a little more complicated for me. But the fourth kid, I didn't have an epidural, so that's a whole nother level of experience. So all my childbirths were all very, very different. Like
Aren't
the
there a
wastes
lot
of
of
the children were different. There was different things that happened. So yeah, they were all very different.
I would assume you would be more human when you give birth. You would feel most at human and in tune with nature, and it would humble you to just let you know that you are just part of the evolution of this planet and the cycles and blah blah. All that's nonsense. Fuck that. It might
No, it's
snatch
not
back.
that, but it's just scary. I was really, really young too, so like
Yeah,
it's
makes
very
sense.
traumatic. It was just all across the board traumatic at first.
Yeah. It's
Still it's a beautiful experience though. It really is.
Did you have all your births in a hospital?
Even with all all of them, yeah.
Do
I
you feel like
barely
the
made it to the
process?
hospital with the last one.
Oh, really? Do you feel like the
Yeah,
process
barely.
in the hospital, like, did you have good kind of mixed experiences, or were they sort of, similar? And was anything like, I'm just kind of curious because I've heard that,
Like with
I've even heard
with the
doctors,
actual like how I was taken care of or how the babies were
yeah,
taken care of, or what do you mean?
yeah, just or like the
Overall,
rushing of
the care was just
things, like,
I mean, overall the care was really good. Like, and they're really like into the mother and what's going on with the mother. Like that is the main priority throughout the entire birthing process is the mother and her being comfortable. And then once the baby's there, the baby and the mother being comfortable with their bonding experience. And it's really up to the mother how all of that goes down. And you can be the father and you can be in the room. They're really not going to listen to you, at least at the hospital where I gave birth at. It really is all about the mom and what she says. And so they're really good about that. And then after that, you're looking at like your personal physician and what they and you have come up with a birth plan. And so me and mine were always really good. And I had the same caretaker through all of my pregnancies, Dr. Coulson. She might actually be retired now. She specialized in infants that were born with like special needs or had complications before and up till birth. Because I was so young, that put me at higher risk of having complications with my first birth, and then with the last one, he had Down syndrome and he had AVSD, so his heart defect put him at significantly greater risk. So he was already going to be in the NICU and stuff. So that all that stuff factors into how your care will go, and then individual interaction with one another also plays into that. But I would say overall, I was really happy with how all of that went, except in the last situation. But that's a whole nother story. In the case of my last kid, but that's a whole nother story. We don't have to go into that right now.
thank you for sharing that though.
The birth
Like,
was good. The hospital was not so good afterwards.
Are there mothers giving birth outside of hospitals? You asked her, did she have all the kids inside of? Is there some rash of mothers giving birth outside of hospitals?
Yes,
Yeah, home
midwives
birth
are still around.
home birth is actually went. I don't know as of 2023, but before the thing, it was actually going up. Women were
That's what
having
I'm
more home
asking.
births.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, is it one in 100,000 or something? I assume it's still damn
More
near
than
half
that, there's a
contained.
lot of women doing home births.
All right, that's what I was asking.
I would think, especially I would think out west, they're probably doing way more out there. Honestly.
Your mic is like good for about 70% of the time you talk, and then about 30% it goes.
We know why that is. Hold on. I'm about to fix that. How about now?
Sounds good so far. Actually, sounds a lot better.
Okay. We're good. Yeah. Ooh, my Novelda is a good channel. I've been watching the last couple of days. Their Cabbage Patch Little Rascals video from yesterday was mind blowing.
Yeah, I sort of wonder about some of the shit just seems a little much. Like all of a sudden all these theories are coming out, you know, in YouTube videos with AI voices. It's like, what the fuck?
Oh, I know. I saw that the other day. Yeah, that's fucking weird.
Like,
That's
I'm
weird.
pretty conspiratorial, but I don't, like at some point it's like how many new conspiracy theories can you stack up in an afternoon?
Dude, they've got apps now for music making where you can literally use The Weeknd's voice. You can use Jay-Z's. There's all kinds of voices that you
Like
can
auto
use to
tuner,
dub.
though.
What's that?
Wait, what about the Old Dominion?
AI. This is
I mean, that's
AI.
the newest thing.
Say again?
Old Dominion, isn't that? Are you talking about like the company, like that company that has the? So every time I see the Old Dominion, it's on the trailer, like one
Yeah,
of
isn't
those.
it a company? Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
I don't think
Yeah,
it's
I think it's
Dominion.
The Evergreen, you know those Evergreen trailers? What are they called? Storage containers?
Yeah.
Have you heard that crazy conspiracy that has to do with those?
The
That has to do with
Clintons.
like human trafficking?
The
Like sell
Clintons.
for us or something, probably.
It's got something to do, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it has something to do with Dick Cheney and human trafficking. The Evergreen.
I think it's the
containers.
Clintons. I think it was the Clintons, not Dick Cheney.
They're
Maybe
all
both.
I don't talk about the Clintons. I don't talk about them.
They're all in
Probably
on
a
it.
wise move.
I just don't even talk about them. I'm not gonna do it. Nope.
Do they know where you live by?
Shit, they always know where I am.
No,
They
the
always watch
mansion you
me.
live by.
The what?
The mansion you live by. The Biltmore.
That's what I'm saying. They always know where I'm at
I know.
all the time because I can get it. I mean, anyway,
What are you talking about?
the Biltmore estate. The Biltmore
I can't
estate.
tell if you're joking or if you're like, let's unpack your joke here.
No, she's got footage of it.
Yeah, the Biltmore estate. There's like I literally live like in their backyard. It's
The Clintons?
adjacent to the. No, the Biltmores, the Vanderbilts. They're called the Cecils now.
But what's that have to do with the Clintons?
The Cecils.
They're all connected. It's
Oh,
all like
they're all connected. They've been.
Anderson.
Last time I know anybody talked about her or him or anything, their helicopter crashed in the side of a fucking mountain. So like, I just don't even go there.
But isn't there trafficking stories out of that specific mansion?
Yeah.
Stories and
Well, no,
stuff?
there are some weird deaths.
Anderson Cooper's Gloria Vanderbilt's son, and his
He
brother
doesn't want to
died.
be affiliated with them.
That's
He tries to act
yeah,
like
but
he's not part of that family. But we
his
know.
brother passed away. Precarious situation, drugs or something. His older brother.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it was right there or not.
Allegedly, it's like some allegedly unaliving, but I don't know about all. I don't really know. Anderson, weird. The amount of like distancing that he tries to put between himself and the family to me is a little odd, and actually just more red flaggish to me than it doing any good. Like,
how much of that money you think he getting?
He's not that far distant of a relative that he's not probably getting some of it. Especially, didn't his mom recently pass, like within the last couple of years?
Anderson would get everything from Gloria's estate. Gloria
No, he is
Vanderbilt
one
is
of
his
the
mother.
he is the one of the directors. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. We were just looking at this the other day. We were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day. Yeah, we were just looking at this
Gloria is his mother.
Yeah, and she's gone.
Right.
Sounds like he
And
used to have a lot of bread either way there.
fuck yeah, Vanderbilt
so
jeans, the whole estate was amazing, full of money. She had a kinds of
it's
shit.
the largest privately owned residence.
Google
in
dude's
the that's
personal,
what you do.
even though he shit's wrong all the time. Google what is Anderson Cooper worth? Net worth or something. I hear those things that are always fucking wrong. Though.
Is more than worth. He's more estimated 50 million. That's bullshit. It's more than that.
Oh, we got none of that. Your mic popped.
He's openly gay and married.
How much was he worth?
It says an estimated 50 million as of January the
wow.
9th of this year. That it's got to be more than that. Honestly, I think it's way more than that.
Yeah, they're not considering his Panama Papers.
And he could have trusts with different things in it that you don't know about.
Yeah, he's with the right family that know how to hide some shit. So
Tell me this is not right. This cannot be right. So he was left his mother's entire estate, which was valued at $1.5 million.
It's all in trust.
Yeah, what year? Yeah, that's bullshit.
Just
No
one.
way.
That's what I said. Just one. Yeah. Okay. No.
Yeah, no. There's a house down the street that's $1 million. That's like not even close to the size of what you're talking about. There's
I
no
would
way.
assume just her
no
one crib. Yeah.
They
That's
left him.
ridiculous.
That's the public estate. Now where's the private estate?
That's in the Panama Papers.
There you go.
Oh, okay. Now they're claiming now that the money didn't make it to him, unfortunately. That his family used to be worth money, but he's not.
50
that's a tall tale.
That's a cool story, bro. Cool story.
He's a CIA plan. If you go back in the history, I think he's something. What did I mean? I mean CIB, Central Intelligence bullshit.
Yeah, he definitely is.
My nephew, after 9/11, made a tribute to. Hey, he decided he was like 7 years old or 8 years old. Made these little boats and put film canisters on them. The Coast Guard took him out into the middle of the Gulf. My dad went along, and Anderson Cooper interviewed them at the Coast Guard dock, and then they aired it on CNN several times that day, and I believe the next day, him putting those boats out there. And then they, I think they put 22 boats or something like that out in the water in the middle of the Gulf, 10 miles out or something. And a couple of them were found. They had notes that said, here, email this number, call this number. I don't know if that stuff's even active. My dad's email would be gone. But needless to say, a few did get found and called. I mean, like in South America, one over in Louisiana. It was pretty cool.
Oh, wow. Made the news, huh?
Yeah, actually, when they launched them. Anderson Cooper was the one that actually interviewed them.
Wait, just for the launching of some boats?
The launching of it. Yeah, the ones that were found, I don't recall. I wasn't.
I mean, just for the launching, that sounds beneath his pay grade.
It was right after 9/11. It was a little kid that was doing a little tribute to the fallen service members and all that shit.
Sounds very logical, suddenly, yeah.
And my dad was a marketing guy, so he probably had a hand.
He probably, crafted 90% of it.
I'm sure he sold that one. No doubt about it.
That's a good one.
So, but it was pretty cool. Needless to say, I'd like to find that video. It's around here somewhere. I got to find that.
You know what I always, if you remember, one of those things they used to bury, time capsules. I used to be fascinated with them. The thought when I was a kid, oh my God, 20 years from now, 50 years from now, I never hear any news about, never really about time capsules being open. I hear maybe one every 2-3 years. They should be popping up all over the place, man.
Hey Joe, I'm gonna ask you, and then I want to ask. Speaking of like time capsules in history, has anybody else when they were growing up thought that they were gonna die before they got to a certain age or by a certain age?
I certainly, yeah. I didn't think I'd make 20 or 21 and all.
I had an uncle that died at 23. I didn't think I'd make it past 23.
Yeah.
My year was 28.
28? Flow state? He's on break. Any of the ladies?
For what reason? Those ages.
Sarah?
What reason?
I didn't think I'd make it past 16, and in a way, I partly did die.
I'm scared to ask you for what reason, because at 16, it was probably something pretty traumatic or personal or something.
You know, it was arbitrary. I just had a weird feeling that I would die at that time. So here we are, 39. I made it.
Now, do you want to know what your prize is?
Sure.
More of the same.
Yeah.
If you're lucky.
Same shit, different day.
What if when I was
get-
young, that question, when I was young, there was something within me that told me I was either going to die by the time I was 28 or there was a chance I could live forever.
Would you change anything?
Did you think you'd fly?
Wait. Live forever? Forever?
Yep.
Ever?
That's what he fucking said.
Oh, okay. All right.
Eternal life, man. That's a possibility. It's something I'm starting to consider, that maybe that's a real thing.
Are
I
you
believe
talking
in
about taking
eternal
that
life, but not.
fleshly body with you?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I have
You're
no idea.
considering it, but you haven't considered it enough to make a determination of whether you'll be trying to take that body with you.
Hey, Joe, there's already enough people that think I'm crazy, but I do believe that with God, all things are possible. And there are technologies right now. I mean, when you start cleaning out the bullshit from the chemicals on the regular stores, when you start getting into some of the natural ways, there is so much to know about these bodies, and bring in some of the potentials that are available through frequency healings, using lights and energies to reconstruct the body. There is a chance, who knows, we could truly be a generation that
takes our body into the next place.
There's a lot of possibilities, Joe. I think.
You haven't told me what you think. First of all, I asked you, you haven't told me what you think. You just say anything's possible. You haven't told me what you think. And
Everything's possible.
You got a belief, in my opinion, which is why I'm kind of scolding you a bit. You have a belief. You would have thought about it. You just said you did. You'd have an idea of if I can carry this body with me, or if I transcend and my so-and-so leaves me. You got that idea. I don't know why you're not speaking on it. You have one of those two ideas.
There's a lot of possible interpretations to what that could mean. I mean,
it's stop you from saying. I mean, if you understand, I mean, you can give me and let me try to interpret it on my own. I may get it wrong. That's the price of conversation.
Well, it's in line with the spiritual teachings, is that allegedly, we will achieve an eternal life in the hereafter. And I don't know what is real or not, No,
my question was take your body with you. It was not what is real or not.
Well, what is the body? Is the body
a physical flesh bag? It takes a shit and pisses every day.
There you go, Joe.
I believe the physical body can be prolonged, rejuvenated, and maybe really, I don't know.
I do know. That's why I pushed you, because I know that was your belief.
The meat suit can't make it through the wormhole.
We're at an interesting time, and I've heard so many stories, like allegedly the monks ascending into the rainbow bodies, leaving behind their fleshly suits to some degree at will.
Yeah, I've heard stories like that.
And then there's a lot of people who claim to be channeling, different beings, different energies, and there's a lot of crazy stories
There's a
about
theory
what could be
that
happening.
that some people go around and spend 100 years in this body, 100 years in that body, 100 years in this body, just come back in different fleshly bodies, but they continue on. It's a bunch of theories, right?
Yes.
I was listening to David Icke saying something about that when you go, that there's like a transference where you have a chance to go on to the next life, but you end up coming back here through some sort of soul recycling. They talk about the harvest moon. People say the moon is hollow and shit. NASA proved that it was hollow. They fucking sent a bomb to it, and fucking the thing
It
rained
wasn't
for a
a
half
fucking
hour.
bomb. It wasn't a bomb. It was one
It
of
was
the
a fucking
space.
projectile.
Yeah, it was one
Yeah,
of the
rocket.
spacecrafts. They pointed it at the moon, hit it, and the motherfucker rang for a very long time.
Yeah, a half hour, 45 minutes, something like that. It was fucking. It shocked them, but nonetheless, it just makes you wonder. I mean, you go, what is real? It's all real, but when what David Icke was saying is, when they say go to the light, and they show you family members and stuff, that's not what you're supposed to do. You should go towards the darkness, because that's the way out. And what I would suggest is, I've seen that in a Star Trek episode, even where the captain was going, and it's the girl from what's her name, Red from Orange is the New Black, when she played the captain on the Enterprise. She fucking said, no, I'm not going that. When her father was there, it's like, no, you wouldn't tell me to do this. Something like that. So
I don't
I don't
think it'll
know.
be something left. It's and you're so confused. You did all this work or lack of work, and you get there, and you can't make the decision between light or black. It seems damn it like flipping a coin after all your hard work. I couldn't believe that. That would be the way it would
But
be set up.
what if there's a race that is stopping us from going to the source by taking advantage of us?
Like the human race, I think you hit it on the head. There is a race doing that right now.
But right, okay, but as the human race mixed with other races, there's some people that believe that there's more than a few races around here.
It's absolutely feasible, and I've looked into it, and I've haven't been able to say it's not a thing. I mean, there's good evidence and shit that.
Dude, the more we find out, the less we fucking know. I mean, they're trying to trick us with what we don't know.
Exactly. You throw in enough bullshit, cover stories, propaganda, shit you made up, you convolute so everything so much. You don't know what's real.
Half of us just fucking give up. We wire out. We go, okay, I can't deal with this shit anymore. Fucking Red Rover, send someone right over to take the fuck over.
Yeah.
It gets it's convoluted, man. What is real? Jack often says. Jack, what is real?
Normally, you don't have to worry about that shit, though, right? Normally, you do what Jack says. There's only the now. So you only have that decision to make moment by moment. So shit doesn't get too confusing.
You should remember your past so you don't re-fucking visit the stupidity of it.
I didn't mean that, but I mean the only shit that you can do is what you can do right now.
Going forward, yeah, but you should do it with a little bit of an
not even going forward. Right now, at this moment, is the only moment that you have. So that is the moment, whether you're being honest, whether you're being righteous, whether you're being lousy. So in many ways, that's the only thing that matters.
Well, no matter where you go, there you are, Joe. And no matter what time it is, it's now. If you're there, it's now.
What you do is how you do it.
We got not on the ground here. Show us that view.
Yo, what's up? First of all, I want to make a couple corrections. I don't think we can send anything to the moon. NASA lies; they lie a lot. And Scott, I think you're conflating. That wasn't the Enterprise. I think that was the Voyager with Captain Janeway.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, you're right.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah. But you're wrong about that moon shit. Nazi, you can't go to outer space.
Well, that's what you can have that opinion. I have my opinion that you can't go to the moon. But
We can try to
anyways,
sway each other. Oh, go ahead. You go ahead. Continue.
anyways, I got to go into town today, so I was gonna take you guys on a little tour on my way down, so you guys can see, the way I trek my way down, and probably not up because it'll be probably at nighttime by the time I go there.
I'm
So
about to say, where are you? It's dark as fuck here. It's probably it's fucking
He's in the
11 o'clock.
Himalayas.
You, if
Oh,
you can.
I live in India.
Show the
in
scene.
India.
Yeah,
It's warm here. It's 1 a.m.
All right.
it's 11:40.
View from his window is
Wow.
gorgeous. Is that where you are right now? Are you about to walk down from there?
Yeah, I'm walking down from my hut. So this is my hut.
And then his view. You should show it.
Can you
Show that
They've seen
view.
it before.
Show us down.
Oh,
Show us
all right,
down.
all right.
1 second. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, look at
you
that.
good. Oh wow, it's good. Oh my goodness, little mist and shit. How you say I'm trekking down? You just gonna walk down that hill, bro?
Yeah, this is the way to go. The only way to go.
How far is the nearest paved road?
In
your direction. In your direction.
Yeah, like it's about 25 minutes down, maybe.
Oh wow.
Let's see what. Let's say 11:40 now. So
before you touch pavement, so you got a little march out there. That's nice, then.
Does your landlord give you a deal on rent?
yeah, yes, Scott. He gives me a deal on rent.
You have to give me a deal, man. I need a fucking garage. So
You need a garage.
Well, at least a golf cart. I could get like one of those mules, maybe. One of the.
No, you can't, Scott. That poor mule.
The poor mule. No, not a live mule. I'm talking about like a Kawasaki or something like that. One of the.
Oh, I guess.
A workhorse, a fucking John Deere tractor or some shit. It'll make it up that.
I doubt it. No vehicles will come here.
No, nothing will make it up that.
Enjoy it, man. It's good to hike up the hill. I'm just saying.
It's good exercise.
You ever slip down there at all? You ever fall down that son of a bitch?
I fell once. Like I wasn't paying attention. I was on the phone or something, and I fell like 6 feet, but like right on my back. And I had like a backpack full of stuff, so I didn't get hurt. Yeah, but like, but yeah, I just wasn't paying attention. So you got to pay attention. You got to be sure-footed. But it's pretty nice view,
It's gorgeous.
Got the mountains over there.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Nice day today.
Oh shit! So how many people live up higher than you?
Oh, that's gorgeous, bro.
Really nobody above me. There's like a Nepalese family that live a little bit above me during the season, and there are a couple houses that's like about the same. There's a Nepalese family and another one Indian guy that also lives kind of over in that direction. So
you have electricity and everything up there, right?
What is everything?
You don't have poured water, but you bring your water up, but I'm sure you have a way to bring things out. You have your own little indoor setup.
I had to carry water for like 2 months during last year during this time. I used to have a pump that broke and stuff, and I had to carry water. But now government actually created a new pipe. So I get water from there. So I have water and I have electricity.
What about electricity? I would assume it's iffy at times too. I would assume it's in and out the same way the water is sometimes. How reliable is the electricity, Nachi?
Took over.
Namaste. Yeah, it's pretty reliable. Better than Nepal. Nepal was like 12 hours a day or something like this. But when we had a flood during the summer, we didn't have electricity for like 6 days.
Okay. But
all right, I'm on the
I
big
can see
screen.
that.
Look at that. Anyways, you guys can continue on with the conversation. I just wanted to show you guys, you know, my
great, bro.
my area a little bit. But I hope everybody's doing well.
It was a nice day here on the other side of the world too.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I stay out kind of far away. I have to take a 20-minute trek into town to get my cigars or whatever I need in the morning. And I used to feel proud of myself. All right, this is great, blah, blah, blah. Now I feel inadequate all of a sudden, right?
So this is like a stack of grass. So they spend the fall cutting grass and they just stack it up. So this is for the winter supply for
the
these guys over
animals?
here.
Okay.
For the cows, yeah. So most everybody's got cows. I will have some cows living with me during the winter. I'm not sure if I'm going to be here the whole duration, but I got to prepare anyways. Buy some wood and
Some wood for that fat cow that's going to be living with you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the cows are, you know, they warm me up, man.
Do you got to walk them up the mountain?
Do I what?
You got to walk them up the mountain. I mean, you know, how easy is it to move them up the mountain?
With them, they're not my cows.
Amazon drops off the cows next
No,
day.
I'm saying, is it a different path, or is that the fucking? He's taking the path of least resistance. Does he have a better suited path for cows?
Yeah, those are sheep. Yeah.
Yep, that was a sheep.
Who
I mean,
dude's in the mountains.
A real
Mustang.
question. Let's say something happened and it looks damn near like you're on the edge of a cliff most of the times. If there was, say, something, weather happened or a boulder fell and took out, I don't know, a 15-foot stretch of road, would you guys get on it immediately, or is it like here where you press a button and you pressure someone else to get out there?
I mean, like when we had the flood, a lot of the roads got damaged, and the village road, a lot of the locals just went there and just cleared it out the best they could. But the major ones, you know, the government comes in and they do the construction mistake.
That's logical.
Nachi, we were talking about the moon before. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Namaste.
Yesterday we were talking about the moon. You were talking about the moon, I think, earlier today with Jesse, and we were talking about it earlier. Yeah. One of the things I heard about the moon, I don't know if you said it yesterday or someone just said that the moon never has the sun shine on the other side. Was that you? That we only,
no, I didn't. I mean, like.
We only see one side, but the moon absolutely gets sunlight on the other side. We just don't see that.
That's logical. It would definitely have to happen that way.
Yeah, well, we wouldn't see the waxing and waning during the day that we see, where we only see a sliver of the moon if there wasn't lit up the other side.
And we know we're locked to one face, so therefore that sunlight is going around somewhere up there.
Right. Yeah. So... But I didn't. I thought it might have been you. Maybe it wasn't. But no, I thought it's crazy that we only see one face. That's one thing. But the other crazy things about the moon that it's 1/400th the size of the sun and 400 times closer than the sun. So that's why we get the perfect lunar and solar eclipse, because they appear to be the exact same size in the sky, which is literally like a 1 in a million fucking shot when it comes to planets.
I know I heard that formula where they fit perfectly and all of that shit, but hearing it now, you say it, 400 moons don't sound nearly enough to fill up the sun. I feel like, I don't know. I thought it'd take
exactly 400 times closer and 400 times smaller. Yes, both numbers are true.
Oh, and 400 times smaller.
Yeah.
Probably they're not. Probably they're both bullshit.
Okay, look it up.
No, I understand
No,
that. That's
no.
what it will say.
He is saying he don't believe none of it. By the way, he's talking.
Oh, it's,
Yeah, neither
it's
do
a
I.
hologram. It's a hologram. I know.
I don't think it's that either.
No. What about?
I don't know
the,
what it is, but like all these you know,
Uh,
it's not made out of cheese,
Fine rainbow
probably.
lasagna.
So you guys don't believe those
you,
rovers on Mars and all of that shit right now?
no, I don't. But
What about the satellites? Yeah, I believe Elon Musk satellites are up there.
Where do they make satellites?
China.
I'm just saying, like,
So no for you, Flo. You don't believe it.
I'm undecided on satellites, but
What about you, Nachi?
I watched the rockets go up right from
about what
here where I
satellites?
live.
You believe the satellites are up there?
Yeah, I mean they shoot rockets, but that doesn't mean they actually go anywhere. They on the coast of Florida, Bermuda Triangle, and they pick up the pieces afterwards. They
Dude,
always
they're
go in an
fucking
angle in an
they're
arc.
launching these motherfuckers for 3. You know, I've seen 3 in a week. It almost seems. It may have been like 10 days. 3 of them. They're launching them all the time. Look at the number of rockets that.
But that doesn't mean that they're actually going anywhere, though. You know, it's just to give you the sense of like, yeah, we have rockets. And
did you know that we have a ring like Saturn? We have our
Scott,
own ring.
why don't you understand what he's telling you?
What? That they're not going anywhere? He's saying, I don't believe that. I disagree.
Yeah,
I've
I
been watching.
understand. It just don't sound logical or believable.
The rockets are not just going up to nowhere and then they're landing.
Okay.
They're going to retrieve them in the water. That's not what's happening, Nachi. They're not spending billions of dollars on this fucking shit so they can just go pick them up in the salt water. I mean, that's not what's happening. And the rockets are landing now. The technology is so good that these things are fucking landing on barges, on drone barges.
Scott,
you know,
if I don't believe that we went to the moon, why do you think that I would believe the things that you say insistently? Like, they're landing now. How the fuck do you know? I've seen footage of a thruster from SpaceX where a mouse ran across a thruster in space.
Wasn't a mouse. They zoomed in.
Yeah.
No, it was definitely a mouse.
Engine. It was not. It was. I looked at it myself. It was not a mouse. You just watched the thing once. They got a close up that zoomed in. Every piece around it is a piece of cloth like it, and when it slides and stops, it's next to 8 more that look exactly like it. Zoom in. It was not a mouse. Stop, Miss saying that.
We're going to look at that after we admire the folding chairs on the original moon rover.
Right. Well, that was for efficiency. There's folding chairs on Army vehicles. There's folding chairs on Army vehicles as well.
They spent $40-some million on that. You know, back in 1960s.
Check out that umbrella.
He probably wants you to know that you did a really awesome interview today, Notch.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Very good. It was awesome. It was a good job. The
appreciate that.
Yeah.
So, Flow State, you don't believe that the rockets are sending satellites. Did you hear me say earlier that we have our own ring like Saturn? But our ring is not like Saturn's where it's gases and shit. We have actually space junk from our rocket boosters and shit that have been left up there. We have like 9. They've literally got them cataloged. There's like 9,000 pieces of shit floating up
Who's
there.
got it cataloged?
NASA
sure.
does, and other space agents, other space.
So Scott, when
groups.
you tell me this shit, what do you think my response is going to be to that, to what you just said?
I've seen stuff fall out of the sky with my own eyes and burn up on re-entry.
Yeah, and they just NASA.
So you hold on.
Worldwide,
You
they
saw
have to
something
keep
fall out of
track
the
of
sky and
them.
burn up on re-entry. So you don't actually know what the fuck you saw, do you?
No, but I see a lot of fucking shit and other things, and they say that. Yeah, I mean, you got to realize that this shit has happened. The rockets I've been watching since I was a kid growing up aren't an illusion. Okay? If you think they're an illusion, I'm here to tell you, I've been watching them with my own fucking eyes.
You could
You're
go
dead
out-
wrong.
Go outside right now.
No,
with a
we
pair of
believe those
binoculars.
rockets exist. We
So you
believe that
think they're
rockets
not going
exist.
into space? You think they're
Yeah,
hitting
that's
some...
the thing. That's another layer of the lie, is that that's there to convince people. Yes, we have rockets, of course, and we're sending them out to space, but there is no space for them to send to. That's the problem.
Listen,
It's another layer of deception.
If you go
It's another layer of
right now,
deception.
if you
If
go
you
outside
drive your
right
car
now,
60 miles, then you're in space if you just go up, if you were able to.
So
it ain't
there's
that fucking far, not
If you're able to.
They're doing the
If,
echo.
if you're able to.
They have giant rockets.
Hold on, Scott. They're
Yeah,
still doing the echo.
listen,
Tommy,
if,
I don't think you have an echo. I think you're all right.
All right. Carry
if you go outside right now with a pair of binoculars, you can look in the sky and you'll see a million fucking satellites flying around.
All right,
They're
let's watch
coming
this.
like fucking flies.
Let's watch this.
I do
You
it
don't
every
even
night.
need
I'm
a
in
telescope.
Colorado. I can do it right now.
Get the pro. 99, proceeded. 3, 2, 1.
Whoa, look at those sparkly thrusters. Oh my gosh, look how it's sort of pulled sideways on the strings. That's amazing. I wonder how they retrieved that footage. How did the camera pan up?
Doesn't matter.
Poor guy who was left on the
have
moon. You know,
Why are we
he
still
doesn't get any credit.
Wait. You guys couldn't figure out a way to pull that off? I know NASA lies a lot, but
In
I
72?
think you could figure out, yes, in 72, because the way they did it
Hold
is
on.
simple as fuck. How do you not
Hold on.
figure it out?
I want you to watch these thrusters again. Do
Yeah,
you
I've
see those
watched this
three
shit.
pebbles shoot at the back?
What is
Right.
this?
This is why.
Did
No,
you
guys,
expect
just let me.
HD?
I can.
Did you expect
Joe.
HD on the
Joe.
moon? Your argument is that the footage is fucked up. It's the 70s on the moon.
Well, radiation. Like that is a huge thing that people
Irrelevant.
are not talking about.
And
The
listen, you
survival of
guys
the
aren't
Irrelevant.
sincere. You figured out how to make that shit. You know, ain't nobody left
Irrelevant.
behind. How do you do that? You could figure it
Guess
out
what?
in 2 minutes. You're
Guess
insincere.
what?
You're haters.
Guess what? When you're on the moon, you don't need near the thrust to get back off of it because you're not on Earth gravity. And you guys, you don't have to travel into space to know that you're on a globe.
There was a guy eating radioactive material and drinking and swimming in fucking radioactive pools and lived to be like 82. You can look it up. The guy said there's
Or
nothing.
you can
We've just
study
been,
the Satan ball or whatever it was called and die in your fucking 30s, 40s.
we were made to
Radiation's a
believe
bitch
that
right now.
radioactive shit's a lot more dangerous than it is.
No,
and
it
they
is
say,
dangerous. It will
okay,
break your
Hiroshima and
DNA down.
Nagasaki. Yeah, okay, but Hiroshima and Nagasaki, if it was that fucking terrible, how come people are living there right now?
Because it doesn't hang around that long, but when it's there, it will fucking kill you.
Well, go, okay, 3 Mile Island.
God, I don't need your
Chernobyl.
boomer ass to back me up on this shit. You're actually
Back
gonna get in
off.
my way.
There's no way to get in your way. Come on, you're going down a one-way street.
Have you seen how big you are? You can get in my way, metaversally and physically.
Scott,
Look,
have
but
you
you're like
seen
Slender
all the,
Man. You can just slide by.
Have you
Go
seen
on,
all the
Joe.
mutated animals at those sites? And do you believe they're mutated because of the radiation?
I don't think it's radiation.
There's no mutated
Then
animals
what's
there.
mutating?
You can,
Oh, Google that. Google that shit.
I have. You can take. you
Google the ones at Russia in particular, because I've looked at those in particular.
right.
That shit's
Look,
crazy.
you can take.
think
You
it's
can get on
aliens?
right now, and you can book. You can book a tour of Chernobyl where you stay there for a whole week, including at the reactor site that melted down.
No,
you
don't.
One of the
No.
Q&As.
You understand half-life?
Show me now. No one has ever.
You
No,
understand
Joe.
half-life of radioactivity?
Fucking show me now. Show your goddamn self now. Go look it up your
Power of
fucking self.
intentional
do
water.
What's the half-life, Tommy?
Not gonna cite what it is like trivia. I'm saying, do you understand that it can go away?
So can cocaine.
But in Japan, where we hit Nagasaki and Hiroshima, when it damaged the fucking DNA of people, they had offspring and generational DNA fucking mutations. And I'm looking for that right now. Camacho,
But
please.
also, what I'm getting at is with Fukushima is that's what part of the Emoto experiments was. He took polluted water and did intentional prayer over it, and they show before and after and the like snowflake crystalline structure of the after.
Now, are you guys
Just from
specifically debating shape or nuclear power, or are you just spurging information left and right?
We were debating whether or not we went to space or whether NASA can tell the truth about anything, basically.
They were ready to lie. They have lied. We went to space. I don't know why you people can't grasp both. And I don't know why you don't understand that before we'd ever passed that firmament, we knew we were on a globe.
So here's the thing. If you lie to me once, with everything else comes into question.
It's
So
not-
why?
yeah.
How did you come to the conclusion?
This isn't.
Tom, let
once
me finish
again,
my motherfucking question.
I know where you're
How
going.
did you come? How did you come to the conclusion that you did that they lie about some things, but not about this?
Everybody does that, Flo. Everybody lies about some things and not
Joe
about
Cool,
everything.
please.
The logic is senseless.
And because you don't read the chat, Joe Cool, drop one email in my email that's in my description. So when I do a video or a stream specifically about that homeless preacher, I can let you know because it's about the only thing I don't want to rack your fucking head over. But you don't need, I don't believe NASA to know we're on a globe. I don't need the government
I
to
know
say we're on a
that,
globe.
Tommy. You know I know. A couple polls. Yeah, you can figure it out. Yeah. And by the way, Flo, while I took my time while I was in the basement, I Googled fucking shit in Chernobyl, and they're endless, the fucking mutated animals. Then some of them are massive, deer size and shit like that.
On the website with the tours, right? And I've checked several of them. It says,
No.
will I see mutated animals? And the answer is no.
Well, I'm gonna Google. Can you do a tour to the thing itself? What you call the
All right.
reactor itself? Because
Yeah.
I've heard that they have a distance where they're very strict about it, and one where they're loosely strict. They have
Look it up.
tours,
Look
and
it
then
up.
beyond the barriers, they have where the people who are daring go. But I haven't, and they have the
Look
mutated
it up.
animals there.
That's fine. I know what you've heard. I heard all the same things.
All right.
I don't hear, I don't hypothesize. I know we're on a globe. I don't know why you guys are jumping back and forth between globe, space, and radioactivity.
That's not what I asked you. How do you pick and choose which NASA truths and lies you believe?
Well, as far as the moon landing, you can tell by the flag. On the legit ones, the flag looks cardboard. It only moves because of the vibration of them touching the pole. On the fake footage, it's waving in the wind.
So
Moron.
why do you, if there's some fake footage and some real footage, why do you think that some of the real footage is real footage?
I just told you how I can tell real footage. And now, why do you know why they have fake?
Why
footage?
don't you think it was just a better fake?
I do, Tommy. I do. Well,
Because
I'll
they
tell
wanted to
you.
make sure not only they could fake it if they needed to, which they didn't, but once we were there, they didn't need us knowing what the astronauts were actually seeing. And when they saw stuff we didn't want them to see, they played the fake footage over top of it because it was being live streamed, which was at a delay.
I feel like your theory is way more conspiracy-ish than mine.
I'm
is,
not
and hard-
theorizing. Well, I mean, that part it could be a theory, but the fact we're on a globe is fact. It's not theory.
Tommy, I don't want to hear about globe or flat.
I know, 'cause
one
you
more
know I'll
time.
wreck
That's not
that
what
shit,
we're
and then
talking
you
about.
have
I know
to
that you get
beat your
stuck on it, but
cognitive
that's not
dissonance.
what the discussion is.
All right. So the
Well, you let me know when it is, and you come around the globe because you're not gonna be able to deny it. Just like Z is fucked up. He admitted that stars stay and planets move, and that's the start of showing him he's a jackass.
But Tom, okay, fine, we'll do this. Tom, if gravity is what holds us in the atmosphere and everything to the Earth, right?
Why do you get to pick these points? That you're like a flat earther. No,
And
Joe,
that's
this is how you get tangled up in hours of debate. I don't care
we
what he
were already
brings
doing
up.
that.
I can just say why
Tom.
you're on a globe. And
No, you can't. You can't on your channel. You can't hear. You can't just say. We can talk about it, and the conversation can go how I want it to go. Or you can go to your channel.
oh, the conversation will go.
He chose his channel. I need a snack. I'm getting crabby.
Right?
I got some
Jeez, I was
cold
gonna say, I think
pineapple
everybody might
juice.
need one. Fucking
Well, he
shit.
and I have gone over this 1,000 times, and it's not ever because I want to have the conversation.
You were trying
Look,
to avoid it, and then when you was like, "Fuck it, I'll do it."
he
cut
does
you
this
off.
every fucking time. He's like, and I got to think that the reason that he's stuck on it is because he doesn't believe himself, but he wants to.
I think that he believes himself because he's using a very basic logical argument. It sounds like it's kid shit to him. Like I believe it's kid shit to me. That's what I picked up. You know,
he didn't wanna hear.
basic math.
Okay, so let me
shit.
ask
Come
you:
on.
if
Yeah.
gravity is the attraction of a smaller object to a larger object, and if that's what's holding us from spinning off into space,
Yeah.
right? Because this globe spins,
Right.
then does that mean that there's more gravity at the equator than at the poles?
That's not logical. It would mean
There
well,
would have
let's
to
see.
be,
Maybe
though.
you mean microgravity. Maybe that's what you're
What the
saying.
fuck is that? No, I mean gravity in general. How? Because the centrifugal force, right? The equator is spinning around a hell of a lot further and faster than the poles, which really aren't spinning at all if you go stand straight on the top.
Okay, so your question is
The
what?
centrifugal force is greater at the equator.
Yes. Again, by any it's not logical by any I see no reason why we would spin off at any speed, whether we were still at the poles, because the center of gravity is the center of the earth. It pulls the same from all directions, so it doesn't matter if you're at the pole spinning fast, you're in the equator spinning faster. It's still pulling from the center, and you wouldn't fly if you got 1,000 miles per hour.
But you wouldn't need any gravity if you're standing straight on the North Pole, because there's no centrifugal force spinning around to fling you off.
I would assume that with the speed plays such a micro level, which is why I asked you, are you talking about micro amounts here?
No, I'm talking about like the Earth is supposedly spinning really fast, right? Like think about basketball spinning on your finger.
It's
right?
500 miles an hour, the speed of an airplane.
Okay, so you would think that without gravity, humans would fly off into space.
No, I wouldn't. I would think like if I was sitting in the car, I got up to 500 miles an hour, I wouldn't even feel it.
All right, I'm gonna get going, guys. Have a good one. Bye.
You made Notch get off, Joe.
I thought
no. I got to get on a bike, but maybe I'll come back if you guys.
He's got to get on a bike now. He's not done.
I might come back later if you guys are still going, but I have to drive later.
I thought you had logged off already. I was just talking shit to Joe, honestly.
How do you have a bike downhill? How do you? Right? He just
Okay.
walked. He's gonna grab it. Is that like rent a bike now? They got a rental company at the bottom of the hill.
Does anybody else get the centrifugal force thing?
I think it's minuscule. I think I get it, but I think its effect would be minuscule. It's the same. I don't know. I thought it was the same as if you're sitting in a plane, you don't even know it. You're flying 500 miles an hour. It was built up so gradual.
Because no, it's not because it's built up gradually. It's because you're in an enclosed system.
It's because you're in a closed system.
Right. The inside of the airplane is still.
You should post a poll in the chat.
Flo, if you took yourself out of that enclosed system and took away the wind, because the only thing you'd feel then is the wind in your face, you still wouldn't suddenly feel like you're moving at 500 miles an hour. Once you build up gradually to that speed, the only thing you could feel is the G-forces bringing you up to that speed.
I think actually, I don't think either of us know that because you can't do that. But
sure you can. Bikers do it all the time. The speed records for
they
bikers.
never take away the
car.
wind. You never take away the wind.
The speed bikers, the way they get the record, they get a car in front of it with a big ass shield to block the wind, and they go significantly faster. That's how they break the record.
Drafting.
So we know the theory holds.
That's drafting.
But they do it on a major level. Check the bicycles; they have
And
a very
and you're
big
saying that they don't feel
partition.
any wind or motion.
No, but I'm saying the philosophy holds. If they can use it to take it away, that you can theoretically assume that if you could take it away totally, what I'm saying would logically be true.
I can't prove you wrong, but I think it's reasonable to assume that you're wrong.
Yeah, I'm okay with that one, man. Here's the one I always use for flat earthers, and I wish Nachi was still here. They tell me that the reason you can't see the sun is because it goes so far to another part of the flat earth that it disappears. The same way if I walk, I get tiny and I disappear.
I'm not. Well, right now what I'm trying to do is not support a flat earth model. I'm trying to show why the heliocentric one doesn't work.
I know, but since you went there with Tommy and we're here now, we're at the precipice. It shouldn't take more than a few more seconds. If that part is true and flat earthers believe that hold on, that it
No, that's
disappoints
what I'm telling you. Like,
into a pinpoint.
flow is enough of an
then
obstacle, but if your pimp ass would just shut the fuck up, I could break this down much easier
Joe, do
without
you
your
want me to
hesitance,
backstage him
your
until you're
doubt in
done with your
yourself.
talking?
I was only needed a couple more seconds.
And it was
Tommy,
still
or
no,
if you could be
the
a
seconds you
gentleman
spent aren't worth shit.
and give me a few more seconds, Tommy. You could be a gentleman. Just let
Sure,
me finish this.
impress me.
Appreciate it.
Sure.
If it's true that the sun goes so far away, it disappears to a pinpoint, the way everything else gets so far away, it gets tinier and tinier, then I wouldn't see it drop every day behind the horizon as a big ass disc. It's supposed to shrink to a pinpoint, but I see it from the bottom of the huge disc disappears, and it gets wider, and then the top disappears. It doesn't shrink off into the distance.
Either way,
that's to be 1,000% proof.
And so like I said, I'm not arguing in support of a different model. I hear what you're saying, but either way, it's moving away from you in either model.
How come it keeps finding itself in the east in the morning and in the west at night, and then back in the east in the morning and the
That
west?
distance that the sun is moving away is minuscule every day and night.
On a flat Earth model, it would work the same way. Like it'd be like walking around the block instead of looping over the basketball. Tommy's been waiting incredibly patiently for him.
Yeah.
Oh, are you guys done with your pleb dick swinging? Because here's the thing, you can say my own channel, or I can say if you want the answers, fucking humble yourself.
I don't think that you have the answers. I'm not humbling myself. But
Well, that's because you've never, like, you've always either pompously Dunning-Krugered me to the back, or you've just, something always interrupts, because that's
I
how
put you
those
in back
disorders do.
because you don't understand how conversations work.
Yeah, trump it up. No, I do, and you don't understand how you're a jackass and I don't respect you. I didn't
fine.
fucking
You have
mod
something
God
to
you
say.
when you come on my channel. I don't mod God anybody. And you're a fucking weak punk. Mod God is your Satanism.
But you know what? I understand how conversations work. I didn't come on your panel and talk through you.
Right? Well, you don't understand how getting arrested for having 50s instead of 20s works either. So tell me how smart you are about your planet and your shape. You're a fucking joke.
You tell me how smart I'm not. Go ahead.
Oh, I do every time. That's why you backstage me and get mad.
What were
Now,
you coming
I
up
gotta
here
cover this in case CBO is watching, or any of you disrespectful motherfuckers. For all the people that sit and talk like Hiroshima was a scam, or these people didn't go through fucking hell, generational mutated hell, it's all over this fucking platform. And the fact you guys would stand so strong on like, oh, nuclear bombs don't exist, it's all fake. These people are mutated, their offspring was mutated, people cooked, people became shadows against a wall if you were at the right distance from a nuclear bomb. And there was also fake footage of nuclear shit too.
It was
This
probably
is the
flat
discernment.
earthers
This
making
is
the
why
fake
there's a
footage.
strong delusion. Because yes, for everything that's real, they'll show you something fake just to keep you confused. And then you guys are agents that do it pro bono. You guys just throw static in, not actually wanting the truth. Now here's the facts, and I already covered this. I should make us rewatch Chaotic Truth, because me and some guys just broke it down on Chaotic Truth. Where
How would you possibly? Let's play that game. Make us watch Chaotic Truth.
Well, I'll just explain what we explained there.
Are you sure?
And it's basic. I'm gonna re-say it. So stars are stationary. Planets do their cycles, their rotations, their patterns, if you will, their loops. So when we go to the North or South Pole, stick a camera straight up in the air and leave the lens open. That's why you get the North Star staying there, and then the rest will
We can't do that
record
experiment.
No, it's been done.
I know.
Oh, so you're gonna stand on the Wizard Paul thing? Oh, I can't fly up and look back, so we don't believe you. This is how you can know.
I don't know what. Is that
Okay,
Wizard Paul thing?
Flo. I know you're too smart for me, but let's drop the camera. Let's pretend that we could
Here's
just
the thing,
say.
Tommy. I don't.
You're not gonna let
believe
me talk, are you? You're
people.
not gonna let me get it out because you're scared. Your cognitive dissonance is kicking in.
Let me. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this.
Is that
so
trans
that you
woman
understand,
pissing at me?
so that you understand how to proceed. I don't believe what other people are telling me about this shit.
Right. This is what you could do for yourself.
or that make logical sense, like more gravity.
It does make logical sense, and you don't let me finish because you know that you'll have to sit here and be like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm a stupid Discworlder.
All right, hurry up and get to it then. Get to your point.
Oh, you need it in a TikTok.
His first point was...
I don't want to play this game with you. Do you have a point to make?
You're the one playing games. You're the one that threw me off. I was on my way. You're the one that can't sit like a good little boy. And
I
listen
don't
to the
want to hear you go wah 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 wah. Just get to your
Okay,
point, Tom.
cover your ears for me and go la 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 la.
It's been real, Tom.
Yeah, I dug his first point about all the witnesses. I use it all the time that survived Hiroshima and Nagasaki and all the things.
He
they
might
went
have
through.
a point there. I'm not gonna die on the hill of that. I didn't even state
I'll tell you, I already
position.
compensated for the brain cells I lost just then on his stupid ass.
Somebody
Well, I hope
owes
you
you
take
money
XRP.
now.
I was like,
Somebody owes me money now. Damn it.
Yeah, DWS. If that's snafu, I'm not going to. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Nobody has freedom of speech on my panel.
heard that.
Sorry, this isn't America. You don't have rights here.
Yeah, it's just like, what are you fucking thinking? Like, you have a freedom of speech?
There's not a logical
It's
argument.
just Tommy. It's just Tommy. We just don't want him to have freedom of speech. Because he just literally will talk in circles.
No, Tommy has a lot more speech freedom here than a lot of other people who are like who you don't see.
Trying to sneak
what are you doing here, Tommy? The person invisible, what are you doing here? Why are you trolling? Shut the fuck up. You get on my nerves with that shit.
Yeah, if he really wanted to
And I
make his
don't know.
point, he would just spit it out instead of grandstand and like, whoa, you're just scared of the truth,
is
Tom. I
not.
gave you 18,000 options to tell the truth, but you had to do your posturing thing.
He likes,
you know what? What he said, something that I thought was very interesting. You said you don't know the etiquette of a conversation, and he says, "I know you don't know that I don't respect your ass." I thought that was interesting because I always had the question: is it that he just doesn't understand? You know that it's rude. And I was leaning toward, no, he's just grandiose and he understands it's disrespectful and what you have to say is not as important as what he has to say. And I think he just confirmed that.
It's just arrogance.
Yeah.
He's not a dummy though. He's not.
He's not a dummy.
He's not a dummy. He says it's the etiquette, that chat, just the etiquette thing, and it's the arrogance sometimes, just the straight up. I don't know. Sometimes I think it's an act, though. It might be. I'm gonna have to call bullshit on your whole thing, there, Tommy. That's what I'm saying. Because you're way too intelligent to be acting the way you do. Honestly.
So what benefit, Barbie? What benefit does he get out of acting like that? Why would he continue that behavior?
I think Jack or Joe. I think there's so many people around these panels that have that problem that I believe there may be something with attention deficit. I think it may be rolling into not being able to play well with others, not being acclimated to social situations with some people. I'm not sure. This is just a
probably
hypothesis.
some of all of that, but I don't think any of that could possibly change what she said as being true, though, right? I think she, as far as Tommy is concerned, I think she might hit that one on the head. I think it's
bigger, Tommy.
It's fame and attention, and to him, it's time to shine. Don't stop trying to take it away from him. Only got a moment over here. I get that sense.
Right. Well,
I mean, he could get a lot more moments. He does that to himself every time.
It's
not
true.
some
He could get a
special
lot
Tommy
more
timer.
moments. You're right.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's doing. I don't think he understands what he's doing is causing that outcome. I think he's blaming the result on Flo or who else ever puts him in the backstage or
No, he's
whatever.
too smart. He knows. He's too smart. He knows. We
He
said
knows.
he's too smart.
It's
He's got to be
immaturity.
getting a
It's
dopamine
immaturity.
rush or a serotonin rush or something. He's got to get a rush off of that behavior. I'll figure out why if I got time to throw that shit around in my head.
It's just immaturity, and he this is how he feels right now. He's an
That
only
feels
child,
right
and
now.
let's get this. He's the only child and the youngest child. It explains everything about him.
Well, the only
Makes-
child would be the
How does that
youngest,
work?
right?
Because he's the youngest child, and both of his parents had older children from previous marriages. He was the only one from their marriage.
Oh,
It
okay,
perfectly
gotcha.
explains how you get this behavior in a grown ass man.
Yeah, he's separated. His identity.
Tommy, why are you back?
Entitled, I think, is what Flo is saying. Entitled, I think.
Just out of curiosity, what Tommy?
Because I'm a grown ass man that likes to speak for myself instead of 5 motherfucking rejects acting like they got me figured out. Because Joe Cole's done the same thing. OTW used to backstage me, and Joe would go, "I don't want to talk about Tommy while he's not here, but he a racist nigga. He a racist."
For the record, I asked a question.
What was it?
Yeah, go ahead.
What was it?
Oh, we already discussed it. I was just saying, like,
Okay.
I didn't make a comment.
I didn't hear the question.
What wasn't it? I just had asked because he said your situation of being like the youngest and an only child, and I said,
Yeah, they
how
didn't
is
get
that?
it right. He didn't
That's
do a
the
very
only
good
thing
job
I
of
said.
explaining
I'm
it.
just saying. I'm
What
not
did I
trying
get
to
wrong
make
about
it
it?
redeemable either, but
What you got
just
wrong about it
be
is
careful
it's
when you're
not
throwing
why I
it.
am the way I am. It's none of your goddamn business.
I know.
No, I mean Flo's.
You're
It's none of
justifying
Flo's goddamn business to be
We're
just
two
saying that
together.
left and right.
What?
Come
That's
on.
my
You want to hug it
speculation.
out already?
Ah, we need. We don't
What
have
your
to
economics degree gave
hug.
you some kind of
Make it make
psychology
it
major?
Sorry.
Did you ever think that maybe I just act this way because you're all fucking assholes from panel to panel?
I've thought about that. Hey Scott, I'm gonna need you to come up for a second.
Yeah, that logic wouldn't hold though, Tommy,
Wow.
because you fall out with too many people.
Because we gotta
for
give Tom a
Yeah,
good
because
everybody
you're
else
all
the
fucking
assholes.
assholes.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not.
just
Hey.
I'm not
mathematically,
coming
that
up.
logic wouldn't hold though.
Are you trying to say everybody is in a fallout with me because you seem to be missing my metaversal
No,
main
we're
bit?
saying you're an
Like
asshole.
spraying the
We're saying you're
flames,
an
bro.
asshole
Like,
because you're an asshole.
take it out.
Yeah, and you're tranny
am.
because you were born a
I'm
man
not
and now you want to be a
tranny,
woman.
and I don't give a fuck what you think, bro. I birthed 4
Hey, a mouth to
motherfucking kids.
mouth, girl.
I'm not a tranny.
Well, then how come
You're
I'm
gonna be
hearing?
a tranny, you idiot.
And like, dude, think about that for a second. Just because she wears black lipstick, like, why? How is that even relevant? We've talked about this. Let's be relevant.
Yeah,
You
he
really
thinks I'm
think
a
it's
tranny
because
because
the girl that took my
but
virginity
at
had
the end
black
of the day,
lipstick.
I clarified that, and he knows I'm not. He's just trying to
The
get
girl that
attention.
took my virginity was known as a Morticia, even though she was like a Playboy Morticia.
What's a data male? Oh, beta male.
This is Sigma male, whoever's dropping that beta male bullshit. There does have to be beta males. There's nothing wrong with being a beta male because people want to describe it like you're some weeb fucking cuck. But no, beta males are the guys doing for the alpha male. They're the platoon of the alpha male
like a Sigma
commander. But I'm a Sigma male where I don't need all that alpha bullshit. I'd rather just go off and do it myself. And I do.
That since you're up here, I might as well fucking pick your part a little bit. The fact that you the alpha male shit would make me think that you think you're better than other people. If you're the alpha male, then it's okay for you to talk over other people and stuff like that. That's what
No, it's
alpha
nothing
males
like
do.
that. Alpha males are just the take charge. Okay, look at it this way. This is the best way to describe it. You can go to a dog park. There was this lady that had this little female pug. She was still an alpha dog personality. She wouldn't take shit. I mean, she couldn't go take out a Malamese or a
No, I
fucking
get you. I
German
understand
Shepherd.
that.
But
Yeah.
she carried herself like an alpha dog and wouldn't take shit because naturally dog owners aren't going to let them go that far. But she would stand up to any dog sniffing her ass. She'd get all chesty on it because she was an alpha. Doesn't mean
I
she can whoop
understand
every
that.
dog's ass.
How does it translate to why? I'll ask you directly. Why do you think it's okay? Why is it okay for you to step over anyone else when they're talking?
Why do you think that your little Joe Cool warped perception says that's who I am and you're correct about it?
You just said from the stands that my perception was incorrect and you come up here to speak for yourself. Now you're asking me to speak for you again.
Oh, you sound like you're making it all about you. I think the whole panel's perception about me is wrong.
I
Like
think
you
the
guys are
panel
all bitching about
understands
that.
right now
You
that
guys
you
are all
haven't
bitching
answered
about that
the
shape
question
stuff,
yet.
and nobody in the chat seems to even realize I was telling this shape stuff, and Flo's the little boy that interrupted me and said, "You can't do that. You can't take
That's
the
a
camera and stick it up." He didn't let
that's a
me finish.
deflection.
It doesn't
Why
matter
is
if
it
Flow
you
State
can
can
step
physically
over
fly up and
anyone in
do it or not. It's
conversation?
already been done.
That's a deflection, Tommy. Why is
I
it you
mean,
can
yeah.
step
Oh,
over
am I
anyone in
dancing?
conversation?
No, everybody used to think that you answer your own questions until I corrected him. I said, no, Joe Cool only wants an answer to his question, and he
All
won't take
right.
anything else.
So we know all that. I come up here to speak
Hey,
for
Joe,
myself.
all
Shit
cops are
was
racist.
not
All white
true.
people are racist. Are you happy? Are you appeased?
So what makes you the way you are, Tommy?
God,
Oh wow.
my environment.
Don't blaspheme God like that.
I don't.
He
You
broke
do.
the mold. It's okay, Flo.
Oh, is that Boomer still up here? Can you believe
You
he's
got
two?
it.
Is it 2 years younger than me or 4 years younger than me?
I'm 17, dipshit.
What do you mean 17?
Just take it for what it means.
What year did you graduate?
Don't know.
2000? 2002?
17. You're. Oh my God. I wish.
It was Run DMC.
Oh
on
no,
the,
no, it was
radio.
yeah, it was 2000, right?
Not even close. You're calling me a boomer. You don't even know.
No, I'm calling you a boomer because of the things you say, but I think we determined you were younger than me and you look like shit.
Yeah, no. I graduated in '86, high school, and fucking college a few years later.
Then why did you say you were younger than me?
Because you're dumb.
Well, for
You bought into
trusting
that
you when you
hook,
said
line,
a
and
thing.
sinker.
Because I'm dumb for taking you at your word while
It
everybody's
wasn't
calling
my
me a
word.
PDF meth user.
I didn't call you that.
No, everybody is.
Nobody here's called you that.
I've
But
never called you
these
that. I
people
would
take
not
me that
say that. You
they
will
say
not
they
find
take me
any
at my
evidence of
word
that
that I'm
bullshit.
that, and they won't take me at my word that I'm not. So when you told me your age and even let me laugh at you for looking like shit when you told me you were 2 years younger, you think I'm stupid for believing you?
No, no,
Because
no. And I will back
you might
this up.
think
I've
the Earth
never.
is a globe because NASA said.
We've got a
Bro.
diagnosis for you, Tommy, coming from the chat.
The chat is not diagnosis
Dude
worthy.
needs to
The
jerk
chat
off
can suck my
like
dick.
Joe Cool. So yeah, like Joe Cool. So you go down.
I was in the chat whenever you were dunking me and kicking me. I was in the chat. I don't see a lot of names there I respect. I'm not even following the chat right now.
I'm sure they're devastated.
No, they know the deal. It's been a year and a half.
Have you ever been checked for borderline personality?
No, this isn't me.
So it's
and whatever you
possible.
guys think is
No.
me makes you fucking stupid.
Who
I've
is-
been a
there's
district.
Who is
I've been in the
Tommy?
military.
Who
I've
is
been a
Illumicami?
district fucking manager in Colorado Springs. I've worked DIA as a manager. I've been in the conspiracy tunnels of DIA. I'm fucking rich, Flow State. I
His
fucking
father's
make
a
shit
repairman.
happen
He's
in
got
my
the ultimate.
AO everywhere I go.
You
have
understand,
XRP
Tommy,
that you
that we
assume
don't
will appreciate.
experience you. I'm sorry, Flo. You understand that we don't experience you in those situations, and the ones we
Exactly.
do. That's what we're
So
gonna
why
judge
do
you
you
off
take
of,
this
right?
panel verse experience and say this guy's got problems? Why don't you
would
say
we
it
just
about your
believe
daddy
your
Paul?
word? Why would we take your word for anything?
No, you can't. That's what I'm saying. Why do you think you can just figure everything out with your pompous, cunning, Dunning-Kruger ass? I approach all of you, except with the exception of times like Scott, where I take their word. I know that any chatter that's all-time chatter could be any number of those chatters. I know you guys could be bullshitting us at any moment. But I admit, Scott had me going on that age thing that I didn't find a reason I thought he'd be bullshitting. As a matter of fact, he
My
might be
apologies,
embarrassed.
Tommy, if
He
it
might be
hurts your
bullshitting now,
feelings.
and he might have been honest about his age back then.
So why
No,
would
no, no, I'm
you?
telling the
Why
truth.
would your story? Why would we believe your story about yourself instead of just trying to deduce something?
I've
from the
never
information
told
we do have?
you. I've constantly said, "How do you know that 17-year-old girl existed? How do you know I've ever done meth?"
Tom,
I've always said,
you're the one
how
who
do you
keeps
know?
talking about that. Nobody's talking about that.
I have a question.
But to go with your question, how do you know I'm not bullshitting?
Okay, Tom, you've got a question, I think, from Infinite. Go ahead.
The translator.
Tommy, I'm just curious. No disrespect intended whatsoever. This is a real question. I'm just curious. Can you engage in an articulate conversation without having to be disrespectful and like ignorant? Like with what you're talking about? Like seems like everything you say in response is like you're rude and you're disrespectful.
Yes,
I'm just
I
saying
don't
you're
like
sarcastic.
flow state. As many times as I give him a chance, I just
But
can't
you want,
like
but you
him.
want the respect. But it's like when you
I
fire
don't.
back, you
I
fire
get
back.
the respect. If you don't respect me, you're probably a stupid bitch.
Oh, say it with conviction, honey. Because
no, you want me to want like.
I just want to show him that he doesn't get respect.
Asking you an honest question.
Well, why would you ask that question when you can time travel like any of us and find all the numerous times I've had articulate, informative conversations and everybody
You're not very
acts like this
articulate with your
narrative bullshit.
vocabulary, though. But
I've
like
kind of
you
been
keep
upspurting on
if you want to be
Paul and Clay for the
respected,
past 2 hours.
but if you want to be heard and respected for what
are you my
with the
mommy?
knowledge that you say
Are
that you
you
have.
a mommy?
No, see, you don't want to hear, see, because you don't listen. You're ignorant.
You don't want to
and you
hear
don't
why
listen.
you're on a globe,
You just
do
want to
ya?
talk, but you don't want to listen.
But I
You
heard
don't want
what
to
you
listen.
said. I've heard it in
No,
every
you didn't. I
guidance
wasn't done.
counselor lecture.
I
I've heard it
wasn't
from
finished.
teachers.
I wasn't finished.
It's been told by
You see?
mommy after mommy.
That's
many
you
mommies
sound
have
like
you
a
had?
toddler.
Ooh,
The way you talk.
did you guys ever consider this? Maybe your class is too slow and I'm acting out. Maybe this isn't fast enough
That's not
class
it.
for me.
That's
and you
not
guys
it.
and I'm
We can
acting
put,
out.
we
I
can put
think
that
that's
theory to
bullshit.
rest. We know that that's not it.
I think it is because I don't
No,
want to say those
I know you
words,
think it is, but it's not it.
you guys aren't impressing me.
I think you just like to be
That's
rude.
not it, because if you were that
I
smart,
like to be
you
rude
know
to fucking
acting out
Discworlders
is
that don't
not
want
the
to
way to
hear
go.
why they're on a globe. Yeah. I like to be rude to globies who don't know why they're on a globe. Same difference.
Do you think? I don't know.
Let's hear
You're
that
not.
one, Tommy.
Yeah.
I don't need to
Oh,
hear
my
Scott at all. Scott is irrelevant. I can't
You're
trust him.
irrelevant.
I
You
can't.
Your
monkey.
vocabulary is irrelevant.
Oh, I can wreck some photosynthesis if you
By
want.
why? By cutting people down and putting them down and
You want a
calling people out of their
thesaurus at me,
name.
lady? You want to have a thesaurus fight?
But you're not speaking of any substance. You're not speaking of anything to engage in
I
a
can talk about
conversation.
weed. I can
You
talk
want to
about
be
meth.
up.
I can
You
talk
just want
about
to
all kinds of
troll. That's all you're
substances.
doing. That's all you do is troll up here. Is what it seems like to me. My observation.
No, your
Well,
observation is shit because you have a vagina.
God,
Maybe
you're
you should
so
have.
mature. You're so mature.
Tommy, you
You're
couldn't
so
act
mature,
any
Tommy.
dumber if they cut off your head.
You're so mature.
Flo, you was ready for that one, right? Flo,
Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah.
goodness
I keep my finger hovering on his butt. So funny. Tom, I don't know why. I don't know what you're gonna possibly add to this show. No,
My
you're
apologies.
fine. Your mic's a little shitty, or your connection is, but you're fine. It's definitely.
Yeah, I'm on an Android. I have the headphones, so I'll put it on mute.
No. I mean, there's no echo. It's just you kind of glitch out.
It's
here
when
and
you
there,
talk, you're in and out. Sometimes.
I don't know. I'll ask the poll type 1 if or chat type 1 if you want Tommy back up. Type 2 if Tommy can go fuck it. No, just 1 or don't put anything at all. 1
I'll
for
stop
more
moving
Tommy.
around. You just got my energy levels. I was walking around the house. I apologize.
I pulled back the 2 option, but I see some 2s anyways. I've got a 1. We've got a 1 and 4 2s, even though not looking good, Tommy. We got a 77. I don't know where the 77 came from. We have 2 1s. We have 3 1s, but one of those ones is from a troll in a sock account.
That's funny.
And we've got 1 BPD Tommy for president. We're up to 5 1s out of 67 viewers. That's still not a big win. Not looking great. More 2s. All right, Tom. I don't know. It's not looking good for you.
Hey, Flow State, I got things to do in the morning, so I'm gonna bow out. You guys have a good evening. Thanks for having me, and good night to the ladies. Good night to you,
You
Joe.
too. Good night.
Flo.
Have a good day
Love you like a
tomorrow.
day, uncle.
Good night.
Thanks.
Like
Holy shit! Here comes the ones. I see it. I see a double vote there. I see 2 double votes, and he's gone. Katie Johnson, you do not get that many votes.
Somebody always got to test the system, right?
What's going on with Tarek? Tarek said 0. Now Tarek's saying 1. Lindsay, that was Scott that left.
How old is that Tommy individual?
43.
Tommy's 43?
Tommy is 43.
Oh, my Lord have mercy.
Christ have mercy.
I would have never guessed he was 43. I would have never guessed he was 43.
If you throw into that shit Flo said about, his upbringing, only child, I think he didn't say this, but privilege and all of that shit.
I did not say it, but you can definitely infer it.
There's a better word that entitled.
Entitled,
what it sounds like you were saying to me. He'd come up entitled.
Okay, Wizard, I know all your stock accounts, and Tommy's already gone from backstage. You don't need to switch into them all to come vote.
I was an only child, and I don't act like that.
I have an only child, and she doesn't act like that, and she's 13.
PTSD is a hell of a drug.
Do you think that's it? If it's
I think he's mad at
PTSD, then I
somebody.
feel bad for no, I don't. But then it's in worse taste to make fun of him.
Something happened. Something he had an experience in life that I think that he got hurt or something. You know what I mean? Something that's affected him to where, like it's a trauma or something, and he's blurting it out everywhere he can blurt it out at. Instead of you know what I mean, touching on whatever it is it might be. I feel maybe my observation.
And some way that's usually the root of all of our issues, whatever it may be. Someone can describe.
Oh,
it as
you are back. He's backstage. Okay.
Right.
I don't really want Tommy back up. I don't trust Tommy to be back up. I'm not gonna lie. I don't see a whole lot of ones, and the ones I do see, I think there's a lot of double, triple, quadruple votes in there. Wizard, looking at you, Wizard, looking at you, Katie, fake sock account, Katie. Yeah, I can always be bribed. Not always. I can be bribed in this case, but I'm gonna have to say, Tom, I don't think it's gonna happen for you tonight.
Oh, come on, you can always be bribed. Stop.
I mean, basically, yeah, yeah. I mean, I do have this. Here's the thing. I don't trust him. I've seen Tommy do scumbag things and try to attack channels before. He hasn't come at my channel ever at it because I think he is clever enough to pull it off if he wanted to. But yeah, you just have to watch out for those sort of things. That said, I do have 0 strikes right now. I had 2, and I challenged both of them, and I won both challenges, which is tight.
Yeah.
That's good.
A lot of times, a lot of people. I learned the YouTube streets from when the pandemic started. That's how I learned from the inside out. So I sat back and observed for a very long time and went into, moderated for channels and stuff. So I've learned from the inside out kind of how things can transpire on these streets.
Yeah.
On the opposite side of the
DWS
street.
has a good point. The reason that I did the poll is because I hadn't made up my mind, and I'm still sort of wobbly about it, honestly. He's still backstage.
I'm going to jump down. I just wanted to come up. I don't know. He fired me up a little bit, so I just wanted to come up
Yeah,
and
it
just ask
happens
him
to
that question.
post-wall collisions like
I
yourself.
mean, he didn't fire me up like make me mad. I just wanted to engage in a conversation,
got any
figure
kids?
out why.
You got any
I
kids?
have 4.
Yeah, you're
I have 4
post-wall. You
kids.
got 4 kids. You need to
I
step
have.
the fuck
How old do you think my kids are? Before you assume.
No, we're not going to play. We're not talking about kids. We're not doing that.
I have older kids, adult kids, and a grandchild, and 2 younger ones. So, just
Yeah, I mean that's fine if you want to
Yeah.
talk about your kids, but when
No, yeah, I'm not
he's
gonna.
bringing up your kids, it's not, or it's just going.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not stupid to divulge that much information. But yeah, I have grown kids.
You just said you move around on these YouTube streets and shit, and then as soon as you brought that kid shit up, you fell right into it, man. Don't fuck that shit, man. That was troll shit.
What happened?
Yeah, but I didn't give. I'm not going to give specific information. I'm not, saying how many number of my kids. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not one to be like, oh yeah, I got this one, that one. Whatever. Give description.
And then you got to think of. All right. You also got to think.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, you could have jumped down. I could have said this after you left, but you also got to think about who it's coming from. Like if Flo was asking me about my family or something, I'd be more apt to be more forthcoming. Then I got to recognize if a person is just using it to use again, ask me to use against me or something, which.
Because I run a panel, here's my theory to this question. I think it's because I run a panel where assholes like Snafu Snaps are not allowed to just go at them.
Yeah.
That would be my guess. I don't know. I don't actually know, I guess.
Yeah. I guess.
Also because before and after the streams, backstage, I walk around some in my gray sweatpants.
Oh, what?
He pays a lot.
That's why.
Like
That's why
a lot.
Scott's always here.
That's why what? That's why what?
I'm just playing.
That's why he's here. Whatever. Every time I've seen your panels, it's usually mostly a sausage fest. Every once in a while, I'll see Cynthia up on there, and that mind fuck, but that's it.
Yeah, and there is definitely more
But
guys
I've
than
just
girls. But
started coming around, so I can't.
It's
no,
everywhere, though.
I mean you're right,
That's
but
really
it's everywhere, and there's a lot. There's like a lot of panels don't ever have any girls at all.
Agree.
I have actually, because I haven't really been over on this side, I've noticed that myself. So.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
some
saw
places
some
probably give you a
community.
better warning too.
Probably should have shut up, but I saw some community where it was so many women, and I was commenting on how rare that was, and I wish I would have remembered what community this was, and they were intelligent women, and I don't mean for that to be a knock on women, but the women in the communities I hang out in, and that ain't this one, I'm talking about the 1A and drama and shit that I do. They are worse than the men, or at least equally as bad. They all say, I want to have a channel and make women shine, and then in a week they're arguing about, do you know what she said about me? They are just as bad as the dudes in my community.
The good news is that people like me and Ems have gotten it shoveled at us probably most of our whole lives, so we can handle it pretty damn well.
I know that's always an
I
asset.
chuckle a little too much. I laugh a little too much, so I'm working on that trigger response.
No. Same. I fucking say I laugh at inappropriate moments all the time, but everything is so fucking funny, man. Fuck.
I'm terrible.
Well, with that being
Chris,
said,
4 hours ain't nothing. You should look at the last few live streams I've done. Like the last one was the 12-hour one. I slept for about half of it, but so that one doesn't count. But even the ones before that, like that I was awake for.
Yeah, and that's
If
like
you had help,
12 hours. There was a lot of people, and there was a lot of different stuff that got talked about. And so, if I can handle that, Tommy, I really think that's you being an asshole and not other people thing.
The best evidence on that line was if
He's behaved
that
before
applies.
around me.
He's behaved. Yeah, I've seen him behave. He wasn't horrible today. I mean, that's in Tommy language, right? For anybody else, it was just crazy. I thought it was super crazy. But for Tommy, that's not even ill
Girl,
behaved.
I want to say something so that he, because he's going to probably try to pretend like I wouldn't honor any of this. I tried to tell him this when we were all talking over each other, but actually earlier today, Tommy and I did have a really wonderful conversation on McCoy's channel.
Yeah.
And I have had other conversations with him. We've also butted heads, if you remember that. But regardless, I'm a very open-minded person. I'm a little bit also like heavy-minded on the trauma responses, because this is kind of where I'm going with my field in medicine and the heavy connection with emotions and disease and the generational trauma. So for that reason, I kind of, and because of my career, I worked with a lot of mental health.
What is
so
your
no,
career?
I don't think Tommy has personality disorder, by the way, but that's my personal opinion. You know, I'm not, wasn't a social worker in mental health. I worked in sleep medicine, but you
What
can imagine
type of
that all my
personality
patients have
disorder?
mental health. So
Borderline?
regardless, yeah.
What? All right.
You said you don't think he has one.
No.
Oh, I
don't.
thought you were saying that he was borderline. I'm glad fucking Flo cleared that up.
Well, if he does, you don't.
Well, I wouldn't throw that shit out too far because along the certainly,
let's leave it on the table.
Certainly, he has a lot of attributes that fall into a lot of very popular psychopathies, right? That admiration, that desire for admiration, that I'm better than other motherfuckers. A lot of his traits is inabilities to control himself. Somebody would liberally diagnose him somewhere. I bet you. I'm no doctor.
And neither am I.
What is no?
Want to make that clear.
Well, I'm resisting the urge to be an armchair psychologist. What about Joe? What personality disorder does Joe have?
Yes, yeah, I'm down. If it's a real critique, fuck you, comedians, motherfucker. Yeah.
Some of this to me comes to like, how would, if you were trying to build a community, how would you deal with this?
The Flo does well, if that's what you're asking.
I mean, yeah, I actually don't really believe in building communities. I think that concept is, it misses the trees for the forest. And that if you just do your thing and get along with people and end up liking individuals,
right,
you'll get a forest if you have some trees. You know what I mean? So I think that I don't think community can be forced. I see a lot of creators trying to do that and build a community, and I don't. That's never.
Or
been
even label it. We might make a mistake every time we try to label it too. Surely they all overlap and shit like that. Once we label it, we come up with expectations and we fuck it up.
Well, yeah, that's a huge part of the discussion, and I think it just has bad connotation. It's like saying community sounds like commune. So going down the route. So like break that down more, but yeah, I'm not trying to push that necessarily. I mean, I shouldn't say I actually am trying to create some sort of community, but I could get into that. Like, I'm not here to talk about that.
Yeah, I've had them discussions.
But I'm questioning all of this. I'm bringing this kind of stuff to the table. Like, these are the kind of questions that need to be had.
I think that all cluster B disorders are trauma responses, although psychopathy might be genetic.
I don't know what cluster B disorders are.
What do you think about that?
I'd have to Google cluster B disorder.
I was asking Sarah mostly, but
okay.
Say that again. Cluster B.
I think all cluster B disorders are trauma responses, except for psychopathy might be genetic temperament. So that's your narcissism, psychopathy, antisocial, borderline, histrionic.
Yeah. I think it's really complicated because of the heavy connection of that epigenetic mutation. But I mean, obviously there's going to be some, it's like that environment versus genetics debate. So, I mean, yeah, I guess I would agree. Sorry, kind of like looping it around in my head.
That's cool. Yeah, you can chew on it.
I've had that thought and I've made that assertion. It's got to be trauma and how to fix it.
I just don't think we realize like how much we respond to each other based on our traumas too, especially the childhood, like the
I'm starting to think it all to some degree is based on trauma. And we started to put labels on it and shit, but it's just like the commune and the community we were just talking about. We are all on the thing on some scale or another. Look like there's a limited number of attributes that we all share at different quantities, making us all the same.
And I think like this is connecting to this the fascia and like how we hold our trauma in our bodies, and that's and that is actually like shown in animals. That I mean, we eat sometimes these like very grisly meat, and it's very much connected to the fact that this animal had a shit life. So
here's one.
When you're not like expressing, think about, so this is the only other reason I talk about, I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself to Patrick for sure, but I talk about it takes a village. And that's the idea that like you're there to support each other, and more back in a tribal sense, we used to like help each other through mental health issues. We used to do more of a like a celebratory type performance that would do for expression. So vocally, facially, like think about the Hawaiians right now. They do that like, it's like all about releasing those emotions, and we're very disconnected with that.
I think to some degree is because we've fallen for certain trickeries and all of that thing. They've had us give over any of our responsibilities, large parts of our cultures we've been willing to give up, and all of that shit for different reasons in the name of safety or some threat is coming in. But I think they've dumbed down any individuality we could have had, any culture that we could have had. Damn, I forgot where I was going with that. I was doing so well.
We all getting a little tired over here. I am at least. Sorry.
A little bit.
I'm pretty sure about something about legit.
I might wrap it up soon, but I think this topic is interesting.
Yeah, I would agree with that one.
Yeah, for sure.
What is so you? I mean, without. I want to know what you do, but just answer what you want to. I'm not trying to dox you or anything.
No, I talk about it pretty openly. So I used to work for like the last place I worked for was at a hospital. Because I talk a lot about like my experience. Like I know how to work ventilators. So I'm sort of like a respiratory therapist, but there's like a combination where we're monitoring the body activity and the brain. So we are monitoring EEG. I mean, I did work with kids, and we did do like full hookups, but we weren't like in the hospital determining if patients were had brain activity. Does that make sense? Like post an accident, I was I actually like started with an independent office. So I started in like a more quiet, calm situation, and then ended up in a hospital. But anyway. I
understand you'd have more resources in the hospital. I understand.
It's just more, it's more common in that setting anyway, because generally you are working with really ill patients. And I saw like all kinds of different disorders, like neurologically, the body's communicating and shutting off the breathing mechanisms. And then obviously like just full on obstructions. And some people think like you have to be crazy overweight to have apnea, and that's not even true. I saw, marathon runners coming in with like, who stopped breathing 50 times an hour. But that's why I get at like my experience is I saw, so luckily I work for these doctors that didn't push medication, and I sought out a lot of alternative options as well. I mean, I did used to be like a proponent for CPAP equipment, which is that continuous positive airway pressure. Like if any of your family members have like masks.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And so I because it was more natural, it actually did help your lungs to some extent, but there's also some truth, just like taking in oxygen on a continual basis, it weakens your lungs. And I just saw.
Are you saying that CPAP has negative effects as well? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because also like
never heard that.
You end up breathing through your mouth with it, and you're unable to breathe through your nose. There's a whole triggering, and you're changing again the way you breathe. And there's it's obviously like there's a filter system through your nose, but there's actually a whole positive airway pressure when you inhale.
Yeah, but if you're snoring, you're probably not working your nose a whole lot anyway, right?
Well, snoring isn't necessarily apnea either. Snoring sometimes can just be because you like have a deviated septum or something. or you like have a booger in your nose and you get out. No, I'm just kidding. It's not always. That's also the complication.
But that's
this.
common when you got nose issues and shit. You snort through your mouth. That's just common.
Yeah.
I mean, you breathe through your mouth or snort through your mouth.
Yeah. And that's very true. And that's actually why some people who do that without having like significant apnea will actually develop apnea because they will continue to breathe that way.
Interesting.
So kind of what I'm getting at too is like, REM sleep is, I just kind of saw that in the comments. REM sleep is really cool to see. I'm going to do more of like inclusive talk about this and show
What do
the
you
actual
mean?
activity. Sorry, go ahead.
What do you mean REM sleep's cool to see?
Oh, REM is rapid eye movement. So like when it's your dream state, and doing studies, like that's what my job was also to make sure that I was like determining what stages of sleep they were in.
But when you say
REM
cool to
is very
see,
distinct.
but when you say cool to see, at least this is what I thought. Flo made me think. I'm assuming it's just a different readout on a different paper or a different bounce on a different computer. What makes that cool to see?
So, like this is connecting to like what your brain activity looks like when you're awake, and then as you go through the different stages. And REM actually mimics awake's stage quite a bit with some variances. But then what's happening is that you're actually like acting out a little bit what you're dreaming, except for your body paralyzes itself. So
you didn't just mean the readout. You're talking about seeing the person as well.
Yeah. So, well, yeah, we have these tiny little monitors, but that's in case you like literally act out your dreams, which is actually rare. I mean, I have had those patients, but like that was for like safety purposes. And I mean, seriously, we were not watching that. It's like tiny little screen in the bottom. We were watching your brain activity.
You're watching it on, what is
in
your readout?
monitors.
On a computer monitor?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
They would
it's being
be sitting in a
translated
room.
with lines that bounce up and down.
Yeah, like think of like a all of a sudden I can't think of the name.
EKG
What do you call a
or
lie
something
detector
like
test?
that.
Polygraph.
Okay, lie detector.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Like,
So
kind of like that.
So, okay, great. So we're on the same page. What's exciting about that? I'm guessing that you interpret the different lines and you read them kind of like Neo did your Matrix. You look at them and be like, oh, he's excited there, or what?
Like,
He's
when you were like running in a dream, I could kind of like figure out a little bit of like the activity that was going on. I couldn't like read your brain activity, but
so once you're in REM, there are differences within REM itself where you can tell what's going on.
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. And that's like what my love kind of came from it. But then it gets into the whole like mind control fuckery of everything, right? And like what we understand now, especially I'm sorry if I was not supposed to be swearing.
Oh, fuck that.
I thought maybe you said we were.
No, you're fine. There's certain words like about the V's or yeah.
Okay. I was like, maybe
yeah.
I'm not. Yeah, it was a bad word. Okay.
No, but you could say yeah. Swear your ass off.
But then because the other weird thing is like, of course, moving to Oregon, it's like already.
Whoa. Let me ask you this: lucid dreaming. Is there any way to determine if a guy is lucid dreaming by looking at his fucking whatever you're looking at?
Yes and no. Usually that's something they have to like kind of report back to me the next day.
I'm thinking just because he's in REM, is that what the lucid, does it have a different fingerprint than REM?
Yeah, no, not really. It looks pretty much the same. Yeah, I wouldn't even say like there's any change in the EMG, which is like your muscle sensors that we put on. So like twitching, we pick up twitching on your arms.
It's logical because you would do your lucid dreaming during REM, so it's very logical.
But there is REM behavior disorder where you do literally get up, like it's very common with combat vets. You get up out of bed and you are physically fighting the air, often, or fighting somebody.
Like sleepwalking, is that one?
Mm-hmm. Well, no, sleepwalking is sometimes actually during stage 3 REM. Like, so combat vets, like something is obviously triggering and misfiring in the brain, and it's not allowing for that hormone to release when they go into the dream state. So they end up coming up out of it, but they're like, it's kind of crazy because they're still in the REM sleep, but they're physically up. Like I've had to go into the room and you know, stop, like a guy was starting to like mess with the
Are
cabinets.
you
And he was
saying
still
it
in, I'm
always
watching this, and he's asleep.
manifests in? Are you saying it always manifests in violent or physical ways? Is that what you're
No,
saying? No.
no,
Okay.
but it's common amongst combat vets. That's what I was saying. And I've had both of my situations. Well, one guy was physically fighting. He was like got up and he was like physically doing this. Well, you know, and I'm literally watching.
You know, I
still,
can't distinguish, this shit from sleepwalking, right? You get all sorts of sleepwalking. Niggas drive cars, beat up people, don't touch them. They get aggressive. This is
oh, that's
so.
REM. That's not sleepwalking. Sleepwalking is like you don't do shit. You just like you're just in a trance state. You can't really you don't really communicate. You walk in. You might walk into like a water source or something like that, but you're not. Like that's REM behavior is what you're describing when there's any kind of violent activity happening, and those people have gone to court, and those are like cases where sleep
And
centers
they've
have.
won, and they've called them sleepwalking cases, is what they call them. I don't know if they're being precise and
Yeah,
accurate, but they say motherfucker drove his
that's
car and
true.
killed
They
his wife
do.
while he was sleepwalking.
Yeah. Anyway, they do call it that. I'm sorry, I forgot, but it's not. It's more complicated than that.
All right, I'll take
Sleepwalking
it.
is actually often in stage 3, and if you saw a patient's brain activity in stage 3, it looks a lot like a patient on meth, and it's crazy. It's like very like just all over the place. There's not a lot of structure to it, which is sometimes like when I've met patients on meth, I'm like, how are you functioning? It's interesting.
Now I'm told. What do you think? I'm
What do you mean
told
they're on
that.
meth? That's how
Excuse me.
they're
Yeah,
functioning.
I'm curious about how that
I said
affects
they're on
like
meth.
the
I
brain.
don't understand.
Yeah, that's what I
Wait,
was
say that
figuring.
again, Ems. I can't hear you.
How
When you say
how
how
does
they're functioning, what do you mean? The brain? Is that what you mean? Or
what's
like
it,
how are they still going?
Yeah, because
Is
of
that what
like
you mean?
what
Like
I'm
the
seeing in their
brain? Yeah.
activity. Like, yeah. They should be like comatose,
But it's
and they're like,
they're tripping.
yeah, and you can
They're
see it like,
hallucinating.
yeah, they're having these, yeah, and so they're having this crazy activity, and then you see these little spikes, so that's how you know they're still alert. But it's like it's just you can, that's delta sleep, by the way, stage 3 when I say that, and that's what it kind of mimics. But then it has this, so it's really fascinating. But this is just again like where I'm going to go now with my career in frequency therapy. You know, Em knows all about my obsession with all this stuff, but like it makes sense. This all makes sense to me. It all connects.
Let me ask you
Yeah.
this.
Oh yeah.
If you've seen the brain scans, mostly now I'm talking about the computer shit where it measures, I'm sure you've seen them, what your brain activity is and where it's coming from at certain times. And I've heard that people who had certain drug activities, their brain activity is vastly different. Is that what you've heard of
Yeah,
those
and
cases?
so this is also connected to like meditation and the studies they've done on your brain activity during meditation and what it mimics. So
Yeah.
like if you're talking about the drug like mushrooms, like
No,
that stuff is going to be entering, or peyote, like those more like on the spiritual side, you are entering stages of that kind of activity.
I wasn't talking about that. I guess I was talking about prolonged use. I was trying to avoid the word because
Like what drug though? Because they're
I
all a
don't
little
know.
different.
Yeah, I guess any of the narcotics or meth or I don't whatever.
It
I
dulls
guess
everything. It like is like heavy alcohol use too. It dulls the activity. Everything is
yeah.
like, you know, instead of being more amplified, it's like I can actually tell, and it's like even talking to the patient, I can tell they're just not firing, and you can actually see it in them, and everything's sort of low instead of like higher, sharper, higher hertz.
I wonder if I don't know. I'm gonna phrase this wrong, but I wonder if the brain doesn't have something to do with that, with kicking it off. I'm phrasing it really horribly, bro. In my head, I can't even phrase it. So I'm
Wait,
gonna
say
quit trying.
you're wondering if the brain what?
If the
Again,
brain kind of kicks it off, the brain starts first. Everybody assumes that it's the drugs that has this fucked up effect on the brain. Therefore, you're doomed. I wonder if the brain doesn't play.
doomed? No, I don't think you're doomed. I mean,
Okay, I've
hey,
heard that.
here's
Yeah.
a good example. So this is what I love talking about this one. There's a Shaolin monk, and a Shaolin monk's like ritual to becoming one. They have to go like through this pain ritual, and often it's incense on the top of the head burning, like they burn them to the end, so it's like straight to the scalp, and there's like
That's fucked up.
all of the head. It's like hours long, and there's this whole. It's all he has to work through the meditation process to remove the pain. Well, they actually studied it. They studied the brain activity during this.
Yeah,
and so
dope.
they took. Say that again.
I said that's dope. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Sometimes it's like hard, I wasn't sure if you're like, sorry. Anyway, and they actually like showed his brain activity prior and after, and they showed how he was actually able to move where you would normally feel that pain sensor. So this is like all with rewiring of the brain.
Interesting.
What I'm getting into. And that he could actually move it into a different area so that he didn't actually feel the pain. And they did this greatly with a guy who was genetically unable to feel pain, and then an average Joe who had meditated for like 30 minutes. And he demonstrated his pain by literally smashing a 4x4 over his head. So you like saw visibly like it,
Right.
and they showed again the brain activity before and after with that scenario. So it's like
I
the power of meditation, the power of frequency, the power
It's
of
logical. It
talking
sounds
nice to each
absolutely.
other.
It sounds absolutely logical to you. Okay, I got another question for you. Neuralink and all this technology, they're gonna put a chip. Actually, some people say they have a chip they put in your head. You speak 4 different languages, all these things. You can drive your car, use your computer, all when they put a chip in your head. How far do you think that technology is right now?
To that point, because like they've really done like if you look into especially like what they're open about now with mind control and EEG and like how like that's I've actually kind of joked that I sort of feel sadly responsible for like probably adding to the data. But like if you look into the mind control thing, there's this whole thing on EEG like I think it's called like heterodyning, and this has to do with them like understanding the manipulation. But it's like also connected to again, this is still connected with frequency a bit, but binary beats, which is something interesting because we talk about that a lot in this community as an alternative health option, but it's actually being utilized in that mind control.
I think I hear where you're going, but that's slightly different than what I'm asking. First, the chip.
Oh, sorry.
No, because I'd like to talk about that too. But the chip, do you think there's such a thing as implanting intelligence shortcut right now? Are you familiar with what they say you can do with these chips that they're going to implant in your head?
Yeah, no. I'm aware of it, but that's like a really good question because to be honest, I'm like very and have been leaning towards no. But it's not to say like it can't just constantly be putting in some sort of like frequency like impulse.
Now that's
cut
logical.
whatever signal you're like trying to give out. So it's not for enhanced intelligence. I don't believe that.
I get you. That second part of the whatever that part's more logical.
Focus. It's like, yeah.
I can buy that in a heartbeat. In fact, it's very logical. That's going to take us towards some off-topic, off-limit topics. And
Are
shit.
you an organ donor?
I donate people's organs all the
Not
time.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sarah, are you an organ donor?
Me? No.
Yes.
Why?
I'm just curious because, like you understand brainwaves and shit, and I think that I wouldn't want somebody to start sawing my organs out while I'm not really dead. And I wonder if you feel similarly.
Okay, so they're just talking about eye transplants too, and like there's I don't want to keep talking, but just like think about what people talk about when they get heart transplants and how it like changes all sorts of like cravings and feelings and emotions that they carry.
I do, yeah. Right.
You know what else I've heard? My aunt told me she has a friend who works in a mental hospital, and she said that they can give patients with multiple personalities. They can give the patient medicine under one personality, and an alt personality will piss clean for it. That's fucking nuts.
Oh,
damn near
that shows you
unbelievable.
it's energetic. That's crazy. That's cool.
Yeah, I wish that I had like more about that. That's all I've got, and I'm just like, I don't know where to look to confirm. You know, like that's
I know
such
they've
an
done studies about people that have multiple personalities, and the personalities do not have memory of what the other personality or personalities are doing. So that's where that argument comes into play sometimes in criminal trials. But there's not a lot of science behind it.
But like that's way different. Not remembering something is way different than like
No, not but not being able, like, literally not being able to, you know what I mean? Like even through like the hypnotherapy and stuff like that, they are totally separate in like all of that. Like their smell,
Right.
some of them have different smell, different like
Could
all
you
that
if you believe in hypnosis, could you unhypnotize a motherfucker from being undrunk? Because it's
like
kind of like
bring
what we're talking about.
hypnotize them into sobriety.
Yes, thank you. You said it better than I could. Yeah, someone who's super drunk, can you hypnotize them right back into sobriety? Because
So
then
I
that
want
would
to
be
get
what
you
Flo,
that you
it's
want
kind of
to
like what
okay,
Flo
this
was
is
saying. Go ahead.
really quick. So have you heard of Carillion photography?
I have not.
It's like it was used by the University of California. I actually have a little video on this. I'm not trying to like promote it, but it actually goes into the specifics of what your aura looks like on alcohol, and they use like a metal plate, so it's the energetic value of your energy signature you give off. And of course, like this is what's hilarious, it's the University of California anyway, and they show like alcohol, they show somebody anxious and what it looks like, then they show them like, you know, after like, you know, small amount of ounces, and then, you know, I think they go up to like 8 ounces or something, and they show his aura throughout that process. So what you're saying to me, if it's possible with this multiple personality disorder to change and it be an energetic value that they're carrying, then that makes sense to me, especially
What
with what
about
Felicity just said. Like, fuck.
what about do you think one personality could be drunk as fuck and the next personality hops in, he's no longer
That's
drunk?
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And what I'm
You do
saying is
believe
they
that?
show you this in an energetic value.
I got the energetic value part shit. I just want
Sorry.
to fucking hammer down on the alcohol part. That's a yes. Huh? You believe that
Yeah,
they could
damn
sober
it.
up? Yeah.
in short form. Just want to clear that up. She means in short form, yeah.
Exactly.
I know girls who used to bring out little bags of cocaine with them so that they could sober up to drive home. I don't really think that's how that works.
I've probably
But,
tried it, and I hate cocaine. I've probably tried it.
Oh yeah, no, you know, they had to quit doing that when they started hanging out with me because I didn't give a fuck how they drove home.
Right. Been there,
Just
bro.
kidding. If I thought it would work, then, but yeah, no. I'm pretty sure that you're just like tricking yourself into driving drunk.
They say if sleeping driving is what they say is just as bad as drunk driving. I've looked at the things and it's not as bad, but it's really horrible. And they also say if you find yourself turning up the radio and letting the window down to do those things, it's already too late.
They actually have like a joke. It's like a society, and it's like the Sleepy Drivers Association, because you're right. It is more dangerous than drunk driving.
No,
And
it's less
that's
according
actually,
to the studies.
Joe, they actually require I think Benton knows this. They require all those guys to have sleep studies now. And most of those guys are on CPAP. And the other thing is they actually have to turn in that to prove they're using it and get like an approval stamp. I've had to do it before for them.
Are we talking about sleepy drivers or drunk drivers?
I'm talking about how sleepy driving is worse than drunk driving.
I mean, when you say they got tests for them, I want to be saying they had tests with the CPAP type device for sleepy drivers or drunk drivers.
For sleepy.
Wow, no, I did not know that.
Yeah, and it's all truck driving is what I'm getting at.
Yes, I'd go there if I were going to go into that study. I'd fuck with truck drivers. Yes, it's logical.
One too many
Yeah, my
accidents.
uncle is a truck driver, and he's on a CPAP machine.
Sorry,
I want
don't mean to
to. I
laugh.
want to. I want to interject when it's okay. Just about something you guys were
It's
talking about
okay
before
now.
this.
Go ahead. It's okay now. Baby.
Okay, you guys were talking about organ donations.
Yeah.
I put my picture up there despite my better, I guess,
Judgment.
wishes. I didn't really. Yeah, judgment. I didn't really want to put it on there, but on the other hand, I really kind of dug that question about the organ donation. I want to say fully yes, 100%. I would donate, and I put my stomach up there because in my stomach is a donated pancreas and a donated kidney. And for a long time, I've been so. For a long time, I just prided myself in being really fit and trying to keep my stomach flat. And now it just kind of pokes out right there. Most people don't know. If you looked really close, you could see a straight line down the middle
I'm
of my
gonna let you
belly.
twist my arm, and I'm gonna really zoom in. I don't want to, but
Well,
you're
you
really
can't.
making me zoom.
Well, just the point is there's a big scar down the middle of my stomach from above and below my stomach.
Okay.
And the story I just wanted to share behind it, the whole thing is I was basically dying and I wasn't ready to, just because I'm not really that old. I'm not really that young either, but I just, you either feel like dying or you don't, and I wasn't ready. So I was thinking, if I die, I don't have to deal with anti-rejection pills and health problems, et cetera, et cetera. But I would rather try to live, because it was really going to depress my mom if I kicked the bucket, and she said I couldn't die before her. So I said, okay, they can slice me open, flay me open like a fish. I guess a good body is not that important, because I was really concerned about looks. I'm going to have imperfections, but I'm not going for Miss America. That's part
What
of the
two
shallow
items
part.
did you say you got? What did you get?
I got a kidney
Yeah,
and I got a pancreas.
kidney and a pancreas.
Because my kidneys failed.
At some point, I'm gonna want to ask you them questions that we were talking about. Do you know where they came from, and do you get
Yes,
cravings for
that's
weird
the most
foods?
interesting. That's the most interesting part.
But hold on, I've got a really basic ass question. What do pancreases do again? They make white blood cells.
A pancreas makes insulin for you to help process your food. So you can go high or low without a working pancreas, meaning you could have way too much sugar in you and get sick, or you can have too low of amount and pass out, go into a coma, have seizures, and pretty much you're dead. So it's a very serious condition. It's just diabetes, type 1.
I was going to ask you, is there a correlation between diabetes and the pancreas?
Absolutely. 150%. And absolutely between the kidneys, because when you're diabetes, I've had diabetes so long, since I was like 7 years old.
You're right. Yeah.
It wears down your body.
Yeah, they put you on the kidney machine, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah,
A kidney
dialysis.
Yeah,
dialysis. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that, Lindsay. And I don't mean to have been disrespectful with talking about that, because I might have joked about it or just dismissed it in a what I was talking about.
I was joking about it when I was getting it.
What about the food? In case that meant you're about to end it. What about the food? Any chance that you get cravings for weird food? Anything that you might attribute
but I'll
to
tell
the
you
two
the
organs?
most interesting part that you asked.
Yeah.
The donor, I begged for information on her, because I wanted to know who the hell is going to be inside me. And it's not a man. It's a woman, Who the heck? No, who the heck's body is going to be part of mine, You want to know, right?
Yeah.
So it's some Brazilian lady who was 40 years old. This is all I know of her. She owned a house cleaning business where she didn't clean the houses, but she immigrated here from Brazil, and she hired people to clean houses.
Right.
She was an exercise maniac. She was 112 pounds. I'm 110. We match in most ways, except for one antibody. And that's why I have to take drugs. But she saved my life. And what happened to her? She was perfectly healthy. Paradigm of health. She just dropped off. She had an aneurysm in her brain.
Oh, wow.
And they put her on a machine, and they said, there's no brain activity. Nobody's home. and she had a donor card. So before I'm about to kick the bucket and die, which seems surreal to me, they flew in her body and they landed on top of the hospital, and I heard the helicopter. The whole thing was surreal. So they cut me open in the middle of my stomach, and for 11 hours they operated and gave me her healthy kidney and her healthy pancreas. The first possible donor I had was a 15-year-old girl. We didn't match in body weight at all, and she had killed herself. She committed suicide, and they opened her up and saw that she had pancreatitis already. So they would be transferring a sick kidney into me, and they said, nope, this is too risky, we can't do it. She was a girl who by 15 was a complete alcoholic already and had attempted suicide 3 times. And I was getting the heebie-jeebies and thinking, you know, that poor girl, but I don't think I want her organs in me. I don't want that bad. I don't even believe it. Yeah. And I don't even really believe in that stuff.
You should believe it, man. There's good studies, man. Here's one. I said one about the fleas the other day, but here's one about worms. Apparently, they took worms and put them through a maze, and they're all dumb as fuck. They couldn't find their way through the fucking maze. But eventually, after a long time, they got good at it. And they took the ones who were best at it, ground them up, and fed them to some worms who've never even seen a fucking maze, and then they quickly found the end of the maze. Like from eating, something went to that fucking worm.
That's fucked up. Cell memory kind of thing.
Yeah, that's fucked up, right?
Because there's actually proof for that too. But I wanted to just make sure I say, I feel like a freak now because I pointed that whole thing out, and I don't like to stand out in any kind of way like that. I don't mind it because I'm brave, but I don't like to. It's definitely consider donating your organs if you are brain dead, because you will be giving a second chance at life to somebody who may not be that old, but who wants to live. And if you're going to be dead or brain dead, and people are going to have to take you home and take care of you, and they can't even talk to you, you're already gone. You're already gone.
I'm not sure that's the thing. Once you're brain dead, I think the clock starts ticking. Ain't nobody gonna let you take a motherfucker home for too long once they're brain dead.
No, I'm saying that you really have kept alive a vegetable on a breathing machine, and
I just
ask you to pay for that.
My old man was brain dead. I just buried him a few months ago in Arkansas.
What's the definition of of brain dead?
It's not clear because when
It's like almost like a flat mining.
Yeah.
Is it? There's no electrical circuits going on.
There is a little bit, but it's to the point. Like to them, you're like considered in a vegetable state. So trying to like wake you up out of that, you're not.
Yeah, you
could generally use equipment to continue to breathe for you. Not always the case, by the way.
They don't risk it on people that are.
So where somebody brain dead means the person's unconscious, knows nothing about the surrounding world. That's over with brain dead.
Yeah, like their brain is no longer able to allow the breathing to continue. So that's why they have to like live on a ventilator to continue to live.
Okay, so assuming they're on a ventilator and they're brain dead, they are unconscious to the world around them.
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
My old man was brain dead. I had to, go drive Colorado through the night to Arkansas. And when I told him, hey, Pop, I'm here, a tear fell from his eye. I really believe he sensed
they're still
something.
there. That actually happened with my grandma. She was alive for 2 weeks in hospice with us just giving sponge to her mouth. And I talked to her the entire time, but they told us like she was brain dead and that she was just gonna like just let her die. But I communicated. She actually squeezed my hand.
Yeah, I got a couple more
fell out of her eye
stories.
because I was telling her like it's okay, it's okay, you can go. That's a whole like there's something definitely, and that's why I was saying there is some activity when you're actually monitoring it. But I just to say like I actually did not do that in my profession. Not to say I didn't see it.
I'm not asking anybody to cut off the machines. definitely not. I'm saying if there's absolutely no hope for you and you specify that in your will or, your whatever you want to call it, and, you medically define what qualifies for dead to yourself, gone, or
they changed the definition of death from heart stopping to brain dead so they could transplant your organs. That was all by design to get your organs. So they
say
got
that again.
ambulance.
Oh, we're
Okay,
talking to
so
somebody.
they changed the definition of dead, person being dead, from your heart stopping to being brain dead. They got ambulance chasers. If you got a head injury, they'll actually make you in a coma so they can.
Wait a minute. Why do you
That's
have to?
interesting,
Why do you
though.
have
That
to
was
throw this
interesting.
conspiratorial kind of negative crap on something that was actually pretty beautiful?
Well, I have a kind of a contradicting, and it's a true story of somebody that they thought was brain dead, and she's a friend of mine that I met through. I was in a domestic violence shelter way back when, but that's where I met her. She was originally from Georgia. Her grandmother, her mom was afraid of horses, but her grandmother actually raised horses, like studs and like beautiful horses, and they were show horses, right? And so the mom never wanted her to be by the horses. Well, long story short, she got trampled by one of the horses. She had fell off the horse, and the horse trampled her. So she went into a coma. She was in the hospital. She has a wild story, but her dad was he, like the FBI and everybody's looking for him for whatever he did way back when, like with something with money, and he actually was a pilot and all this stuff. But the mom didn't want to give up on her, right? So they had come, and she was on life support and in a coma, and they were telling her, they told her kind of day after day, she's, there's no brain activity, there's no, no brain. And she didn't want to let her go. And she said that there was a moment that where they kept trying to come in and tell her, she's brain dead, that they actually had other people coming in with the doctors, and they were actually the people that were like the representatives or the people to talk about organ donation before she was even off the machine. So the mom got upset. So that's when she got upset. She's like, no. And she called her husband, and she's like, we're moving her from this hospital, this and this and that. And she was in a coma but I mean, they had money because dad did, but so they moved her to another hospital because mom refused to give up on her. She was in a coma for I want to say almost 4 years. And she's alive and well now, and I'm sure she had to relearn stuff, but they kept telling her that she was brain dead, there was no brain activity, and she's now, I'm sure, after rehabilitation, but also and I asked her too, and I said, because I thought,
your heart.
That's exactly what I was going to say right now. I asked her, could you hear people talking to you when you were in a coma? And she said no, she did it, but when she woke up,
transplant stuff. So they call you
she said
brain
when she
dead.
woke up from her coma, she couldn't get anybody's attention because people were so used to her being in a coma. They come and they wipe her down, they wash her and stuff. So after a while, they don't really engage, with the patient if they're in a coma for so long. So she said that she was looking with her eyes, and she was like screaming in her head, like, look at me, when she woke up from her coma. But, obviously she had, she had to, she couldn't get their attention. And I think it took her a while. She said it was so frustrating because she thought that she was, she was communicating, but she wasn't.
Or something.
In her mind, she was telling them, look at me, because she woke up from her coma. But they were, they wouldn't really kind of engage with her face. They would wash her up and take care of her. But after a while, the nurses, they don't really talk to her after she's been in a coma for 4 years. I'm sure that's why they didn't see that she was awake right away.
So I did the research on it. They actually put you in a coma on purpose. They'll give you a test to see if you're in a coma, brain dead. And what they do is they deprive.
Will you bring sources for this? I mean, like, I don't mean to be rude. You're coming in real hot with these claims. It's a strong claim. Do you have some sort of something to support?
Well, yeah. Just like the lady just said, she just proved it to you. She just told you a story. A person was in a coma. She
that
wasn't
didn't
dead.
prove what your claim was.
Okay, well, I just popped in to let you know that that's what they do.
I mean, if you're correct, I
You're
would like to
claiming
know.
that they're purposely putting them in a coma.
Yeah, I mean that was obviously a way stronger claim than what the story had anything to do with. Fucking baby.
Well, my question was, it's like, is brain dead like one of those like key words that everyone just like repeats? So if you're able to keep someone alive on a ventilator, what does your brain actually do? So is your body like the Newtonian form where it's mechanical? So our heart's a pump, our lungs, like they all have a function, and your brain's the main circuit. If your brain dead, I don't see how they could keep your body alive without the brain.
Your brain, to function, make your heart function,
Yeah,
make everything else function.
like on a subconscious level. Like there's so many things happening with us on a subconscious level that we don't daily tell our heart to beat. It beats.
I hear where you're going.
We don't breathe. It just, there's so many things that are happening in our body. It's so magnificent that we don't have to tell it to do. It's like it's a subconscious thing. So our conscious mind.
So just because someone says we're brain dead, there may be things that they're not measuring because there's so much responsibility there.
Yeah, no, we can't measure. We can't
There's
really
not a way to
measure it.
measure
I guess you could put it on a brain scan and see activity in the brain, but we don't even really know. We can't even we can't even do a model of what the brain does. We have no idea what the capacity of the actual brain is. So for us to say that's why I don't like that term brain dead when someone's lying and you're keeping them awake. Like
That's what I was saying, how my friend woke up after 4 years because her mom refused to give up on her, and she did wake up, but they were saying that she didn't have any brain activity, and they were trying to get her mom to kind of come to that conclusion to like let her go off of life support, but her mom refused to do it. So, I mean, I just thought that's kind of proof to me that they might not know how to read, you know what I mean? And assume that they're...
That's not the only story of someone coming out of a coma after years and being determined brain dead. So it's like, that's, I can't deny it. But what I can also sort of coming down to, especially like Lindsay coming on here, to give her some respect here, it's a complicated situation. And I personally feel that, and this is very, very controversial because people are going to be like, well, what about in this case? And what about that case? And I could get into it, but I think to a huge extent, death is somewhat of a choice, whether that was chosen before you came here.
Yeah.
So like in Lindsay's situation, like this woman probably would have never.
I can interject a little bit more on the brain activity during the death process.
But I'm an organ donor too, so I didn't come up here to disrespect her. I'm an organ donor 100%. So
sorry, I wasn't trying to say you were either. I just was trying to get some like feedback on that part that I think it's just complicated. It's just really complicated.
I think that's interesting. The death of the choice that I talk about. It sounds interesting to me.
And I initially came up because we were talking about I think like dreams and
go ahead. But I know a little bit with the brain, the organs. That I think it's individual thing when that person wants to give up or whether or not they're they want to stay or go. I think it's an individually soul-based.
There at least is some evidence for that,
depending on the tragedy or whatever might have happened to as well.
Like you hear about the
whatever.
married couple that was married for 50 years. One of them dies and the other one dies soon after, like they gave up. There's evidence.
My grandparents.
It happened with my grandparents straight up.
Mm-hmm.
It was just like the Notebook story.
Mm-hmm.
She got Alzheimer's. Too. They were married for 55 years. He would go see her once she finally, Alzheimer's is insane because she first got scared. We saw it all firsthand with our family. Like she locked herself in the bathroom like she was scared. First she started like losing her keys, this and that. Then it got to the extreme where she didn't know her own husband of 55 years. And she had a heart attack over it. And she was like, but she told him, "Oh, you look just like my husband. I can't cheat on my husband though." And then it was like Benjamin Button. Like she wanted to hold babies and went back. Like she was going backwards and everything.
They say the last thing they remember are the
It was
younger
insane to watch.
memories.
It was insane to watch. Like to go look at my grandma in the eyes, and she's like, or
Yeah,
just
she's
like my mom. Yeah,
retrieving the memories of the younger days, probably when she met her husband. Yeah.
But this is what's crazy to me. I think this is what frequency and vibration and music does. My grandfather was a musician, so when he sang to her, she would fucking remember.
That's very interesting.
Like it would bring back. That was the only time it would bring her back to.
You see that little twinkle in her eye, or the light, the lights turn on again.
Yeah, when she would actually remember, it was through music, which is frequency and vibration, and it triggers like all of us. Like we hear certain songs, and it brings us back.
Yeah,
this is what's intriguing to me about memory.
Yeah,
music is a universal language. It brings everybody together, even if you don't understand the language that's being sung. It brings people together, and it causes good feelings.
So for me, this is what's fascinating about the memory. So have you ever went back and listened to one of these podcasts, anything that you've like previously listened to, whether it's live or being on anything that you've previously listened to? Does it take you back? Do you know where you were at that moment and what you were doing? Because I realized if I re-listen to something, I remember exactly where I was and what I was doing.
I don't do the podcast thing, but it works for me for when records broke or certain music was playing. Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying to you, Joe, if you go back to something that you did 2 years ago and you replay it, your memory would probably put you back right in that exact moment, and you would know where you were standing, what block you were on, everything.
Yes.
And that's fascinating to me because I've listened to some old shit that I hadn't listened to in a long time, and I'm like, or even an old video or something, or not a video, just audio. And it was.
But even if it's the video, you'll picture where you were at in the room or in the car, the shit around you, and it won't just be a picture. You'll sense it.
Yeah. So it has something to do with our memory from what. I wish I could memorize. Like I can't. I'm shitty with people's names.
What do you think about that? And they talk about, and we talk about all the time, that they are putting vibrations into you purposely through the music, television, and everything else, and through other high tech, 5G frequencies, whatever. If you're right,
in your EEGs, that's my stupid thing, but it's real. I've seen that, and I've actually seen it in the brain activity. We have to remove the phone. We have to be like, hey, your phone's interfering in your brain.
Yeah, if you can use vibrations to change things, like my man
Or
is,
to heal.
yeah.
Or to heal. There's I was trying to look it up.
Right.
I just switched phones, but there's this great audio book by, I think his name's Gerber, but it's called Vibrational Medicine, and he talks about the etheric and the Newtonian like realms.
Just so I'm showing, because we don't dance anymore. We don't shake.
Yeah.
So the vibration is exactly. Yeah. Keep going. Sorry.
Yeah. So he explains like the Newtonian model is like we are mechanical. So we have a pump. Like everything's a function. It's like robotic. We can replace it. But the ethereal model is it's on the ethereal realm. To where you have it has to do with the auras and everything else and the vibrations. So like you can heal anything. You can break cancer cells through the right frequency and the right vibrations. You can heal anything. And this has to do with crystals.
In 369.
That's what. Of course, yeah,
Yeah, it
yeah,
connects. There's this guy Dan Winters. If you guys, you can look him up. Dan, and like literally, it's that simple. Dan Winters. He is he's actually a physicist, if I'm remembering correctly, and he gets into the quantum connection. He's actually very woo woo for being down in that lane with quantum, but he gets into this with exactly what you're talking about. And this also, if you've heard of Rife, Royal Raymond Rife and the copper coil technology and plasma technology for resonance frequency therapy, that exactly what you're talking about. And there's all these different devices. Somebody said, I'm going to apologize because I can't remember their name all of a sudden. Somebody was just saying, El Perro said that to me in the chat, and I was like, yeah, this is what I'm getting at with the 369 thing, and what you were talking about, Joe, with the music frequency. I think I was just talking about this on McCoy's channel today, is that so that if you think about that variance of 440 versus 432 and the ratios of how that not subtracts, that divides, right, like multiplies, it doesn't coincide with 369. And actually I was like, I remember saying this on Bernie's channel one time, and I was like, I think the brain activity, because he was thinking that your activity could run in the healing frequencies, and I was like, actually the hertz are actually quite a bit lower overall. But I said, I think it's a variation of the 369 pattern. And then Dan Winters said that in one of his like seminars, and I was like, it was very validating for me.
So what draw me, like before that, even like for me, I have very lucid dreams every night. Doesn't matter. Like some people say, oh, if you smoke a lot of weed or if you do this and that, you won't dream. I'm a bullshit. It doesn't happen for me. Like I do a tincture every night, like whatever, like, and my dreams are so real. Like sometimes I just don't even want to wake up. I don't even know if this reality. I keep going back to the same town. Like it's great. It's crazy to me.
Crazy vivid, where you wake up and you're like, I swear I was there. I swear.
Yeah,
I know.
For me, it's like, it's this city that I keep going back to, and I'm like, is this a past life? I don't really understand, but like,
mine are never.
It happens all the fucking time. It happens a lot for me, to where I should just write down my dreams. For some people that say if you smoke a ton of weed, that causes you not to dream, that would not be relevant for me, because it's I'm a living example that's bullshit, because I still dream every night.
I smoke a ton of weed. I've been lucid dreaming since I was a teenager. And I smoke a ton of weed every day.
The reason they tell you is because they say it inhibits, or it produces more stage 2 sleep. You spend a longer time in stage 2 versus going into stage 3, which is the delta, and the delta stage is what often will activate REM, because you go into this very deep restorative, you're very subdued at that point, and that's what allows REM to come on. But anyway, I don't have that issue, and I did test plenty of patients who smoked. It was very dependent, relative to what other shit was going on.
Do you believe that because there's the alpha, the gamma, the delta, the theta, and when you get to theta, it's when you can reprogram. If you can reprogram your brain circuitry, like that's where you do it.
It's actually
in the theta stage.
It is connected to stage 2, and it's actually is more connected to gamma, but you see all stages of sleep in your REM. And I'm going to tell you, it's definitely connected to the brain activity you see in your REM. And what they found out in science is that you do actually sort out your brain activity during that time. You sort out your memories, and it's a healing stage for your brain. So it's a combination. It's not just like one, which is a little bit of a misconception, because I see that a lot, especially gamma. Gamma is the one that's actually a variance, and it's like a harmony. And when you talk about the resonance frequency therapy, they talk about it needs to be in the 11th harmonic. So it's that balance. If you think about how our harmonics work, it's like, one thing moving this way, well, this moves this way, but they sync, right?
So do you think? So you think? I think most what's happening in the world is there people that cannot dream or get to this state, because we call them like this state of sleep or getting close to it, waves, and this frequency, maybe a lot of people are not being able to get to it, whether it be what they're watching or what's been programmed in their mind, maybe what they're putting in their body, that they just can't get
I
to
think
this
it's
state.
energy. I think
Like,
it's like
I
where
mean,
they are emotionally at and what they let take over them in emotions, and that can manifest out of food and like environment and all those things, right? But it all comes down to like the core of how are you allowing it to affect you in an emotional state.
Yeah.
And that connects to frequencies because they've been able to measure the frequencies of emotions.
Right.
I listened to I started listening to the frequencies before I'd go to bed, and stuff with like gongs and bells, because for some reason bells were very important in all ancient history. Like we had a bell, and it wasn't just to like alert people. It's a calming, like the resonance that a giant bell puts out. It's a calming, like it's something that we don't have anymore. Like the tower clocks or the grandfather clocks. I remember at my grandpa's house, he had a grandfather clock, and it would ring, and it was it seems to not be around anymore. And I think it's for a reason, because it's keeping everyone disconnected from the frequency that we should be. The Earth's vibration, it's like 7 point something. If you follow the Schumann resonance, it's like the Earth's pulse. And you can tell when the Earth is breathing, and it's been getting louder and louder for I guess I've been watching it for like the last 3 years, but it's growing and growing. So if you pay attention to it, you can see like coincide like people's emotions, the way they feel, their sleep patterns, everything else. It's kind of fascinating to watch, but not a lot of people even pay attention to it because they don't even know about it.
Well, you talking about that because of the people talk about this a lot with the true astrological calendar versus like the Gregorian calendar that took over. And there's some interesting like tidbits on the history of that or where that came from. Because I was actually connected with the Orthodox Church and Peter the Great out of Russia, close to the time of when they came actually into the Americas. On that side, that's like an earlier time, so it's like not necessarily the real time frames, but just kind of interesting. You know, if we are putting those kind of perspectives into it, that there is a potential connection to like what you're saying, like it being something being skewed and like, you know, like putting something out of tune, which is sort of what everybody's saying is the 440 to 432 difference, right? Yeah, and I would agree with you because the other calendars, the Egyptian calendars, the Gregorian, they all have like it's all numbers. It's 13, so there should just be 28 days. It's called a moon. They're like for a reason. So there's 28 days. 28 days and 13 months or something like that.
Yeah. So if you did every month is 28 days, there would technically be 13 months, but they've shortened it, and then we have to have a leap year. They keep distorting like reality and time, I think, just to confuse and divide us, because we are so compartmentalized, like where it's like us as humans, we have to have like a pattern. Like today's Monday at 7 a.m. we have to go to work. We have to do these things, and it's like it's a program. It's a way to program us in a bigger way.
They take like styrofoam and they cue up like it's like resonance that they're just trying to show like the vibration of how the styrofoam will react. And there's like a certain level it puts it on, and it's crazy because it literally looks like a crowd of people doing this. Like it forms into that shape. Yeah, so it's like what you're talking about.
Yeah, like so. Have you seen cymatics too, or so where?
Yeah, and yeah.
Go ahead.
We talked
Barbie.
about that a couple of times. We talked about that a couple of times on another panel, like probably like over a year
Yeah,
ago. Sarah and
little
I.
flashback. Sorry. I was gonna say, Sarah heard
I'm
me
getting
talk about some of the stuff because we go back. We go back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
can
they
tell
can
I'm getting
show
old.
it. Yeah, they can show it on.
No, sorry.
Same thing with water or anything. Like you can show the vibrations or frequency. If you turn it up and put sand on a table, that's how they know the right frequencies.
Okay, you've heard of Emoto, right? You've heard
Are you
of
talking about
Masaru Emoto?
the one that talked to the
water
the water?
intention? And
Yeah,
they've been shown this now in a study with Buddhist monks. They did intentional water study. And this has also been shown with Emoto. This is what we were talking about Fukushima. He took polluted water and then they did like a prayer ceremony over it. And they showed, I actually pulled up the picture. They showed it before in this like discombobulated shape. And then after in an actually crystalline, did I already say this? Snowflake shape. I feel like I did. Sorry.
Oh, I didn't know that it did this. I did not know that it did that. I knew they had done that, but I didn't know what the shapes were of it. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it was from the dam, like at the site of the Fukushima, disaster.
And they've done like the thematic test where like if it's like angry music or whatever, then it tends to be like all chaotic when they do the vibration with the beats and stuff. And then like when it's not like that, I don't know what kind of music they played where it was like way more like they would make patterns, but it was just more circular and stuff. I swear Richie talked about that.
Yeah,
There.
you know why? Because that connects to the sacred geometry, which is why I've used that in all the logo stuff.
I love angry music.
I do too.
Well, let's talk about primal screaming, so we're not going to discount it.
I mean, I love Mudvayne. It is literally like one of my favorite bands. Like talk about give my
Now,
left
did I tell you
arm
that
for
we
that
saw
shit.
them like 2 months ago?
I know.
Okay.
I
Is that what?
know.
Okay.
So I am a bonehead, and I could have seen Chad Gray when he was like the lead for Hell Yeah, which he's had to stop doing because he's doing Mudvayne again. But like, I got so wasted before they came on that like I literally got kicked out of the arena that we were at. It was not cool. It was really embarrassing. So yeah. But then I found out that Mudvayne got back together. So I'm like super pumped because they are how I discovered Hermetics and got into that whole life path right there. A metal band.
Isn't that crazy how those things happen? I know. Sorry, my animals are all hacking.
And then that
tonight.
synchronicity about that throughout my life continues to reoccur and bring it back around. So yeah, I think that's awesome. I think metal is an undiscovered music and genre, and people just don't appreciate it the way they should.
Who are you with there?
Is this that outfit is so 1990s. Holy shit!
That's Pantera, dude. Is that Pantera?
That's Hell Yeah. It's the band of Pantera, and then Chad Gray is beside me.
Parts of Mudvayne and Nothing Fade. Yeah, Chad Gray's the lead.
I party with the lead dude. He had a when I lived in Dallas, he had a strip club that he owned forever, and it was like the place to go after hours. After all the like service industry people would get off work at 2 a.m., everyone would go to his club, and it was like from like 4 to 8 a.m. and you'd always leave there when the sun was coming up, regretting your life. When you were young, it was fun. Hey, but those are some good times.
I just was joking that we had this Holy Sunday that me and my friends said it was so stupid. We'd started off with Bloody Marys and go to the horse tracks, and then we're supposed to go to this vegan strip club. I mean, we didn't always make it, but it was just just stupid shit.
That's hilarious. I've never been to a strip club.
Yeah, that was Vinnie Paul. Like my uncles hung out with him and like did sound for them a lot. So they were.
That's a
kinda
good
tight.
thing, Em. I was like, I realized I was doing this weird thing. I was trying to say, no, that's a good thing.
But yeah, I wonder like so why is that sound like why did that frequency or vibration or sound come into being, and why do we all dig it? Is it because we all have like an underlying animal like in us that we just want to rage? Because
Well,
part
that's
of
that's like the polarity thing, you know, like what is polarity? Why does it exist, right? Because that would explain this constant tug of war.
I think that's why the youth, or at least me when I was younger, like we resonate with it because there was kind of the feeling that sound was bringing. Like it allowed you to release what was in you in a way, hopefully, and not like put it out on the streets or do something wrong, but you could release that energy at least at that concert or something, and not. I experienced like having, even in a mosh pit, everyone. I remember going to an Edge Fest like I don't know, 1998 or something. I aged myself.
Did they finally let you come?
They finally let me come, and you would see people like knocked down in the middle of a mosh pit, but everyone immediately, if someone went to the ground because it was huge and they could get trampled, immediately pull everybody up just to save them. But so there was a collective, even though it was a crazy energy there was still a collective goodness there at some point to not let somebody get trampled. I don't know where I was going with that.
Looking out for each other. Just that there was some good that came from the rage.
Yeah, I mean that's how most metal concerts are. I don't know. I got into a lot of them.
I don't know. All the metal kids I knew were super cool and mostly nice. They just needed to rock it out.
Flow State, you seem so bored. You have nothing to say.
No, I'm not bored. It's actually I'm listening, and it's been a very interesting conversation. It's been a long day.
Yeah, I get that. I don't even know how I'm still going. I really need to get going. I did 2 streams the other night too, and I was like fading so bad the other night. But now you guys got me all like, yeah, let's talk about brain activity.
No, it's interesting. I was thinking about streaming tonight, anyways, before Jack kicked me off, but because I'm going to take tomorrow easy, or today, I guess. I don't know, but I don't know where I was going to land that. But yeah, metal concerts are always cool. The people there are always cool. Like the one time I've got jumped at one concert ever, and it was fucking Incubus of all bands, right? Like, yeah. And I've been to a ton of been rap concerts, been metal concerts. Like that's my shit. I went to Rockfest here in Kansas City. It's the biggest one-day music festival in the world for like decades. I went 11 years in a row or something. I still got a scar on my arm from a tiny chick got in the mosh pit covered in spike jewelry, just flew across the pit and landed on me. But yeah, those Incubus fans, man, they're a rough crowd.
I went to Incubus concert. I didn't get that kind of craze.
Well,
that's hilarious.
30 Seconds to Mars opened for them, and that's Jared Leto's band. And
that pre his fame.
Well, I used
to like him, and I think he eats babies.
Well, I had an autographed CD. I went to the autograph booth and got it signed by them. And so when we were walking out, they noticed that I was carrying it, and they wanted it. They didn't get it, but I did get hit a few times. Yeah.
That is the craziest story. So like 30 Seconds to Mars got everybody hype as fuck over Incubus. This is crazy. This is like, I can't even wrap my head around this. Like, whatever, Flo.
Yeah, it's definitely not the concert I would have expected to get jumped at. Maybe that's why, right? Like it's the concert where I wasn't really looking for anything. That could be it. I was also young then. I was like 14 or something.
What was that song that they had that was like morning something? That's like I'm just like envisioning it happening during like one of their more peaceful songs. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I grew up in Milwaukee and they have Summerfest, and it's like they have all kinds of different bands playing. So you get to experience how like a little bit. I think I freaking like at Vertical Horizon people were like passing. You remember Vertical Horizon? Like so old, so old, like one hit wonder.
Yeah. Sometimes those are the best bands.
Crazy concert.
Like Dope. I don't know if anybody knows who the band Dope is. Die Motherfucker Die was like their, yeah. That concert was awesome. Well, they played on the second stage, like in the middle of the day during Rockfest. It was one year, and they did an intermission during their set and had people coming up and getting married like at Rockfest and shit. And it was just they're just wild. It was good.
Crazy. Let's get married.
I don't know who would do that at Rockfest.
Crazy
Like,
right there.
yeah, I mean, it was
That
like
part.
white trash heaven, but yeah, it was fun. But I've seen Hell Yeah, what, 3 or 4 times, and this was the first time I saw Mudvayne. But I've been every time after the first time I saw Hell Yeah, every time after that I've gotten backstage passes with it. So I got to hang out with Tad Gray a bunch of times.
Well, I met Jason Mraz, and we're besties. Okay, so suck it.
I'm still
Don't be going around telling nobody that.
the first time I went backstage at Hell Yeah.
Long time ago.
Jimmy, I'm sorry, fucking who's the drummer? Vinny was still alive. And I was trying to get with his girlfriend the whole time that he was playing.
You are terrible.
Look,
How to pick up chicks, dude. This
it
is how to
didn't
pick up
work.
chicks.
It did not work. She really wasn't
Yeah,
that.
it's definitely wasn't gonna work.
Yeah, it didn't work. But I'm pretty sure we are still still friends on Instagram.
That's hilarious.
So you weren't a total cat. You weren't a total creeper, I
I'm not
guess.
gonna lie. Where I'm like, no. It's all good.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I gotta go. But I'll see you.
No, if my bank comes anywhere near where I live, I'm going.
Oh, I saw your email, and I'm not ignoring you. I just haven't responded yet.
I know
Also,
I don't even.
I don't have. I wanted because I want you and I've talked to you about this, but like the debate series, I'll tell you more about it.
Yeah,
It's
Okay.
supposed to not be super serious either. If I haven't made that clear, so I think you might enjoy
Okay.
it a little bit. Just like give a lot of time. So sweet, we'll connect.
on.
No problem. But
All
that's
right.
why I wanted to come on too. So awesome.
deal.
Thank you for having me. This
Thanks.
is a great night. Appreciate you guys. Have a
Later.
good one.
Much love.
I think I'm gonna wrap it up.
Sounds
Mr.
good.
Pie, you never dropped me your link. You know what? I can type something in the chat so I can just follow you over there.
All right, let me on the back chat, or does it matter?
Do it on the front chat so I can go through it on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't have like a lot of up to date content, but I do. Have
Doesn't matter. You've been up here enough times that I got to link you.
All right, sounds good. All right, bro. Thank you.
Thanks for coming up. Any final thoughts? Or
No.
none are expected. If you don't have
No.
any, don't feel obligated.
No.
Okay. Get the fuck
thanks.
out of
Peace.
here.
Get the fuck out of here. Yep. That's what I'm gonna
You
do.
too?
I'm actually probably gonna go to Waffle House. Yeah, I'm gonna go to Waffle House and get something to eat. I want some hash browns.
Are you looking for you're looking for Sasquatch, aren't you?
No, but I'm gonna track him down one day. He thinks he's like elusive in Georgia. Like I know my way around Georgia. I'll find him.
Sounds like he hangs out with some crazy people. I don't know if I would feel comfortable
I don't know. He
rummaging
does
around
live
that
in a
part of-
pretty backwoods area that is a little sketch. Even looking at it on the map is a little. It is a little. It's gonna be a challenge, but I think I can do it.
I think you could do
I'll
it. I
not
think
go
that I would
alone.
never just like wander around that part of Georgia poking in barns and stuff for people.
Right. Especially his area. What if you accidentally want? He might shoot. He would shoot you. He would shoot me if I didn't give him a notice. Understandable.
He might have booby traps up.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
He seems the type, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Absolutely.
You might have, you seem the type too.
I won't disclose that information.
I never had booby traps, but I did have bait.
That part. I like to
I
draw
was the
them in
trap.
though. Yeah. That's like,
No,
bring them in. Bring them in. Bring them in.
when I was like in a different life, right? There's when I was born in this town, the small town I was living in, there was 3 dudes in town. It's basically like the three plugs, right? There was this one motorcycle that all of them kept stealing from each other, right?
Damn.
Anyways,
That's not very smart.
no, well, I don't know what was going on with them, but one of the dudes got it and he had the title, and I was the only person he knew who had like cash in the middle of the night. So I bought it off of him and I parked it out on the sidewalk, like right at the street. And anyways, that was the bait. I just looking to stir up some fun. I wanted one of the other guys to try to steal it from me.
Right. I would assume that's what they were gonna do.
They never
That's usually
did.
what they do.
Yeah, they didn't.
Wow. You got lucky.
No, I didn't. It was a small town. I wasn't as anonymous as I thought I was. I wasn't used to small towns. I didn't grow up in a small town. I wasn't used to people having heard of me or knowing about me or anything. There was some adjustment there, but yeah, I didn't catch anybody.
If you were probably going pretty hard though too, and just dealing with anybody and everybody, like probably not vetting them.
No, I was the opposite. I dealt with a very limited number of people.
Yeah.
I dealt with a very limited number of people.
Yeah.
And I had some staunch rules, right? Like nobody could come to my house. No, you're not bringing your chick over. You're not bringing your homie over. You don't come over unless I tell you you can. You don't ever bring anybody with you. You don't say my name to people. You don't say certain words in text, over the phone, or in person.
Yeah.
And all of those were very good habits. Huh?
And you have cash. I don't want to trade nothing. That is stupid. Don't do that. I don't understand that. I do not fucking understand that for the life of me. Like I cannot, even with people sometimes. I mean, I do understand, but at the same time, I'm like, no. I don't give a fuck what it is. I don't care. I promise you, I don't. It's not worth
Notch,
it.
I didn't have actually a plan. I was just looking for trouble, I guess. Yeah, I didn't really have a plan.
Well, the one plan I always have when it comes to that shit is don't go to jail. Don't get caught. Don't go to jail. And there are rules to follow so that doesn't occur.
Right.
That doesn't always work. But
oh yeah, and like all of my rules and paranoia paid off. That's the only reason that's the reason I'm here right now, honestly, because they seized a ton of cell phone. They seized every electronic communication device in the house, including like old ass flip phones that I'd given to my daughter for toys. Right? They seized everything and sent it to the KBI labs to have them dump it all, and there's nothing. Because I'm not a fucking moron.
That's not, like I've never.
I mean,
that's a different level.
Yeah.
Shit.
But like they ain't get shit. They don't have shit because I have good habits, and that's what like a couple of years later, one of my friends, her son was like 18 or something. He got arrested, and she called me freaking out because like they had his phone and she didn't know what they do with it, and so I helped her hack into his Facebook, and I went through his Facebook and deleted all the stuff. But I was like stunned at how like these kids who grew up with this shit all the time, they have no sense of anything of how to use it. It's like, bro, how are you just like, I don't know. It's stupid.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyways, the point is that, like, the rules and the habits are good. Like, if you're in that lifestyle, there's no reason to ever say that word. If somebody texted me saying, "Hey, I need a gallon of milk," I would have known what the fuck they were talking about. Hey, do you have a trash bag? You know, anything. You could put anything in there, and I know what you're talking about.
Anything, for God out loud. Oh man. But it's also one of those things where, like, there is a smarter side to that. And then like you said, there are people that are just so they ain't got no sense. That's all I can say is it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I just don't understand people sometimes. I have a hard time.
And the safes, they had to blowtorch up in my safes, you know, when they raided me, and so that helped a lot too, because they weren't listed on the warrant, and I didn't give them the code. So the way the law is written here is, it has a search warrant lets you search everything on the property that is reasonably accessible. I don't think that if you need a cutting torch, it's not reasonably accessible. So
that's not reasonable.
Right.
Yeah,
So that definitely helped with the plea deal.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. It's weird how and honestly, this is just the way law enforcement in general is. I don't care what the situation is. If you are honest with them, then things will go better for you. I don't mean go over there and verbal diarrhea, snitch on a bitch. I'm saying if you're just honest with them, like if they stop you and they're searching you, you should probably just empty your pockets. Don't be swallowing shit. Don't be trying to stuff shit up your butt. That is not going to go well for you. It's really not.
I disagree.
What?
I mean, okay, so part of it is your ability to be convincing. And I have a feeling I'm a more convincing liar than you are.
No, okay. I'm recommending this to general people because I know that it's not going to work for them. I've
To the
gotten
general people, I would say don't be honest. Don't confess. When you confess, you're done. When you confess, you're done. You're done. They don't need anything else. There's no defense. You're toast, 100%. And like I have, like the first time I ever got arrested, I went to jail and stayed in jail the night when I was 15 with a fake ID, sitting in the bottom of my shoe outside of the cell in the jail hallway. Right? They arrested a drunk 15-year-old. I wouldn't tell them how I got booze. They went through my wallet and pockets 1,000 times, and it was time for me to go in the cell. They were like, now you need to either take out your shoelaces or take your shoes off. And I just kicked them off because if I'd taken the laces out, that would have looked like something was up, of course, right? So, and there it was. When I got out, it was just sitting there face up in the sole of my shoe. So, you know, but I can play things pretty smoothly, more smoothly than most. That's why I had a fake ID at 15 and it worked at all, you know, because I could play it off.
Well, yeah. The last time, not this past time, the first time I got arrested this year, I had an earring box in my purse that has a safe. It's got a back in it that's got like a hidden back space in it. So I keep stuff in there. I forgot I had stuff in there. That stuff went into jail and was there when I got out. Yeah. But then the most recent time, they caught me. I was really, really, really messed up. I was walking away from the house. My main point at that moment was like, just make sure that I'm not near the house. They can't get me for a trespass. I wasn't really thinking until they actually got up on me and was like, yo, can we search your bag? And I was like, just tell them that you got the weed and, you know, maybe they won't search the whole ass fucking bag. No. But then because I was with them when they did find the shit and they did go in there, they combined the two items they found into one charge. And then I had the trespassing charge, which is why I'm out on pretrial. And I'm out on pretrial, but I do not
Hold
have
on.
to submit.
But if you had just said, no, you can't search my backpack.
They would have searched it anyway. They would have searched
No,
it
get out of here.
Yes, they would have.
And you would have had a
That's how they
defense. There weren't body cams.
And they would have took me to jail. Well,
Maybe.
I don't know if
Maybe.
they did or not.
But guess what? I've told them no before, and they haven't searched me.
Yeah, I did it in another county and that worked. But I didn't know if that would work here. So I just was like I said, I was really messed up.
I thought, just tell them about the weed. Maybe they won't search the bag, the whole bag, and then maybe they won't find the earring box. That was my main thing. It did not work. I mean, it worked in the sense that I got one charge, the two combined, and I don't have to take drug tests right now. I have to go and do a class every other week for like an hour, and then I have 50 hours of volunteer work, not community service. It's volunteer work, which I don't know.
I still disagree entirely with your thought on that. I think if you had told them no, then they would not have searched it. What were you doing? Were they going to? Could they have arrested you anyways?
No, I don't think they could have. No, legally, no, because they did not catch me.
Yeah, you fucked
at
up.
the property where they give me the trespassing charge. Yeah,
you fucked
where they
up.
keep saying I'm trespassing.
And that's what they do. That's what they do, though. They play on people's because everybody's raised all of our parents would do that thing where if you're just honest with me, it'll be better. And so cops play to that sort of thing we're trained with, and it's the opposite.
Yeah. Because then if they had not have searched it, then none of that. But I mean, honestly, they really were there to talk to me about the trespassing, which there would have been a big back and forth on the freaking sidewalk about who's right and who's wrong. That's why the trespassing thing has been going on for almost 4 fucking years now between me and the damn police department.
Yeah, and you gave them a freebie. They said, "Hi, ma'am.
Yeah.
Hi, ma'am. We're here about a possible trespassing disturbance at a property you're not at. Do you mind if we search you for things that you're not supposed to have as well, so we can go fishing?"
That's not how they say it, though, and you know that.
No, but that's what they meant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucked up is what you're gonna say.
Well, honestly, the way I did it though, this instead of trying to fight the whole thing, and the way I did the plea agreement, and they combined those two charges. That's why I only have to do what I have to do, and then when it's done, all that shit.
Because they don't want you to go to trial. Yeah. It's because they don't want trial. That's why jail sucks so much worse than prison. They want people to take plea deals.
Yeah, jail sucks so fucking bad, man. So fucking bad. Jail sucks. I'm sure. To me, either one of them suck. They both suck. You're locked up.
Yeah, but jail's meant to be, at least, jails are meant to be uncomfortable to varying degrees, right?
Yeah.
I'd imagine that. How big's the town you're in?
We're a little.
Well, it doesn't really matter, honestly. Like the jail I was at, I didn't even realize this until years after I got out of jail, but they had a bunch of what is it? It's called soft torture tactics, since not seeing the sun, right? The whole jail had no windows at all. Everything, the walls, ceilings, floor, everything was painted white. Everything was white except for stainless steel, and there was fluorescent light bulbs everywhere on 24/7. So it's it's not, they're not torturing you, but when you haven't seen the sky for over a month and you're in there just under those lights cooking, it sort of starts to fuck with your head.
Yeah, that's the way it is in ours. It's at the top of your cell. There's a window that's maybe not even an inch high,
No,
and it's at the very top of the cell. Yeah,
we had
there's
no
that
natural
light.
Yeah, we had no natural light at all.
Not very much, and it sucks because, like you said, they have the lights. They keep the lights on. They don't ever. They'll dim them at night, but no, they don't.
They didn't do that for us either.
And I'm
no
yard
time, no. 24/7 lockdown, no commissary, no TV.
We get snack packs and commissary in our county too.
No, we didn't get any of that. One book per inmate at a time. 2 decks of cards per 8-man tank. Yeah, it was shit.
Everybody can have their own individual deck there, and you can have 3 books, and then the Bible, and the Bible counts as separate.
Yeah, that was the same way for us. You could have a Bible, and it was not counted as a book.
Yeah.
1 sheet of paper a day. One, if you wanted a razor, you could get 1 disposable razor with the single blade razors.
Yeah.
But no shaving
2
cream,
times a
right?
week.
So you're putting like shampoo, like the blue coke. Did you have the blue coconut shit? Yeah, that shit like rubbing our face.
No, we had Bob Barker's. It's because Bob
Yeah.
Barker. Bob Barker had his own shit up in jail. Outfits,
Yeah.
soap, everything. We had Bob Barker.
Everything is Bob Barker
Blue
stuff.
coconut. I wish. Wish that gel was that cool. No, but we did have a lady speed stick.
You had what?
That matters. If you
You had
don't
what?
got deodorant, lady speed stick, which is like,
Oh,
like actually good smelling together. It wasn't just like that clear crap you get when you come in booking.
yeah, that's all we had was the clear bot. That stuff wasn't good for anything except for sticking pictures on the wall.
Yeah, pretty much.
But we found a way to like mix it up with like lotion and baby powder or something. I don't remember. It's one of those jailhouse concoctions, right? That it is. I'm not sensitive about it. Ask
Wait,
questions.
the Bible or jail?
I'm probably jail.
Yeah, I was like, because the Bible could be a sensitive subject too, depending on who you're talking about.
Well, most of my live streams lately have ultimately been more about God than anything else. Interestingly, yeah, and I started thinking like, well, I need to like pull the topic in a different direction. And then the last one where I was asleep most of it, like it was there. It's like, well, this isn't just me. I guess I'm not
There was
just.
a bunch of stuff we talked about. Yeah, we talked about a bunch of stuff. God,
Yeah.
the Godstone, all kinds of stuff. They talked about cars for a hot minute. Yeah, I do remember that. That was the part where I was like, Emma, you gotta stay awake. I know it's not totally your department, but you gotta stay awake. I don't remember what brought me back into that conversation, but for some reason I was like, oh, this is interesting. It's not cars anymore. I don't even remember. That was like the longest stream I've ever done, ever.
It's the longest one that I didn't even rightfully do it, but it's definitely the longest thing on my channel.
Yeah,
I mean, it can't be any longer than that. If you go over 12 hours at YouTube, it's too long for YouTube to even record it.
And that's
Maybe it's a sign.
That's kind of not true because all I did was switched it from a different device and still streamed it to my channel. So there's like 11 and a half hour of the stream, and then almost 3 hours after that. And you wake up somewhere towards the end of the 10-hour and 30-minute mark of the one is where you wake up and start attending actually fully aware of what.
Notch thinks that the God thing is a sign, and I agree. It is time for me to come out as demigod and start my new religion. So thank you for that synchronistic wink, wink. You know, like God, send me a sign if I'm also God, and here Notch is winking at me.
I totally think you could start a cult. I mean, another religion, whatever.
I don't know that I have the people stamina for it.
Right.
So here's Jane asks, how many times have you been arrested this year? And was it scary?
Twice. Yes.
Twice?
It's always scary. I hate it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because the first time was super unexpected. Super.
Yeah, there's always that, like, once you realize that they're arresting you, there's always that, like, that moment of, like, oh, fuck, can I get out of here? You know, it's like the cage animal thing, like, but
yeah,
at that point, you're probably already in handcuffs.
You literally do that, and you look for the car, and then you look to see how many officers there are. Yeah, it sucks. It fucking sucks.
Right.
And then the next thing is, do I have money, and can I get my mom to put money on my books now?
Yeah, it's always okay. I got to talk to somebody now. Can I use my cell phone first? No. Can I have a cigarette first?
Yeah.
No.
And they're like, "We'll get the numbers out of your phone when we get up there." I'm like,
Can I have some pants? Because the first time I got raided, I was in bed. So I was in my boxers and I'm standing outside my front yard. They're trying to get the combination safe out of, or the safe combination out of me. And I'm going, can I have some fucking pants? And the dude questioning me turns to one of the deputies and goes, go inside and get his shoes.
Like I said, pants.
Yeah.
If we get shoes,
You know,
and you had
in
to, I mean,
hindsight,
you would have to
in
run
hindsight, I
around.
think they wanted information out of me. I think that they wanted me uncomfortable. That's why they pulled me out and parked me in the front yard in my underwear. Right. I haven't been. So I been arrested? I haven't really been arrested this year. I did miss a court date for expired tags. And so when you do that, you've got to like book in, you got to bond yourself out basically. So I went the night before I'd gotten pulled over by the sheriffs or by the cops because I was speeding. Didn't get a warning or anything. You know, he said, you've got a warrant out of KCK. I said, I know about it. They never want me. They didn't. It's fine. Whatever. So I go into jail knowing that there's no surprises. I got my $500 cash. I've already talked to him. I go in, give him my bond money, get booked in, right? And so I had to take out my earrings and get all the way booked in. And then they put me in a holding cell, and then they're doing the bond paperwork, and then they come get me and bring me back out. I'm waiting in there for like half a fucking hour, and I start to get nervous. And one of the deputies comes in. He's like, Taylor, so we're getting warrants coming in from all over the place for you. And I'm like, what? I said there's one I know about the one in KCK, and that's it. And he's like, well, you got 2 out of Missouri that are both extradition only. And I'm like, for what? And he's like, we're not done with it. We'll go over it all when we're done. We're not done getting back the results. And like leaves again. So I'm like laying on the concrete bench like, fuck. I'm going to prison for something. I don't know what the fuck it is, but I'm going to prison for something. Then he came back like 20 minutes later and he's like, good news. We were looking at the wrong guy.
Because you're sitting there thinking, what did I fucking do? And you don't even remember.
I'm racking my brain. I'm like, I don't even like it's in the metro area. I'm like, and it's the county I'm from actually, but it's like, I don't live in that county. I don't work in that. I don't have anything to do in that county except occasionally drive through it anymore. What the fuck could it be? But yeah, I was thinking I was going to prison for a while. Because if it's full extradition only and there's 2 of them, like that's 2 felonies, right? Whatever it is, it's 2 felonies and I've got priors. I'm going to prison. Yeah. But no, it was their mistake. So technically, I guess I've been arrested once. Really, I haven't been arrested at all in the last year.
I hope that I'm not arrested again, ever. I have court in January.
I don't have any court. Yeah, I've got nothing hanging out there. I actually have paperwork because I'm going to try to get my shit expunged. It's been long enough now that I can do it. So I'm going to set up a court date. But
if I get the volunteer work done, I get all 50 hours done before my next court date, then all of that stuff will be done. And then the program that they do here, it will expunge my record automatically of all that. And it'll just be back to the trespassing charges. It'll be awesome. Great.
Oh, you know what? I lied. I have a warrant out for failure to appear for trespassing. That's the KCK warrant I was mentioning, which is bullshit. And I'm not, I've been pulled. They've run my name a bunch of times. They never want to extradite me. I'm not going to go fuck. I'm not dealing with them. Huh?
Not over a trespassing charge. They don't want to do that. No.
Well, and the whole thing was bullshit. Anyways, I might have told you about this. There was 3 of us talking in the parking lot of an apartment complex, and the cops wanted to search us. So they came in, they rolled up, and they said that we were trespassing. Bull fucking shit. Anyways, one of us got arrested. It wasn't me, but the rest of the other 2 of us got trespassing tickets just because I guess they wanted to justify the search or something. I don't know, but I went to 2 court dates. I went to the first one. And I got kicked out of court because I was on my phone because they were taking forever after the bailiff told me not to be. And the second one, I went just to tell them, yes, I want to take it to trial. And then the lockdowns happened, so I got a letter saying it's postponed indefinitely. And then apparently they scheduled a new one, and I didn't know about it. And at this point, but the whole thing was such bullshit. And I've got footage. I filmed the whole thing. They didn't know it, but I had my camera recording the whole time, so I can prove it's bullshit too.
Yeah.
But it's been it's just such bullshit. Like fuck them. If they want me to waste
But they
any
know
more
what's
time
going
dealing
down.
with their bullshit, they're gonna have to
Yeah.
inconvenience themselves too. They're gonna have to take a fucking day out and come get me.
That's what I always say. Like they're gonna have to do their job. That there's taxpayers that pay taxes, and that's what the fuck their salary comes from. So they're gonna have to catch me. That's the way
Yep.
I am. Until recently, and I got tired of going to jail. So I was like, man, I gotta fucking deal with this shit.
Well, even if I do get, because
So
I'm gonna have to like to get in since I missed that court date. It's the second court date I missed for this thing, technically, because the first one I got kicked out of. I'm gonna have to bond out again. It's another handful of $100. It's like $300 or
Yeah, but if you
$350 or
put yourself
something.
in,
If
then you're way more
we-
likely
it's
to be able to
it's the
get
bond.
right out.
Well, it's bond. I mean, yes, because you go and prepped for it. But either way,
Yeah.
the bond amount is the same amount. I know that if they pick me up, it's going to waste a day, right? But I know that I can afford that bond. I'm not really, running from something. They know where the fuck I live.
Right. Yeah. Oh, I know. That's the way it was with me. Like the first time I got arrested for trespassing, that warrant was out for freaking ever, and I didn't even know about it. My parents forgot to go and drop it, and then my sister found out about it, so she called it in, and then they picked me up at a totally separate address where I was living, and the warrant was for my parents' house where I had not been in over a month, and they were like, "Oh, well, somebody said they saw you over there," and I was like, "So you're going to take me to jail because somebody said they fucking saw me over there?" When I literally I was here. You're picking me up here where I live, where I've been all fucking day. Yeah, we have to take you in. I'm like, this is fucking bullshit. So they do, and then I get up there. The magistrate gives me an unsecured bond, so I get to sign myself right back out on my own recognizance, and then I have a court date. And then my parents go and they drop it. So
How
all
long
that
did you have to
shit
wait for no R bond?
for the
signature
unsecured
bond?
Oh,
Yeah, they let you
since I
out
went up
without
there.
cash. Oh, really?
Yeah, right then. Yeah, but I had to go and get like the booking process, and then them give me the paperwork so I could be unsecured and then released, which sucked ass. Just the whole thing really sucked. And then a couple years later was when this shit started. So about 4 years ago was when this shit started occurring.
Something else that I wish that I had when I got booked in, I think they just do this for people with felony charges. They took a DNA swab. They swabbed my cheek.
Yes, that's
right. Felony charges. Yeah. So in hindsight, I could have declined it. At the time,
Yeah.
I didn't. At the time, I was like, "Have some fucking spit, you bitch." But
And she was like, gladly. And I'll get some of that too. I'm gonna get a little. That's crazy. That's the
but
reason why-
yeah. So, anyways, that's my word of advice to anybody. If you're ever arrested on a
forget,
felony
I'm so-
charge, yeah, you don't have to
Yeah,
give
they
them your
can take your
DNA.
They didn't ask me for mine. I'm not gonna ask them why they didn't either.
I guess the silver lining though of that booking in process is I had quit measuring my height because I thought you stopped growing after like 20 or something, and I grew 2 more inches. I'm like looking at my mugshot going, damn, I'm damn near 6'2". Been walking around telling people I was 6 foot.
That is so
Yeah,
funny. I don't think they do
distribution.
ours like that. I know they do take they do the measurement, but they don't. When they take our mugshot, they don't always have it with the thing in the background.
height
I know
thing
how
behind
tall
you?
I am. Yeah,
Yeah, I didn't.
entirely too short to be talking shit to them officers most of the time.
Possession with intent to distribute is the felony I got.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, possession period of that here is a felony. Doesn't matter if you have intent to distribute or nothing. Possession is possession here.
Yeah. if it's crack, meth, or heroin, it's a felony. It doesn't matter the quantity. My quantity was such that I was, and actually I think powder coke too. I think any kind of coke. But anyways, I had enough of it that it was presumed intent to distribute. So I was convicted as a drug dealer and not a drug user, which there's a distinction. But
Yeah, there's definitely a distinction. There's levels to all of that shit. But like I said, I was talking to somebody else about this other day. I was like, the reason why the DARE program was like not as effective as they wanted it to be was because you had a bunch of fucking cops coming in there telling you like shit about they didn't know nothing about.
I 100% think it. I think it's entirely effective at doing what they wanted it to do. You have to program kids that early. Because I'm looking as an adult now. I'm looking at some of the stuff at my daughter's school, and I made a huge uproar actually. But some of the surveys, they've got a survey for middle schoolers. So they're asking 6th graders, when's the last time you did this, and they're listing out every single thing you can get high on. It's like you just gave a bunch of 12-year-olds the recipe, right? They know what to look for now. How fucking stupid are you? So I think it's sort of some reverse psychology, right?
Yeah,
that's what I think, because the whole war on drugs is a big trap.
For sure. Because kids were not really. I didn't know anything about drugs until they started bringing it up at school and in the DARE program. I was like,
right.
Wait.
And there's 2 ways that people are going to receive the DARE program, right? You're either going to be curious and enticed by it because now you know about it and wonder what this is, or you're gonna go the other way and dehumanize people who do and think that, oh my gosh, well, we got to lock them all up, right? So either way, either split is beneficial to the system.
Yeah, which is weird though, because I actually did not start experimenting with drugs until after I got out of high school and was an adult. Like all my friends smoked weed when I was in high school. I didn't even smoke weed until well after I got out of high school. But that's where
I started well before you.
Yeah, it was kind of like a secret. And then when I did start smoking, I didn't tell none of my friends that did smoke that I was smoking, because I was like, they're going to give me a bunch of shit because I used to give them a bunch of shit for smoking. And then when they found out, they did give me a bunch of shit. So, should have just started smoking when they did, but I didn't. Because I was pregnant, so I couldn't. I was busy having sex. That's the field I went down first. I was exploring that avenue first.
Good for you. Yes. Same flow. Father. Oh my God. I'm not following this. What's the same? Oops. Yeah, schools are. But you know what's interesting is that the school stuff, like all the pride shit specifically, is what just stood out to me, because these kids, my daughter's age, hate the pride flag. They don't hate gay people. They hate the institutionalized having it shoved down their throat all the time, which is amazing, really. Yeah, it's very interesting. So I think they're pushing it too hard. But
I said, "There's hope." Oh my God, there's hope.
I mean, it's just. I mean,
it's the coolest thing I've heard. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Did they understand what? You know what I mean?
I don't know if they understand really the way I would, or if they just are sick of it. But I mean, I don't remember where we were, but somewhere this was her gay friend. He pulled and rips a pride poster down. Like, what the fuck happened? They're sick of it, so.
No cat, man, no cat. Chill. Kids these days, I don't even know what the fuck they're saying half the time. Swear to God, you need a whole translator for this generation. Don't even understand what they're saying.
I texted my daughter. I was last week. I was like, "Is drip the new swag?" she's like, "I'm not even answering this." Okay.
I'm not even gonna dig that response.
But then I was about to say your dad's got drip, but it just sounded like something I shouldn't say to my daughter.
Right. I was about to be like, I'm gonna wait for like another hour or two for us to get up and right before school be like, son, is drip the new swag? He'd be like, what in the fuck are you on? Like, it is 6 in the morning. I've got to go to school. I cannot deal with your shit, mom. That's probably what I would get back. Or are you gonna come and get your tennis ball? Because tired of holding on to it. Because I have a ball. I'm really, really anal about this ball. Probably should have used that verbiage, but whatever. Like 4 a.m. where I'm at. Seriously. I gotta go get
5
coffee.
years
And
probation. I got 3 years.
What?
Oh, I'm just thinking out loud. Yeah,
3
I got
years
3
for
years.
what?
For my distribution. It was community, so it's community corrections, which is technically, most probations are through the county. Community corrections is through the DOC. So technically what you're doing is you're serving prison time outside of prison is how they consider it. So it's like super probation. That's what I was on. I got 36 months, which is 6 months longer than which is a year longer than the recommended sentencing for that. But I got off in half the time because I got early completion because I did everything right. I went to rehab. I kept a job. I made every appointment. I never pissed dirty. So
That's pretty good.
Yeah, the sentence. I don't know if you got sentencing grids there. My sentencing grid was weird because I had no priors. It's like
that matters.
I was either looking at probation for 2 years or prison for up to 15 years.
Damn. Yeah,
that was
broad.
15 years was like the everything went as wrong as possible scenario. But I ended up with probation for 36 months. I got off early and all that stuff. So
That's really not bad. That's like super. Actually, I'm trying to think. Well,
I
that
paid a
amount too.
lot
It
of
probably
money
got
for it.
that also
But
helps.
it does. Yeah. Well, I was in my plea deal. I gave them a lot of my stuff, and and I hired a private attorney. And like I said, like they didn't have a good case against me. They just kept hitting me though. Who gets raided 3 times in 1 month? But
Living on the job.
all right. I'm gonna
somewhere somebody was.
and oh yeah, no, all the precautions came in handy.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else?
It doesn't sound like it. It doesn't sound like the precautions came in handy if you got arrested or raided 3 times in like a month, bro.
Well, that's how you know they kept in handy. They had to keep raiding me. I knew that I was under investigation, so they seized 30. I want to say 32, just because if I say 33 guns, people are going to be like, "Oh," but I believe it.
I know. Symbolism.
Right. They seized a bunch of guns, but I knew that was under investigation. There was nothing sketchy there, right? And so they were disappointed to find out that all of them were legal. And they were disappointed to find none of the electronics had anything. All the safes, like they found a little black book, nothing. I don't leave nothing around for them.
But
So
now you can't carry guns, right?
Correct.
Because you're a felon.
Correct.
But if you get it expunged, then you can, right?
Correct. No, I'm not a trust fund baby. I was a banker. Before I just had money. I'd earned it, and I had a good job, and I was living in a place that was pretty cheap to live, and I had I'd gotten divorced a few years earlier, so that was for me. That was a huge, like getting a huge raise. And also, actually, what it really was when I got divorced a few years earlier, my divorce attorney and I became friends. He was sort of a young guy as well, and we became friends. So when I got arrested, I had an open tab with him. If I had to come up for a retainer for that, I would not have been able to do it because my bond was originally set at $100,000, which is astronomical for a drug charge with no priors.
Yeah.
So yeah, mostly it was that I had a friend who was a lawyer. Now I did end up having to pay him a lot of money, but I was able to do it after the fact.
Oh, that's cool. That's pretty cool.
Mhm. Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, some friends. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
All right.
That helps.
Good night.
It really does. If you have, yeah, good night.
Okay. If you haven't hit the like button, please do on your way out. If you haven't shared the video, hit the share button and hit the copy button. You don't even have to send it to anybody. It still counts in the algorithm as a share. If you're not subscribed, please consider it. If you're not a member, please consider it. It's the best value on the internet. $1 is all it costs. Buy a membership for yourself. Buy 10 more. Make it rain on the chat. It's the best value on YouTube. Thanks for watching.